Hey y'all, I'm Ada K. And I must confess, I'm a trial junkie. I enjoy viewing trials as if I was the seated juror. So grab a cup of java, get comfy, and join me as we hop into court. And don't forget to comment, like, and most importantly, subscribe. And if you're really enjoying the channel, please join our membership.
Hey, you caught me fussing at the cat. Hello, I'm Ada Kate. Thanks for joining me. Good evening, everybody. I apologize for that intro. I have a cat and it likes to bat at cords, so it was batting at a cord. I wasn't telling y'all to get, I was telling the cat to get. Hello, Dawn. Oh my gosh. What time did I end my live? Because I literally just woke up. I took a nap. Oh my gosh, y'all. I literally just woke up and it was glorious. I never take naps like that. Never. I think it was the antihistamine I took. Can antihistamines make you tired and sleepy? Because this knocked me on my butt. It sure did, y'all. I felt so bad. Hello, Haley Mouse. How are you doing? Wow. Oh my gosh. I feel like a whole new being, a whole new person. I'm feeling great. I am not one, you can ask my family. I don't take naps because I wake up with headaches. I'm miserable. So if I take a nap, something not right with the mama. So no, don't worry. I'm doing good. I needed it. Yeah, we do. And I just feel a little cotton mouthy. But I'm not sneezing and coughing and tearing and everything else. So maybe that's the end of that. But sorry, I got to get my microphone up. I know some people have already seen it, but I haven't seen it. But I want to watch it and be able to discuss it comfortably. We have the Karen Reed returns to court motions. So we're going to watch that. Then we may go ahead and go back into day 2 of the Georgia versus, what is her name? Trial. Oh my God, what is her name? The lady we watched earlier today. See y'all? Davis, is that it? Yeah, Davis. But I'm going to say, a lot of y'all know, and let me know when Miss Diane is ready to come on. A lot of y'all know I'm not a big bragger of products, and I don't really have a whole lot of sponsors. But I have my fabulous coffee. But our newest sponsor, oh, I am so enjoying it. And we're going to go ahead and roll that beautiful commercial, and I'll be right back with you. I want to welcome Ollie T to our family. They are our new sponsor. Ollie T is a veteran, woman-owned company. They are passionate about creating artisan small batch herbal teas, focusing on self-care and wellness, while at the same time offering tasty drink options. Ollie Tea does not incorporate scenting or flavoring agent and is naturally caffeine-free with no added sugars. They let the natural ingredients speak for themselves. The herbal teas are packed as loose leaf and in convenient tea bags. Certified Go Texas and homegrown by heroes. They offer many different choices from lavender citrus to lemony mint to restore and to scarlet nibs. They also offer fabulous Christmas gifts such as these wonderful tea strainers. Y'all, this is absolutely beautiful.
Please click on the QR code or go to www.buyollietea.com to get your tea. Let me know which is your favorite. I hope you enjoy. I do hope you enjoy. Um, I am thoroughly enjoying it, and I'm not one who I love my teas, but the Restore tea was good, and the Rooster, oh man, it's good for the lungs. So if you've got any upper respiratory, oh, it did feel so good. All right, let's get my format ready, and we're going to have to do some work around because we've got Miss Diane. Everybody say hello to Miss Diane. Your sound is muted on your end. Unmute, babe. Hopefully your strength is okay because now your power you're cutting in and out. There we go. Uh okay, Miss Diane, let me get you back up. There we go.
I'm here.
Y'all welcome Miss Diane, our fabulous interpreter. She's been super busy
Everyone.
and she was at a conference. And so we haven't seen her because of her busyness, but we're so happy to have you back tonight.
I'm
So
happy.
hello.
Good to go.
Happy to-
Always good to get back.
I'm going to be finagling something here. Just give me a second. There we go. I'm going to switch us so people can. Nope, I'm not. We're going to switch here.
Okay.
Let's add to stage and see. I'm going to finagle this a little bit, y'all. A minute, because we need to be able to see this. Does that look okay to y'all? I'm going to edit this. I think for the sake of interpreting Diane, I think what I'm going to do is I need to make us now more. Where is it? Oh, there it is. I'm going to uncircle us because I noticed it cuts a lot out of your sign space. But what I am going to do is give us softer edges. I like the softer edges. So there we go. You're rounded. I'm rounded. Can't do that with this. But we're just trying to get everything laid out so Miss Diane and I can do the interpretation thing. Do-doop. I think that's good. And update layout. How's that look?
Looks fine to me.
And they're saying, hello, Miss Diane.
Hello, Miss Dawn.
So I don't know. Okay, we've got some new people in here recently since you've been gone. But there is Miss Erica, 843. Good morning. Good morning. Good afternoon, evening. Nancy Roberts. Oh my gosh. I can't. Yeah. Well, let's see what happens. You guys are free to comment and share what you think. Everybody, this is, and I want to say this. I had someone give me some not so polite correct criticism, constructive criticism, and I want to say that my goal is for you guys, all of us, to feel as if we're sitting in my living room together as friends and family watching court. If I will be drinking tea, I will be having dinner because I normally stream 8 to 10, sometimes 12 hours or more. So, and at the same time, I want your comments to be as if we're just sitting here chatting as friends about what's happening. Love your comments, love your likes, and adore your subscribes. Nancy, I don't think this trial should have gone to trial. I don't think it should have either. I don't think it should have either. Should not. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get going with this. It's approximately, will it give me time? It's not very long. It's only about 30 minutes.
but we'll be diving in and going back and dissecting this if need be. But once again, thank you guys for joining. And if you're new here, I am Ada Kay. I am a deaf YouTube content creator, but I grew up hearing so I can speak. Miss Diane is here for me and for our deaf audience. Okay. Oh, how can we forget the fire station right next door to the courthouse?
Why would we be there? Why would we be the people
Miss Diane, if you can go back into your rights to air, that would be fabulous.
You
are unmuted.
For the county of Norfolk. So Anita, if your attendance shall be heard by the state of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. School is now open. You may be seated.
22117, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have a Commonwealth identify themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Hank Brennan. I've been appointed as a special prosecutor for the Commonwealth. Along with me is attorney Laura
it's
McLaughlin
your
to my
right
left,
side.
and attorney Adam Lally.
Good morning,
Good
Mr.
morning.
Brennan. Good morning, Mr. Valley.
Morning.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
For the defense?
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, so we have a series of motions here. I expect we may be here a while this morning. It makes sense to me to start with the Rule 17 motions. So the first Rule 17 motion I have is the Commonwealth's motion for records from Verizon. But I do have a question for you, Mr. Brennan. Have the third-party record holders been served in all of these Commonwealth motions pursuant to Rule 17?
Thank you, Your Honor. I understand the court might have a preference that I remove from the podium. Would like me to answer.
It's wherever you're comfortable, as long as we can hear you.
Same.
Your Honor, I filed a series of Rule 17 motions, as I'm sure you're aware. I have not notified any of the third-party holders. I did not want to be presumptuous, seeing that I have not met the court and didn't know what the schedule would be for the Rule 17s.
Oh,
So I
okay.
filed these just to give everybody as much notice as possible. And my intention was to ask the court if we could set a date so that we could have these motions heard and hear the defendant's objections.
Okay. All right, so I misunderstood. I thought they were on for the Rule 17 motions today. All right, so the record holders do need to be heard. I was wondering why I did not hear from any of the parties, other than I have the defendant's objection to Mr. Reed's records. But all right, so we'll get a date, and that date should be sooner rather than later to get notice out to all the parties.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll note that we did file 2 additional Rule 17s last night. I don't know if they've been docketed.
They have been docketed. I got them, and that's why I was wondering whether the record holders had in fact been notified. So, okay, so scheduling we'll do at the end of the hearing. Then I think what we'll start with after these Rule 17s that we'll put on pause, it's paper number 48. It's the defendant's motion for relief from the order to impound sidebar conferences. And before we begin that, is there an opposition to that from the Commonwealth?
In part.
Okay. All right. Have you spoken with Mr. Yannetti about what part that is?
I've spoken to all the attorneys numerous times. I think we're very clear what each other's position is.
Okay. All right, why don't you, all right, Mr. Yannetti, do you want to be heard by starting with the whole motion or what?
I think we can short circuit this, Your Honor. Our suggestion, I think it's a joint suggestion to the court, is that the sidebar conferences be unsealed solely for counsel at this point. Mr. Brennan's at somewhat of a handicap because unlike the defense team, he was not present at sidebar. He does not know what the conferences were about. And in fairness to the Commonwealth, we've agreed that it just be released to us, and then Mr. Brennan can decide if he has a further position regarding unsealing it more than that.
Okay. All right, that makes sense. Have you spoken with Ms. King about how long it will take to get these transcripts?
My co-counsel has spoken to her only.
Which co-counsel?
Mr. Jackson.
All right. What do you have to say about that? How quickly can she get them?
She works extremely expeditiously, but she has not started them, to my understanding. There's 3 reporters who probably would split the work.
Right.
And she said that she could get started as soon as there was a court order suggesting that she do so. I would imagine, given what we've gotten so far, we're talking a couple of weeks rather than a month or 2. I think
Okay.
we could probably get something within a few weeks.
Okay.
2 to 3, I would guess, just based on my experience with Ms. King.
All right. Even though it's just for counsel, do you intend to have, are you asking me to unseal the sidebar conferences with the jurors?
Just for counsel, yes. I would imagine that when we get to the second stage of this, those would be in a different category from the legal rulings at sidebar unrelated to
Right.
jurors.
All right. All right, thank you.
If I could be heard briefly.
Sure.
Thanks. Regarding non-juror information, I'm in full agreement with the defense. I think it's prudent to, if the court would consider unimpounding the documents, I can review them.
Well, you can review unimpounded documents. Counsel can review impounded documents.
Then I'll begin that task. And if there's any concerns, I'll note them. If not, then I would have no concern about releasing them outside of protective order. The juror information stands in a different posture, in my perspective. I think that should remain impounded at this point. There's a pending appeal before the SJC based on the requests of the defense. If they are successful, would then reinvigorate the attention on those jurors. I don't see a need for juror information to be unimpounded at this point. All the other information, I don't have the same concern.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, the next motion. So defendant's motion for discovery of communications in possession, custody, and control of the Commonwealth. Who's going to argue that?
I will, Your Honor. I would say at the outset that in speaking with Mr. Brennan, he had expressed a preference to be able to respond potentially in writing. So we were in agreement, subject to the court's approval, if we're going to get another date for the Rule 17 motions, to have this motion heard at that time. But I'm prepared now if the court prefers me to.
No, I'll give you the opportunity. How much time do you need to respond in writing, Mr. Brennan?
I can respond by next week.
Okay.
Really, I'm accommodating the defense. I have a very broad perspective on Rule 14 statements. Our office has made a concerted effort to provide everything that's not only discoverable under the rule, but from my perspective, a broader perspective. I want to make sure I err on the side of caution and they get every statement they're entitled to.
Okay.
So we're in the process of accumulating all potential statements of witnesses which they're entitled to, and I'm going to provide them to them. I've already provided a number of statements that I frankly believe are outside Rule 14 parameters, and I'll continue to do that throughout this case.
Okay.
And so my response in writing really is to accommodate the request and then give an answer in a production of what I have. That's going to take me probably 10 days to put everything together, to adequately review it, and then to provide a package to the defense. And so I think that if I have 10 days, I might be able to accommodate the request without any need for litigation. If they decide to pursue further effort, then I can respond.
Okay. All right. So why don't we give you, until the 27th, just after, or just before the Thanksgiving break?
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Does that work for you, Ms. Giannetti?
Certainly does.
Hello, Dan.
All right. So let's talk about the Commonwealth's notice of scheduling, reassembly and testing of the defendant's Lexus telematics system.
Diane, do you want me to help interpret?
No, not yet. I was
Okay,
just
grab it.
looking for the closed captioning. I can't find it.
I know there is no
Yeah.
one.
Yes.
It doesn't allow me.
As a matter of background, as I think the court is likely aware, the Commonwealth tested information on data chips that were found in different modules that were inside the defendant's Lexus. Inevitably, at trial, the court is likely aware that there's information taken from one of the systems that was provided, and it showed information such as key cycles and different speeds. And I understand that was a exhibit at trial. There were two different search warrants by the government. One search warrant was for the car that included both a telestream and a telematics module, which is like a lunchbox with computer panels in them. And then in 2023, there was a second search warrant for the infotainment system, which is what was produced at trial. I hired a independent expert, and in the independent expert of the information, what he realized is that the information taken from the informatics manual and the information taken from the telestream manual had some irregularities. What he realized is that all of that data was unreadable. And so initially he thought that the data was not fully downloaded or compiled. He checked and he believed that gigabits were gigabytes and that there was a discrepancy. And the reason he thought this is because there was very obvious information missing from that procedure. There was information including navigation information, information regarding phones that were plugged into the radio, travel logs, things that are particularly relevant and material in this case, information that is going to be extraordinarily inculpatory or exculpatory in this case. And so after he realized his oversight on the gigabit, he filed a supplemental report. And what we learned is not only was the chips that were taken from the telematics and infotainment systems and downloaded were read with the wrong reader, so that way the information was not available. Also in the the infotainment system, there were actually 3 boards, not 1. Only 1 was taken out. So there is a plethora of information on these chips that has not been downloaded that's relevant to this case. And so we provided notice to the defense that our intention is that we are going to test this information that we have in our control and that we have a search warrant for. And my effort was to give them notice so they could have an available expert. So my purpose really was not to ask for the defense's permission, rather it was to notice them this is what we were going to do. You can see from my motion, I asked to do it within 14 days. Having recently arrived at the case, it was important for me to prioritize Rule 17 motions and new experts so that they could have adequate notice. The defense asked for today's date and wanted more time, and when I considered it, I thought that was reasonable. I think they're entitled to have an expert and consider what we are doing, even though I don't believe they have standing to prevent it. And so that's why I agreed to this date. Inevitably, we know that this information will be on these chips. And so we know there are 2 boards on the system that weren't tested, and then the other chips that were tested that came back with unreadable information with the proper computer programs, they call them programmers, we will get viable information from both of them. And so I've spoken to the defense. I know they've hired an expert. I know they've filed a motion contesting our position. I'm not going to speak for what their position is today. But I would say 2 things. One, the defense in their motion asks to have their expert be able to intervene. We're not agreeable to that. They can watch and comment and criticize as much as they'd want, but we're entitled to the download. Notably, when the first download was done, the Commonwealth deferred to the defense expert to do the download. That is not my position. I don't defer that responsibility. But it was the defense expert that overlooked the proper reader that was needed for the chips that were tested. And it was the expert that overlooked the fact that there was 3 panels in the system, not 2. And our expert was astute enough to find those oversights. And that's why we now have an independent expert that is going to do this. I know experts differ. They're not frick or frack. They all have different opinions. But we've attached all of the protocol, what we intend on doing. And the reason I brought it before the court is I wanted to expedite this matter. It's important. And
I thought we were going to have that hearing within 14 days when we first got the motion. And then Mr. McDermott told me that the defense was looking for more time, so we gave this. But we're far into the case is scheduled currently for January 27th. Sounds like you have a lot to do before then. But as of right now, it's still January 27th. So all of these things, the Rule 17 motions, all of these things need to be done as soon as possible. So
I understand. And if I can just add, 'cause it might help in your consideration of a later motion. The reason why this is urgent to me to have this as soon as possible is because I also have noticed and hired an accident reconstruction expert. And that accident reconstruction expert will necessarily rely upon the information that is gleaned from this testing.
how long is this testing going to take?
It's a 3-day testing. It will take within a week to read it. And the sooner we have it, the sooner we can have our reconstruction expert engage in any type of task that we want them to, but they necessarily are in a holding pattern now. And that is my sense of urgency for this to be developed and done.
Who's arguing this for the defense? Okay, I'll hear you, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll start by saying, in principle, we don't have an objection to the retesting of the telematics or the infotainment center or system data. The problem that we have, or our issue, sort of dovetails into what Mr. Brennan was suggesting about what was done the first time. He just suggested that his new expert, Mr. Shannon Burgess, was astute enough to find something that Maggie Gaffney didn't find. Well, to bring the court completely up to speed, when the initial testing was done, the Commonwealth's expert did not know how to do a chip off, physically did not know how to do it, with Joe Paul. He turned to Maggie Gaffney, our expert, who did know how to do it. She's a former MSB officer and extremely facile in this world of
And you
chips.
have a different expert now. You're not using her now?
Well, we may use her, but we have an additional expert who specifically works, Mr. Sorga, specifically works in chip offs and chip ons. That physical procedure of moving chips on and off of boards. It's a very technical procedure. It's a very skilled procedure. He knows how to do it. He's got an extremely long resume, having done this kind of work.
I read it.
We're bringing him up to speed in order to sort of engage it in some oversight and some observation. I don't have a principled objection to doing the retesting. What I have a problem with is that their new expert, Mr. Burgess, right at the beginning, fundamentally misunderstood the data set on the three chips, the 2-micron chips and the expansion chip that he looked at, didn't understand the difference between megabytes and megabits, gigabytes and gigabits, and that gave us pause. If he didn't understand that, which is at the foundation of reading the data, we're concerned that some of the data could be destroyed in whatever process he engages in. Like I said, we don't have a principled objection to the work that's going to be done. We simply want to make sure that nothing is destroyed in doing that work. It's not, and I would take a little issue with something Mr. Brennan said, it's not that the data set is missing information. We don't know that it's missing information. Burla has now updated software that we believe, I think both sides believe, could be beneficial in culling or teasing out that data set from those chips that didn't exist when Ms. Gaffney did her work previously. She put it on a reader, it was unreadable. It doesn't mean that the data is missing. It means that it's unreadable. As a matter of fact, one of the things that our expert would do and would suggest is that a process called a checksum be done. I'm going to use some made up numbers, but let's say there's 5,123 bits or bytes on a particular chip. You can do a checksum and determine that there's 5,123 bits and bytes read now. That means down to the bit or the byte, nothing has been altered, nothing's been changed, and we know that we're dealing with the exact same data set. That checksum would be the first process in doing the additional reading. Then they can go back and use the additional Burla software to see if the data set could be read. After that's done, then my understanding is there would need to be a chip on. They'd need to resolder those specific chips, the 2-micron chips and the expansion chip, back onto the motherboard, install the motherboard back into the truck, and then turn the truck on. That's the process that I understand. My only request is that our expert obviously, given his expertise and his knowledge of this information, he should be there to observe. And the only caveat to that is if he makes a determination, working with Mr. Burgess or observing Mr. Burgess's work, that what's about to happen is destructive to the data on the chips, we would ask gently, and I don't think this is much of an ask, that he be allowed to interpose his objection to moving forward, contact both counsel, both parties, and if need be, present his objections either to us to resolve it or to the court for intervention. That's all. I want the work done, but I want to make sure that the data set that is on those 3 chips or additional chips that are read is never destroyed or in peril of being destroyed. That's all.
All right. Any response, Mr. Brennan?
The defense expert would not be working with Mr. Burgess. He'd be observing Mr. Burgess. The defense expert has no active role in this testing. There is no inherent risk that Mr. Burgess is going to destroy something unnecessarily. This is potentially destructive testing, just as it was the first time. Fortunately, the information was not destroyed the first time, so we can access it again, but it's potentially destructive testing. The defense is not entitled to veto power during the process. That will delay things. It has no role or no purpose in it. And so inevitably, Mr. Burgess is well qualified. Mr. Burgess is competent, and he is going to test these ships and provide the information to the defense. They'll get an exact copy. The idea of checksum, there's no mystery to these words. There's a protocol that's followed where they use the old software that was ineffective, and they test to make sure it's the same amount of data that's unreadable. And after they confirm that nothing has been moved or destroyed or tampered with, then they bring in the right programs, the right software, and they'll retest it properly. They'll provide the information that will be available to both us and the defense.
All right, so if I act on this motion quickly, because there isn't a basic objection to it being retested, when can they begin, Mr. Brennan?
Your Honor, I spoke to my expert this morning, and I asked him for a schedule when he could test. I told him I'd like it as soon as possible. We didn't finish the conversation. What he told me is December 2nd or 3rd. I told him that would be inadequate. That's too far out. I want it done before Thanksgiving because time is of the essence. And I think it really develops everything else that will happen in this case as far as other experts. So I need to resume my conversation with my expert, encourage him, and insist that we make some changes in schedule. So I can't give an exact date because that conversation wasn't what I was expecting, but I don't think we can tolerate waiting that long.
Okay. All right, this one I will act on very quickly. All right, so I think that just leaves us with the motion to continue. I know it's a joint motion, but I need to hear from both sides as to why I should do that.
This ought to be
Mr. Brennan?
good.
Can I begin?
Yes. And the request is for an April 1st date. You're not looking to go any further than that, correct?
We are not. We are not. Your Honor, the Commonwealth has been on this case for some time, and I am newer to the case. I'm not looking for a personal accommodation, but I think the idea of a motion to continue in our joint request is in the interest not only of justice, but I think inevitably, I truly believe it's going to have a more efficient and effective trial. A part of my perspective is to move as quickly as I can, and that's why I've started with the Rule 17 motions. I've also tried to retain as many experts as quickly as possible. The experts will need to do whatever testing they're going to have and conduct, and then I need to provide the reports to the defense. The defense then may have counter experts in reciprocal discovery that I want well in advance of trial. When I first entered the case, I was committed to January 27th, and I still am. If the court decides that's more appropriate, I will be ready on January 27th. However, I realized when I was trying to move and facilitate the testing of these ships in 2 weeks, and the government, the defense wanted more time, and I appreciated that their request was reasonable. I began to understand that it is going to take a little bit more time than I wanted to have the experts notice, the reports done, and then the defense have time to manage whatever the information is. I do not want to get to a position where we're turning over expert testimony, they're retaining experts to counter that testimony, and then to reciprocate in discovery where days, weeks, or in the midst of trial. I want to avoid unfairness to the defense at all costs, but I also want to avoid any unfairness for the prosecution, and that includes reciprocal discovery. And certainly, the reciprocal discovery cannot happen until I've provided everything that I intend on using. I have tried to exercise extraordinary diligence in this case. In addition to Rule 17s, and in addition to retaining experts, we have brought on my full-time paralegal, and we are going through the entire discovery. And I know it's already been provided, but it wasn't Bates numbers, which I'm accustomed to. And we are re-indexing all the discovery and re-providing it, even though I expect most or all of it has been provided. And I'm doing that out of an abundance of caution so I can be confident that the defense has every document I have. That will resolve or prevent any delays at trial of inadvertent late disclosure or any concern or confusion about documents that have been provided. I also, with the office, have diligently moved to obtain all Rule 14 statements so that we can get the information to the defense as soon as possible. I've employed a practice when I'm retaining experts. I don't wait until we've done testing or reports. I immediately give the CVs to the defense so they can get started on investigating and looking into the experts. So nothing is held back when I receive it. If I receive any information that is discoverable or frankly not discoverable, I provide it to them. You can see in my discovery notices when I get emails from strangers with theories that I don't even agree to, that I don't know, I don't evaluate it, I give it to the defense. And so we're doing all of this to try to be as efficient as possible to avoid delays at the time of trial. And it will allow me, when I evaluate this case, which I'm still in the process of doing, of reducing the witness list substantially. And so although it does delay the case, if you allow this motion, I think it will make for a shorter, more effective, efficient trial, and I think it will be, importantly, more fair to the parties involved. And that's why I asked you to consider that continuance. I do not expect that we come before you and ask for another continuance. If something cannot get done in time with an expert of my choosing or that I would like, I appreciate I won't be able to use that expert. And so I think the joint request is something that is legitimate. I think it's well thought, and I leave it to Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Who's going to argue this for the defendant?
I will, Your Honor. I'm not going to belabor.
I multi-stream this, and so much better, Diane. Somebody asked, what was I drinking? I'm drinking our new sponsored tea, Ollie tea. It's called Rockin' Rooster, and it's artisan blend of mullein, M-U-L-L-E-I-N leaf, marshmallow and licorice root, yerba, Y-E-R-B-A,
That
sandalwood,
sounds,
turmeric.
that sounds like it's going to keep you awake all night.
No, Alley campaign, something like that, root. So this here supports the autoimmune and respiratory and lungs. So when you're having a hard time breathing and having a hard time with your lungs,
You might need to fast track me some of that right now.
do. Let me call her and see if I can get her to drop ship some to you, beloved.
Oh,
So I can't change. There used to be a way to change what, Dr. Bullbutter?
no.
Okay, I'm
What
lost,
is
Dr. Bullbutter.
what is-
Catch me up.
What is this person in trial for?
This is the Karen Reed trial. This is the woman who supposedly killed her cop
Okay.
boyfriend, that old one that you were just coming in on the very last couple of days on.
Okay.
Messages. Oh, okay. Well, I tell you what, Dr. Bullbutter, when we're done, when it's convenient to you, we can get on Discord and or live on Discord or whatever, and I can help you with that. But you can go to comments at the top, and it should say top comments, and you click on that, and it should be able to flip it over to all comments. Right
Okay.
now, our channel is small enough; it shouldn't be making that big of a difference. Anybody can help her. That would be awesome.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Okay, let's get going. We don't have a whole lot more to do with this one, but let's keep going, and
Okay.
then we'll discuss.
Good point. I mean, not surprisingly, in a joint motion, I agree with the argument made by Mr. Brennan. You've heard that there will be new Commonwealth experts. There are no reports yet. There have been no disclosures. No forensic testing has yet taken place. And the timeframe, according to the motion, is somewhat unclear at this point. Clearly, once testing is complete, disclosures are made, we would have the right to consult with our experts and potentially employ additional experts depending on what the testing.
Have you been working on that, though, in anticipation?
We have,
Okay.
yes. Mr. Brennan has promised to index all discovery so that both sides can be satisfied that full disclosures have been made. I know he's been working diligently on that. He needs a little bit more time to take care of that. I would remind the court that during the last trial, we were still receiving reports and some discoverable material as trial was ongoing, sometimes deep into a trial. And we're really trying to avoid that this time. It's really not fair to Ms. Reed that discovery is not complete well in advance of trial so that we can assimilate and incorporate that discovery into the what would now be a retrial. And our position is, Your Honor, there's simply not enough time between now and January 27th to get all of that done and properly prepare for trial. And I would just close by saying that both sides and the court have an interest in having this matter proceed to trial expeditiously. But in our view, and I would expect in the court's view, the most important consideration here is Ms. Reed's right to a fair trial. And in light of what's outstanding and what needs to be done, we believe she would not be able to receive a fair trial at the end of January. We're essentially asking for a 2-month delay, which I believe is reasonable in light of what we've already discussed. We do not anticipate any further continuance requests, just like Mr. Brennan said. So we'd ask the court to allow this motion.
All right. What do you anticipate we need to do for in-court hearings? You mentioned in your motion, in the joint motion, a Daubert hearing. How many dates are we talking about? We already need a new date now for Rule 14, for the Rule 17 motions that we have. So we need to start moving forward with all of this. Is there going to be a Daubert hearing, and who is the witness that you anticipate a Daubert hearing on? I'd like to get that on our schedule now.
We have not yet drafted the motion, but I've given it much thought. The government at trial called an expert regarding a dog bite. Forgive me, I haven't watched all of the trial.
No, that's fine. All right.
That expert, I do not believe, followed the proper methodology or had the expertise to make.
All right. Does the defense intend to call Dr. I've forgotten her name.
Dr. Russell.
Dr. Russell, do you intend to call her? All right. So why don't we set a Daubert hearing sometime in December? Does that give you enough time, Mr. Brennan?
It does, Your Honor.
Okay. So why don't we set a Daubert hearing? I know you'll have to fly her in, but why don't we get a date now in December for that?
Does the court anticipate that being a different day than the date we're going to set for the Rule 17?
Rule 17 we're doing as soon as possible. We'll do before
Understood.
that date.
Understood.
So we're going to need.
Rule 17 deals with the subpoenas, okay? Just so some of y'all who don't know.
So, Mr. McDermott.
Otherwise, the subpoena.
May I approach Mr. Brennan for a minute?
Sure. Jim, can you pull up Jimmy? How was it's December 10th. I think we moved both our trials yesterday.
Would the 13th
Bob,
of December be
Chi-Town,
available for a
they don't have the dog.
Possibly. I think we just put something else on this morning that would be time consuming.
Welcome, Bob Chi-Town. We have some new people here.
I could also do the 12th if Mr. Brennan's available and in my co-counsel.
I was looking at the 10th, but Jim, could you look at the 13th?
Yeah, this is the 10th.
The 10th work for both of you. The government's available on the 10th.
So I have you cannot do the 10th, okay.
Your Honor, just to be completely candid, I have nothing on the 10th. I've got to fly out on the 11th, and I've got an all-day hearing on the 11th. So I'm sorry, I'm reversing that on the 9th. I can fly out on the 9th. And I've got an all-day hearing on the 9th back in California, so I can't fly that day. So
Well, court ends at what time?
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
You could take, a lot of people take a red eye, right? Can you come out then?
I do every time.
Well, it depends.
You can't fly out on the 9th, the evening of the
Red
9th?
eye available.
I can't take a flight on the 9th.
What about the 16th? It's a Monday. Is that?
We're fully booked that Monday and Tuesday.
Let's stick on the 13th. Are we still on the 13th?
Sure, if it's available. Jim, we just put Gaston on for that day. Yep, we have a full competency hearing, and we also do on Gaston. Love the 12th. Let me just look at that. Did you say the 12th?
The 12th works for me.
I can do the 12th.
I can do the 12th.
Will accommodate, yes.
All right, so the Darbert hearing will be December 12th.
That'd be at 9 o'clock, Your Honor.
Yes. All right.
Hey, Diane,
And those motions should be filed.
can
on
you
the
see your
22nd.
head cut off?
We'll get a date on that
Oh,
in
never
just a
mind, you're right. Sorry. Love you.
When are you available for the Rule 17 motions? How about November 26th?
Haley, let me double check, but you guys all should be in mod manager. You're managing mods.
I have a trial that morning
Try to give everybody
Where?
the same.
in
Dr.
Woburn
Butter
District Court.
is
To the extent that the court would give me a protective order, I can do that.
Or tell them that you have a trial here, and if I need to speak to anybody, I will.
Okay, appreciate that.
We're not a trial here, but this motion hearing.
Okay.
I'd like to do it as soon as possible to get those out, get that moving.
Thank you.
I'm not putting you on the naughty list.
So November 26th, Jim, can we do that in the morning?
Yes.
I'm told that Mr. Jackson cannot make the 26th.
For the Rule 17 motions, do you need to be here in person?
If I could have 10 seconds.
During this moment, if I could just alert the court that there is one additional Rule 17 I'll have filed by Friday. It is similar to a number of,
File it and send notice immediately of the date.
I will. May I inquire, do I send notice on behalf of the Commonwealth, or does the clerk's office send?
Mr. Lally can inform you on the process, but
Thank you very
you
much.
send it right out.
We will. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we'll make the 26th work.
Great.
I likely will not be here, but she will
Okay.
be represented.
Are we 9 a.m.,
Why don't we do 10 a.m., Jimmy?
10 a.m.? on
Get all the
26th?
record holders who want to be here.
Okay, the 26th of what? Okay, Dr. Bullbetter, give me a second. I'm going to remove you as a mod manager and then give it a second. And I'm going to add you as a mod manager again. Give it a few minutes. I just did that. You okay, Miss Diane, or do you want to leave?
And I'm about ready to puke.
Oh, bye. Adios. Love you.
All right. Send me the name of that doctor. Just put it in Messenger and I'll get it.
What doctor?
The one for breathing.
Pulmonologist.
Yeah. All right. I love you, darling. I'm sorry I wasn't more help today.
Ollie T, do me a favor, send me your full address again, and if she can do a drop ship, I will get some sent to you, okay?
Yeah, I'll send this to you right now. In this.
Send it in instant messaging, not in here.
Oh, okay.
All right, love you. Take care.
I love you too.
I didn't know she wasn't feeling well. Poor baby. Love you, honey. Okay, hello, it's Brit. Good evening. So, did anybody catch the date on that? Was that the 26th of what? Is that January? I didn't catch what month they were talking about. So right now we were talking,
Massachusetts?
I'm just going to put this up. In Karen Reed trial, we have new evidence, and they were talking about it's kind of the same as the black box in airplanes. So that's going to be interesting. It's an informational November. That possible. We'll see. I have wonderful mods who are my research, and they'll tell me. I don't see Miss Diane. I wonder Ronnie. I hope Miss Ronnie is okay. But Y'all, it looks like she's going to grant a delay of trial. Well, let me explain, Bob. I grew up hearing. Now I've become deaf for the last 15 years ish. Without my hearing aids, I'm 100% deaf. I am now fluent, but I went to college for 4 years to get a degree in interpreting and deaf support specialist. So I could learn to sign fluently as a speaking person. But most of the time, you're correct. What makes it so, excuse me, hard is speaking and signing at the same time. But most people do not fully understand that interpreters really do use both sides of their brain at the same time. They had a woman interpreter lay down in an MRI machine and all these other kind of different tests that they did on her, and they could see both sides of her brain working at the same time. So, yeah, mine was allergies this morning. Yeah, that's very important. I think children should learn basic. It helps with communication when they're at the terrible twos and the hellacious threes and the tremendous fours. When they can't figure out a word to express what's going on, sometimes signing a feeling is better. But anyway, okay, so let me pop this off real quick. Put me here, take that off. We are going to go ahead, if y'all don't mind, and I hope y'all are okay with it. We are going to go ahead and start day 2 of the trial from this morning. Because I would love to catch up by by tomorrow. I think we can do it. Well, you are true on that. I apologize. And once again, it would help if I had my glasses on. Matthew? Okay. Yeah. But there's another misconception though. Um, I apologize if I read it wrong. My glasses are in the other room. November 26th. Okay. People think that deaf people can sign perfectly and fluently. They cannot. Not every deaf person can sign fluently like that. Not every deaf person actually learns sign language. I have several in my community here who don't know sign language. So, oh, well, I'm glad you know how to sign. I hope you enjoyed our interpreter. We try to have her as much as possible, but she also works during the day. And I'm trying to find a few interpreting intern students who would like the experience to help. Um, they have to do so many hours. And also, um, any other interpreter that has the skill set to interpret to help because it's a lot. But that said, I also will interpret if I know for sure we have a deaf or hard of hearing person watching, then yes, I do everything possible. I was not happy that the closed captioning was not working. And that's something I'm really trying to um, nicely work on with the broadcasting teams. That's, yeah. But signing, no. You're right. You're right. But I appreciate anybody who learns to sign. It's very difficult. For those of you who don't know, the Colt baby trial is, I hate that they're using that name, but they were part of a religious belief. That's why they were using that name. Where she unalived her baby. We watched day 1 this morning. So we're going to watch that for a hot minute. Also, for those of you who don't know, we have a Starbucks tumbler that I give away once a month. If you subscribe, you get 1 entry. If you become a member at any level, you get additional 10 entries for a maximum of, is it the Davis? For a maximum of 11 entries for the tumbler. Those who won tumblers last month, I will be getting them out so either late this week or early next week. It's just been a little difficult because I haven't really been in town. So we'll get that done. Okay. I think we're good. All right, let me get this back to where I need it, and we're going to get going. Comments. Who is Chloe Driver? Driver, not Davis. Chloe Driver is a young woman who, at the age of 20, unalived her child. Unalived her child. And she did so, and then tried to unalive herself. And she lived. Baby did not. They were a polygamy family. So there was 2 other wives. She was the longest wife. She'd been with him the longest. So it's going to be interesting. My cousin gets out of tickets when they fail to use a certified interpreter. They just can't use someone who knows. Yep. Yep. Well, what state are y'all in, Bob? First of all, I'll say this, and people are going to argue with me, but it is the law. I'm an ADA law specialist and disability integration specialist, and I am a deaf support specialist with a focused degree on interpreting. So I know what I'm talking about when I'm going to say this comment. Under the federal law, it says qualified. It does not say certified, but it will. They're working on getting that changed. A lot of people think that you have to be certified when dealing with the police. It is not so. Where the certification has to happen is if in a courtroom with a judge, that's where it is. But that said, you cannot just have some Joe Blow come up and say, I can sign. And in the Ozarks, okay. Yeah. The state can put its own regulations, but federal always trumps state. So I am going to college right now. For those who don't know me, I am getting a degree in criminal justice. I will be graduating either at the end of next summer or December with my degree. I will plan to go on into law, but one of the things I want to do is work with the deaf community in the legal field and the disabled. That said, it's tough. I have a special license plate. It tells that has a special symbol on it that they know that I'm a deaf driver. But he's right. If they don't provide a qualified or certified interpreter within a certain amount of time, he gets off. It's funny. So that's it. Let's get to this trial. And Bob, I appreciate you. I hope you become a part of our family. I live in Texas, so our rules may be a little different than y'all's, but I appreciate your bringing to the attention about the deaf community. I hope I don't lose you. Okay, and I will be zooming some of this. We're not going to sit and look at symbols all day. Where's my sound? Oh, there's no sound yet. Yep, tickets are state only. Yep. But when I get mad at people at drive-throughs, I take my hearing aids and I go deaf rogue. Wow. Where are you from, Bob? Thank you all for joining. And once again, be sure to say I sub. If you sub, it will validate the subscription and you'll be in the drawing for Starbucks tumbler of the season.
If you do us a favor, state your name for the record and then spell it for us.
Always wanted to visit there.
Carolyn Ordonez, Caralyn Ordonez.
Ms. Ordonez, where do you work and what do you do?
I am employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Division of Forensic Sciences, also known as the State Crime Lab or the GBI Crime Lab.
How long have you been doing that?
About 7.5 years.
What's your educational background?
I have earned a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Science and a minor in Chemistry from the University of Central Florida. Since being employed by the GBI, I have completed a 20-week National Latent Print Examiner Training Academy in Mississippi, as well as the latent print processing and latent print examination training housed at the GBI Crime Lab. All of this training took about 3 years to complete. And since then, I have been partaking in continuous education, different courses and classes throughout the years.
You mainly deal with.
I'll say this and then I'll be quiet so we can listen. If all my mods and the people who knew me when I first started, we had a hard time getting the sound balance because I can't hear myself talking. I can't hear what's being said. I have a special closed captioning app on my screen that I'm reading. And it was so hard to get everything. I could only go by what I'm seeing on the gauges and the monitors. But I can't hear my voice. And so I have no problem with people politely saying, "Hey, Ada, you're getting a little excited. You might want to bring it down a notch." Because I don't want to hurt your ears yet, but deaf people are excessively loud.
With fingerprints, is that?
Yes, I am a latent print examiner.
I can turn it in.
Thank you, Judge. I apologize. If you would just kind of tell the jury what you have to do, what type of training. We've heard about some of your training, but kind of just in layman terms, tell us what type of training you have and how do you identify fingerprints?
Sorry, I'm drinking.
So with fingerprints at the GBI, we do provide in-house training. So I did have external and internal training on fingerprints, which took about 3 years to complete. But as a latent print examiner, I do both latent print processing and latent print examination. So that includes processing physical evidence for the presence of latent prints, as well as photographing any prints that may be developed on those items. I also am trained in taking known and postmortem impressions, as well as comparing any latent prints. So that's unknown origin prints, meaning we don't know who they belong to, comparing those latent prints to known prints or known individuals. I also utilize the Automated Fingerprint Identification System, that is a FIS, that's the Georgia Fingerprint Database, as well as the FBI's Next Generation Identification System, that is the FBI's database. Both of those are fingerprint databases that we can utilize to try and make an identification on fingerprints. I also will write up my results in official reports and testify in court when subpoenaed.
To get your job, did you have to take any tests or was it competitive in any way?
Yeah, so prior to working at the GBI, we did have to have a bachelor's degree in a scientific field. And then with application to the GBI, we had to successfully complete a visual acuity test. That's essentially looking at each individual's visual acuity to see if you can distinguish between different or minute differences in images and stuff like that. As well as throughout training, we had several different kinds of tests, both oral, practical, hands-on tests, and then written examinations as well.
In your job, you don't have a badge or carry a gun or anything like that, do you?
I do have a badge, but it's just a civilian badge, just saying that I work for the GBI Crime Lab, but I don't have a gun and I'm not a sworn law enforcement officer.
You don't normally go out to crime scenes or talk to witnesses or do anything like that, do you?
I do not. I only work in the crime lab.
And where's your office at? Where's it actually located?
We are located down in Decatur.
And if we could see your office, what would it look like?
My office itself is a cubicle. There's a few of us that share an office. There's a few cubicles in each office. And then we also have the laboratory, which is where we will process all of our evidence.
So you're one of what I consider a CSI type scientist for the GBI, is that right?
I'm not a CSI.
But you are a scientist, I guess, or in the field of science?
Yes, I am a forensic scientist.
And how many fingerprints do you think you've examined in your career?
I don't keep track of a specific number, but easily several thousand, both throughout training and now with having worked several hundred cases.
And how many of those in a year do you actually do? Just trying to do examination.
I forgot to tell y'all, she's not saying she didn't do this crime. She is using the temporary insanity or the insanity plea. So she's not fighting the fact that she did this. Just a heads up. She's only 24 right now. And she looks 15.
For law enforcement.
I look like that.
Casework, I complete roughly 20 to 25 cases a month, and each case can involve anywhere from 1 to 200 latent prints that involve comparison. So really it does vary, but I have looked at several thousand latent prints and comparative prints as well.
And is the GBI a professional organization that they're accredited by another organization?
Yes, we are.
And who is that?
The GBI Crime Lab is accredited by ANAB. It stands for the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
Do you have to do any continuing education as part of your job?
Yes, I do.
Tell us about that, if you would, please.
With being a forensic scientist, especially in the field as itself, but also within GBI policy, we do have to have continuous education. So we are continuously taking different courses, whether it be online or in person throughout each year.
Do organizations, agencies, other people in criminal justice, do they ever rely on you for training or opinions just to help with what they do or cases?
Yes, we do work with several agencies, both with if they have any kind of case questions on how they would handle something or how we would handle something, as well as we do help with training as well.
And have you ever testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
13 times.
Just this time, I'm going to tender the witness as an expert in latent fingerprints examination.
No objection.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, we've got that out of the way, so let's quickly go to why you're here today. Do you have an opportunity to examine the knife in this case?
Yes, I did.
And that's the knife's been tendered already. It's actually State's Exhibit 83. Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, just kind of hold the box up and open it. This is the knife in the case. And if you can, one thing I want to do is, I believe, there it is. What is that number there? I'm pointing to in the box of this knife.
It is the GBI Crime Lab case number.
And what is the number that's on the sticker here on the box?
It is the GBI Crime Lab case number and item number specifically.
Is that the same one you report?
Yes, it is.
Tell the jury what the DOFS case number is and how we track things.
In this case, the DOFS case number is 2020-10314555. And in our laboratory, each case is given a GBI Crime Lab case number. And each item that is submitted in that crime lab has a specific item number. So in this case, the knife was item 10. And so it's given a barcode with that listed GBI case number and item number. With that barcode, we are able to track the chain of custody. So anytime it moves between an individual in the lab or a storage location, we are scanning that barcode so that it can constantly be tracked as to where it is from the moment we receive it to the moment we release it back to the agency.
Here, may I approach the witness? I'm handing you what's been marked State's Exhibit 99. I think that's your report, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Judge, I tendered evidence now State's Exhibit 99.
No objection.
And may I publish it, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, let me ask you a question. What date did you issue this report?
This report was issued on February 18th, 2021.
See if I can get technology to work with me here. All righty. Can you see that?
Yes.
It states 99 on the screen. And so we've got the DOFS case number on the top right. Is that correct?
Yes, that is.
And then below that should report date. Is that right?
Correct.
And then it's, what is the requested service?
The requested service was LP processing, so that's latent print processing on the item submitted.
And then it was requested by the Canton Police Department.
That's correct.
And then we have agency requested by
Here we
the
go.
subjects
Oh, by
and
the way,
victim
this is in
under the case
Canton, Mass.
individuals.
That's correct.
And what date did you receive
No,
the
I'm
knife
kidding.
in this case?
This is Canton, Georgia.
The evidence was submitted to the GBI Crime Lab on December 11th, 2020. That is not the date that I specifically received it. That's the date that it was submitted to the GBI Crime Lab for testing.
And then we have your expert opinion in this case is what?
Based on latent print processing of this item, I physically and chemically processed it for latent prints with negative results, meaning that there were either no latent prints present on that item or those that were did not have the potential to be suitable for comparison.
And what I want to ask you about that is sometimes when we try just to see if we can get prints off or things like that, and in this case, we have the knife submit to you. Tell the jury first, what is a fingerprint and what things are you looking for? And then why sometimes even when you know someone may have a knife, you don't find a fingerprint on the item.
So going back to what is a fingerprint, on the palms of your hands and soles of your feet, you have a type of skin called friction-ridged skin. So it contains raised portions called ridges, which form different patterns. For example, the pattern on the top joint of your hand or your finger is referred to as your fingerprint. Those ridges don't flow continuously across the surface. However, they form different ridge characteristics. For example, a ridge that flows and suddenly stops is referred to as a ridge ending, whereas a ridge that flows and splits into two, similarly to a fork in the road, is referred to as a bifurcation. So those different ridge characteristics are what I am looking at during my processing, but particularly that's what I'm looking at during my examination to see if I can use those ridge characteristics in a comparison and ultimately make a conclusion of identification or exclusion. With the fingerprints, a latent print, so that we use the terms latent print and known print. A latent print is an unintentional or a chance reproduction of those ridge characteristics on the skin when you touch or handle an item. A latent print is not always visible to the naked eye, so it requires us to process it using different chemical techniques in order to render it visible, then allowing us to preserve it and examine it for comparison.
Welcome.
Whereas known prints are those
Meet
that
Bob
are
from
intentional
Chi-Town. He's awesome.
reproductions of the ridge characteristics on the skin, and those are collected for comparative purposes to any latent prints that are collected at the skin or at the scene, excuse me. What was your follow-up question afterwards?
Sometimes, why would you not find a fingerprint? What can get in the way of cause a
Objection, compound.
fingerprint? Even though if you know someone held a knife, it may not be there.
There are several factors that can play into whether a print is left on an item at the time it's handled, as well as if it may be developed later on or not. In regards to if a print is left at the time of being handled, some of the factors to consider is whether if there is even some kind of transferable material, either on the skin or on the item being touched. So on that friction-ridged skin, it is lined with pores, which are constantly producing sweat. So that sweat on the friction-ridged skin is what is deposited when you handle an item. If there is no sweat or a residue on the skin when you touch an item, you may not be leaving a fingerprint on the surface, or if you are, it may be too fragmented for us to be able to work with it. So there has to be some kind of transferable material, either on the skin itself or on the item. And when I say a transferable material on the item, if you have blood, grease, paint, even something really dusty, if you have that on the surface and you touch that surface, you can essentially do a takeaway print where you're removing whatever's on that item and you can leave friction-ridged detail as well. So as long as there's some kind of transferable material, you can typically leave a fingerprint on an item. Another factor to consider is the item itself, if it is even conducive to accepting latent prints. For example, a surface that is dirty or very rusty may not be as conducive to accepting prints, as well as an item that is very textured versus an item that's very smooth. The smoother
I
surface,
know.
typically the better a latent print may be left on that surface, as well as if the surface is hot or cold, wet or dry, dirty versus clean. All of that can affect if a print is left on the surface. In regards to if a print is developed after handling, one factor to consider is the environment. If it's left out in humidity, if it's hot versus cold, that can evaporate some of the latent print and essentially evaporate any detail that's left in that print, as well as if it was wet versus dry. So if it did rain on that item, or if it was thrown into some wet environment, that can essentially damage or remove some of that latent print detail, as well as how the item was handled both at the time it was touched as well as after. So if you touch an item and it's a clean touch and release, you may leave a fingerprint, as opposed to an item that's handled a lot, where if you're moving your hand around a lot on it while using it, or a door handle, which many individuals are constantly using that, so that with door handles or types surfaces like that, it's constantly being handled. So you're constantly damaging or removing latent prints that may be present on that item. So there are several factors that could play into whether a print is left at the time that it's handled, as well as if a print is even developed afterward.
And on this knife, you didn't find any prints, is that right?
That's correct.
Nobody's, not the defendants, no one else. You found no prints whatsoever.
Correct. There were no latent prints developed on the item.
And whether or not a fingerprint could be there, it could be because of the type of material, like the knife itself, what it's made out of, could have a factor.
Yes, it could be the knife itself, or in this case, there was a reddish brown residue on the knife, so that could interfere also with any latent prints that may be present.
So blood or a lot of blood can interfere with the leaving of a fingerprint.
That's correct.
Just that's all I have.
I don't have any questions of this witness.
Thank you. You can step down. Call your next witness, please.
Carly Blomquist.
Okay, I know a lot of people are like, yeah, we know about fingerprints, but do you know what? As I just typed to Bob, there are a lot of people out there who have a lot of misunderstandings about how they're lifted, where they can be lifted from. People think you can lift fingerprint from paper. Well, I mean, there are certain circumstances that can happen, but it is not as simple as they make it look on TV. It's not.
Good morning. Yeah, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Okay, you can have a seat. Can you state your name and spell it, please?
Carly Blomquist, CarliBlomquist.
Okay. Do we want her to adjust her microphone down a little bit? Can you just pull that down just a smidge? Yeah.
Is that better?
Yay! I get my
Can you tell me how you're employed?
Yeah, I'm an emergency room physician at Morside Charity Hospital.
All right. And can you tell the jury a little bit about your educational background and training?
Yeah, I went to undergrad pre-med at Emory University, graduated in 2005, and then I went to medical school at Medical College of Georgia, graduated in 2010, and then I went back to residency where I trained based out of Emory University at 5 different hospital sites, including Grady primarily, and then after that, so I finished that in 2013, and I've been a practicing ER physician since then at Morside Cherokee, so for a little over 10 years.
Okay. And in your
That is
practice
a great
as
question.
an emergency room
Yeah.
physician, what
Someone
does
could have
that
moved it.
mean?
So a lot of things. There's a variety of patients that I take
Exactly.
care of. I don't work at a level 1
Exactly.
trauma center anymore, but I trained at Grady, which was one. We do
There
get
was
occasional
allergy.
traumas, but we don't get the bigger traumas unless they're very, very critical and they have to come to us. But I take care of heart attacks and strokes and
Laying the
sepsis
foundation.
patients and occasional traumas, car accidents, and then basically patients that are, they lose their pulse on the way to a trauma center, so they have to come to us instead.
Okay. And you say on their way to a trauma center, Northside Cherokee ER is not a trauma center?
It's not.
Okay. And does that influence what types of patients are brought to you in like an emergency setting?
Yes. So if there is a serious trauma, then they should go to a trauma center if they can make it there. But if they can't make it there, they go to the nearest ER.
Okay.
But at Grady, which is where I trained primarily, I was there for 3 years. That's a level 1 trauma center. So I
Ain't
do have a
that
lot
the
of experience
truth?
with trauma patients.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I would tend to
Your
Dr.
mouth.
Blomquist as an expert.
That was
emergency
part of-
medicine. No objection?
So noted.
Guys, if Sarah Boone would have shut her mouth and she hadn't recorded it, I don't think she'd be in jail. And
I want to talk
would've
to you
been ruled
about
inactive.
December the 8th of 2020. Have you had an opportunity to review your records from your treatment of Hannah Nicole Driver?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember that incident, her coming into the ER?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember that independent from your records review?
Yes. I just reviewed the records yesterday for the first time, but I recalled before that.
Okay. And tell me, apart from your review of the records, what you recall in terms of your memory of responding to that incident.
So
get it?
I was an assisting
I don't get why
physician
they
on
do
that
that.
case. The primary physician is one of my colleagues I've worked with for 10 years, but I came into shift and there was a crowded room. So I jumped in to see how I could help. So I entered the room and I saw Hannah and they were securing the airway when I entered the room. And then I just jumped in to see where I could help basically in the resuscitation efforts. Her clothes were bloody. CPR was in progress. I could see stab wounds on the neck that were no longer bleeding. And there wasn't any apparent sign of life. Dr. Albinger had already secured one access in one of her legs. And so I did it in the other leg so we could have more access for medications. And unfortunately,
no hope.
after all the attempts that we tried to get her heart back beating, it was very clear that that wasn't going to happen. I performed the bedside cardiac ultrasound, which we do a lot of times during ACLS before we call it. And we could see that there was no cardiac activity. So then time of death was called.
Okay. You indicated when you entered the room that they were securing an airway. What does that mean?
Intubating, putting on the ventilator machine. So basically it's just a process that we do where we put an ET tube into the airway and connect it to the ventilator or bag them until we get life back basically, and then we'll connect it to the ventilator machine.
Okay. And you indicated
do
when you
everything
entered the room,
anyway.
you entered into a crowded room. How many people were working on Hannah?
I don't recall exactly how many people. I would guess around 10, but I don't really know.
Okay. And then you said Dr. Albinger had secured access through one of her legs. What does that mean?
Yeah, so from what I read in the documentation, they were unable to get any peripheral IVs en route. So they didn't have any access to her venous system in order to give the medications that we have to give to get the heart beating back, like IV fluids, epinephrine, bicarb, which is what she had received. So we have to have access somehow. So an emergency situation when we can't get access in the veins, which often happens when they don't have any blood, we get access into the bone. So there's a drill that we use in order to gain access into the bone of the leg. And then we can give medications or blood or fluids in that area.
Okay. And you indicated that sort of at what point after getting those access points, securing
Is
the
that going to be our
airway,
next poll?
at what point
Snitch
did
or
you
no
all
snitch?
shift to the cardiac ultrasound
No,
to
baby.
make decisions about whether to continue life-saving efforts or call a time of death?
I believe it was 1502 from the documentation, but I don't have it in front of me.
Okay. If I show you your record, would
That would be
help?
helpful,
Okay.
yeah.
May I approach? Yes.
I think that's when I placed the IO, but let me see.
So true. I used to work at a state hospital. All they had was the forensically insane and those who could not
Patient arrived to the ER at
go
1444.
to trial.
Looks like the patient was intubated at
Okay, bye,
1500, and that's around when I would have entered the room because I remember that.
I'm tired.
And then at 1502
too.
is when I placed the IO in the right knee,
And what is the IO?
of the interosseous
Reason of
fragment.
insanity and could not withstand
Okay,
trial.
you put that in her right knee, and you said Dr. Albinger had already put one in her left?
Correct.
Okay. And then what time was that?
That was at 1502, and then at 1509 is when I performed the ultrasound, and then at 1510 is when time of death was called.
Okay. And when you performed the ultrasound at 1509, what did you see?
But there was no cardiac activity, there was no fluid around the heart, basically no sign of life, no sign that the heart was pumping at all.
Was there any other medical intervention you all could have done at that point to preserve life?
Unfortunately, no. She had gotten multiple rounds of epi, she had gotten IV fluids, she had gotten bicarb, and it was clear that the wounds were no longer bleeding. She had lost a lot of blood.
What does that mean, that the wounds were no longer bleeding from a medical physician?
That means that she had basically exsanguinated already. Usually if you're doing compressions and there's still blood in the body, there's going to be blood coming out of the wound every time you do a compression. And that wasn't happening, which makes you think that she was...
Is the IO where they go into the bone?
You used the word empty.
I think.
Was that?
Her blood was gone.
Okay. All right. And what time did you all call her death?
1510.
Oh.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Yeah, I've never had, don't want, in that excruciatingly painful in an adult. I couldn't imagine doing that to a child.
Good morning.
But if the child is that
Prior to you
condition,
jumping in to assist all the other doctors and staff on that day, did you know anything about any of the backstory about how Hannah came to the hospital?
No.
Did you ever find anything
you
out?
better knock my
in the course
butt
of
out
your
before you
treatment
do
or
that.
after
I'll
the fact?
come off the table.
Afterwards, I had heard that her mom was at another hospital.
Objection, hearsay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Anything else with this witness?
No, Your Honor.
You can
I remember when they couldn't get an IV in my daughter's hand. I finally
Call your next witness.
told the lady to
please.
stop torturing my child. Go for the foot.
All right, we're gonna let you be in recess in the jury room. So
Yeah, children, I rather them do it to me. I rather them do it to me, but nothing we can do. It's tough. All right, let's keep going. I think we'll get through this in much quicker time.
Because it has nothing to do with this.
Okay.
Acquaintance
All right.
of the
And I'm not going
defendant.
to ask you anything else
This
about
is
that.
Mr.
So I want to know how.
Let me get the name again. Jason Spillers. He's an acquaintance of the defendant.
Because it has nothing to do with this.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And I'm not going to ask you anything else about that.
Okay.
So I want to.
Not in Cherokee County.
Trying to find out where he helped on. I sped too far. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Lawyer B. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome aboard. I appreciate you being here. And for all those who are new, if you subscribe between now and November 30th, you get one entry for a Starbucks tumbler, a seasonal one. And then if you become a member, you get 10 entries. So thank you so much for
Do you
joining.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I promise that I will be honest with you.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you have some opposition to swearing? Is that
Yes,
the
I do.
concern?
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome, Lawyer
Can you
B.
affirm that you will be honest and tell the truth today?
I just told you that I would be, and I will be. I will be completely honest and transparent in regards to the matter of which we're here today.
Okay.
And my experience with this
They are.
circumstance.
Okay, great. And can you state your full name?
Jason Allen Spillers.
It is
How old are you, Mr. Spillers?
horrible.
And you're wearing orange. Are you in custody at this time?
Not in Cherokee County.
Okay. Do you have pending charges somewhere else?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And does it have anything to do with this case?
Absolutely not.
And the only reason I'm asking you that is, have we made any kind of deals with you or discussed your charges with you in any way?
Actually, you made it very clear that you're uninterested in the charges that I have because it has nothing to do with this.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And I'm not going to ask you anything else about that.
Okay.
So I want to know how you know Benjamin Ben Michael.
I call him Z.
Okay.
And I call Chloe Alexis Driver Kawani. Those are
Alright.
the names of which they were introduced to me as.
Okay.
So just to relieve confusion for the court and for the jury, these are the names that I still call these people by.
Okay.
So I just want to make that very clear so there's no confusion. And maybe I just want to make that very clear. So Z, I met Z in April of 2020 through an associate. And we met because of an interest in trust law and using trusts to legally incorporate yourself to minimize risk of obstruction by the government, like in the forms of taxes and being able to hold your properties and assets in a trust and making them safer. And there's a whole lot to that. So, I mean, how much would you like for me to talk about that? That's just the nature of how I met him.
Okay, and that's great. And I'll just keep asking small questions till we get to all the information that we need.
Sure.
You said that you had the interest in the trust law, but how did you actually come to know him? How did you forge that connection? Did you meet him somewhere in particular?
What do you mean? Like
how did you come to know he exists?
Through Peggy Schindler.
Okay, so you met him through a mutual contact?
A mutual friend.
Okay.
Yes. I saw Peggy in Whole Foods.
Okay.
And she was telling me about the trust.
Okay.
But she perhaps doesn't have the vernacular or the capacity to explain it.
Mm-hmm.
And so Z does. So I spoke with Z, and and then Peggy gave me the trust, and I began a relationship with Z from there.
Okay. And you said that was April of 2020?
my Highland cow.
And so going forward for the rest of this questioning, I'm going to refer to Benjamin as Z.
That'd be great.
Okay,
Yeah, to
that will
avoid
help you.
confusion for everyone.
Okay.
Thank
and
you.
Chloe will refer to as Kuwani?
Kuwani, yes.
That's how you...
Kuwani, Ku'Ani.
By the way, all the new people,
And
please.
is that how you were introduced to them?
Yes.
Okay. And is that how you knew them through the entirety of your relationship and still with them? Okay. So in April of 2020, when you met Z,
Yes.
Was that an in-person meeting when you first encountered him?
Yeah, it was.
Okay. And where physically were you?
In a park. We met in a park in South Asheville.
Okay. In North Carolina?
In North Carolina, yes.
Was he living there or staying there at that time?
Yeah, he was staying with Peggy.
Okay. And when you met him, did you become aware of his relationship status?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did you learn about his relationship status?
That he has 4 wives, actually,
Okay.
and that he practices polygamy.
Okay.
Is that the question? Is that the answer you were looking
Yeah.
for?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at.
Sure.
At that time, were you in a relationship?
Yes, I was.
And did you exercise any type of polygamy?
No.
Okay. And so when you initially met him, did you come to know his wives?
Not initially, but we did later. I believe I met Kawani briefly in May, but we really spent some time together in late May.
Okay.
When I went down to Florida to visit them with the girl that I was with at the time.
Okay. So you had a girlfriend at the time?
So we can call her my girlfriend, but she was living with me. And I mean, I guess you could say that I have always believed in plurality as well, that men should have multiple women. But I was never in a committed, I mean, I was with Jen, she lived with me.
Okay.
And I took care of her. I provided her. She didn't work, so I provided her with food and shelter and safety and companionship and love. But it was never in our agreement that I wasn't allowed to see other women.
Okay.
So,
And as it relates to Z and his
So if it's
relationship,
not in the agreement,
who
it's okay.
were
So
his
we have
wives
to have
that
an
you
actual
came to know?
agreement.
so their given names on their birth certificates
Oh.
would be Chloe Alexis Driver, Jessica Lee Kafijian, and Sarah Stiles.
Okay.
But those women will be referred to as Kuwani and Anna, Gamliana, and Shalig, respectively, because those are their chosen Hebrew names.
Okay. Tell me about Jessica. You said, what did she go by as her chosen Hebrew?
Gamliana.
Gamliana?
Yes.
How do you spell that?
Gamiliana, I'm pretty sure. I'd have to look at it.
Okay.
Gamliana, yes.
And you all called her Gami?
Gami or Anna, she prefers now.
Okay.
Because she says that people have a hard time pronouncing Gami and they question her, so she goes by Anna now.
Gami or Anna. Okay.
Yes.
And is that a decision that she made to change that from Gami to Anna?
Yes.
Okay. Because
like I said, she says that when she introduces herself as Gami, people say, what? God. And so she just goes by Anna now.
Okay. And then Sarah is the legal name. What?
Shalig.
Shalig?
Shalig.
How do you spell it?
Sheilig. It's a Hebrew word.
Shalig?
Shalig. It's a
Okay.
Hebrew word. Yes.
All right. So when did you meet Kawani, Gami, and Shalig?
Like I say, I think I actually met Kawani and Gami in May before they left, like briefly at Peggy's house.
Before they left North Carolina?
They left North Carolina to go to Florida, but
Okay.
I can't remember. It seems like I did. So you're asking me, this is like 5 years ago almost. So, whether I met them before I went to Florida, I can't remember. It feels like I did, but that's kind of irrelevant because we went to Florida. Jennifer and I, this girl that I was with at the time, we went to Florida to visit them and stay with them.
All right. Do you know when that was that you went to Florida to visit and stay with Z? And
It was after Kwani's birthday, which is the 18th.
Okay. Tell me when Kawani's birthday is. 18th of what?
May.
Okay.
Always go to Discord.
So after May 18th of 2020, you and Michelle?
Jennifer.
Sorry, Jennifer.
Yes.
You and Jennifer went to Florida.
Yes, we did.
And did you stay with Z and Gami?
No, we stayed in our van.
You stayed in your van. Okay.
Yeah, but we spent all of our time with them though. Like they were staying in a motel at the time.
Okay.
In Nokomis Beach.
Where?
Nokomis Beach, Florida.
Where's that?
It's by Venice. It's like south of Sarasota.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you mentioned that when you first met them, they were in North Carolina, and then they went to Florida. They were staying in hotels. For the duration of your relationship with them, was that routine for them to kind of move around or travel or stay in different places?
Yeah, they were moving around a lot at the time.
Okay.
From what I understood, but they had been in, I can't recall what they were doing before that, but they stayed in Florida and then they went to Connecticut and they would stay in different places for like months at a time. I know that they stayed in Florida for months. After we left Florida, they stayed there for at least another month, I think.
Okay.
And they would stay in one place, like a singular location for a few months, and then they would go to the next location wherever they decided to go. I know that Kawani and Z had been in Myrtle Beach together for a pretty extended amount of time in Virginia Beach. That's where they met Gamliana. So they stayed in these places for extended periods of time.
Okay. So you're aware of Florida, North Carolina, Connecticut, Virginia.
Yes.
Anywhere else?
Gosh, I don't know.
Did they ever spend time in Tennessee?
I don't think any extended time. I don't know. I can't remember.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right.
So.
And so you indicated sometime in May of 2020, you went down to Florida and spent a lot of time with them?
Yes.
Okay.
We spent a week down there.
A week?
Yeah.
Was that the first time you saw Benjamin with all three of the women?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Yes.
And when you first met him and learned that he had three wives, sort of what was your thought process on that arrangement or situation?
I thought that was really interesting because, usually you only see that with like religious cults, like Mormonism. Even though, scripturally, even, old Jewish and Christian tradition promotes plurality. Like it's
Okay, I'm going to stop there. I have to say this ahead of time. I am a chaplain. And the reason why I'm called a chaplain is because a chaplain is not one faith. Well, I have my own personal faith, but I'm knowledgeable about many faiths. Sorry, my hearing aids are glitching. That's what was bothering me. I had a string. I am very well educated in many faiths, even if I don't agree with them. I don't agree with this guy, and that's fine, but I don't want anybody here to take what he has to say to heart or be personally offended. I don't want this to start a big rigmarole. People can believe what they believe. We do not do religion and politics here. I mean, I am okay with people sharing their belief and faiths. I personally will not get in the middle of that because everybody has a right to it. Does that make sense? What this guy's saying here, though, is not correct. And if anybody is of that faith, if I don't want you to be offended, I don't want to start a big fight. So understand, I do not agree with what he's saying. I don't agree with a lot of things. Let's try not to use the CULT words too much. I can use it, but if it gets overused, it could get me in a little bit of a problem. Yes, but understand, we all have the right to believe what we believe, but I'm not going to get in a personal debate about it. Okay. But I don't like, that's one thing about trials is people like him is they're making a blank comment about a group of people when in fact not everybody in that particular faith believes what he says they do. Does that make sense? I know it's the name of the book. It's cool. We're good. So just be forewarned. I'm going to change my banner. I probably should, because we don't always agree what's going to be said. So here we go. It's going to be hard for me to be quiet because I can get on my preaching soapbox.
promoted in scripture that men have multiple wives, like it's written about all through the Bible. But you don't really see it that much anymore, perhaps in Mormonism only. And I had spoken with Z extensively about what was happening.
I don't agree with what he said about the Bible either.
Like his wives in this situation. And I found it pretty interesting because he was providing care, all of the things that a man is supposed to provide for a woman. Like I said, and it was kind of like something that I was interested in because, you know, like I said with Jen, I provided Jen with food, a place to shelter. She didn't work. I provided her with companionship and love, and I listened to her and I was affectionate towards her, even though I was never in a committed relationship. But it's like the value of having a wife is profound, you know, like the value of having that intimacy that perhaps couldn't be achieved through a non-marital relationship. And so Z had basically taken what I found to be what I wanted in life was plurality, but also incorporating the deep intimacy of marriage with multiple women. And I thought that was highly interesting. And I was very curious to see how that played out and how that worked. And so was Jennifer. Honestly, you know, she's like, whoa, you know, like multiple wives, really? Wow. Like, you know, that's different. Like we should totally go hang out with him, you know? So we did. So we went to Florida. Sorry, I'm going to adjust myself.
You're fine.
My niece.
And you said you were kind of interested to see how it played out
Basically, like we're talking about like the social dynamic of a circumstance like that, which I think is really like where most people go with that. When they hear about polygamy, most individuals will question the social dynamic of such relationship. And how does that work? Like, what is the social dynamic between the women and the social dynamic between the women and the women and the men? I mean, you can see these types of shows. There's shows on television now that promote polygamy and
Like Sister Wives.
like Sister Wives. Yeah, exactly. And so it's kind of like to see a firsthand perspective of that, of somebody who's really living like that. I thought was highly interesting. I was very interested in what these women had to say and what they were about.
Okay.
So was Jennifer.
Tell me, you said you're interested to hear what the women had to say and what they
Yeah,
were
well, yeah, I was just curious how they interacted with each other.
Okay.
You know, so.
From May of 2020, when you said that you and Jennifer went to Florida and started spending time with them, how
That's
much
right.
time did you spend with Z and the 3 women from May until December of 2020?
Oh, well, there's a lot. I mean, so I went to go see them in May, and then I broke up with Jennifer. I broke it off with Jennifer over the summer. So she actually never saw them again.
Okay.
And then I stayed in Connecticut at Z's parents' house at the Joyce home in Connecticut in September for, I think I was there for about a little over 2 weeks.
Tell me about his parents. What do you know about them?
Oh, I love the Joyces. They're good. Mike Joyce is great, is a good man. You know, they're essentially, Michelle Joyce is they're very powerful people. Like even, they're like really intelligent. They're highly intelligent people, highly well-spoken about their traditions and values. And they're very warm and open and welcoming folks. Like,
Are they, his biological parents, still married?
yes.
Do you know what they do for a living?
Michelle sells real estate and Mike works at a factory.
Works at a factory?
Like a machine shop.
Okay. So you said you went to Connecticut and you stayed at his parents' house?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how much time did you spend at his parents' house?
Like I said, I was there for a little over 2 weeks, I think.
Okay. Was he there with the 3 women as well?
Kawani and Gamliana were staying there. And Shaylig was there sometimes, but her parents also live in Connecticut, so she was at her parents' some too.
Okay, so Shaylig's parents are from Connecticut as well?
Yeah, they live it's like 45 minutes down the road in Southbury.
Okay, so Gami and Kawani and Z and you spent time at his parents' house?
We sure did.
While Shaylig spent time with her family?
Yeah, I was sleeping in my van. Again, I had a van that I stayed in.
Okay.
And so I was sleeping in the driveway in the van.
And was it, from your observations, was it common for these women to go spend time with their families outside of their relationship with Z?
I mean, if they wanted to.
Okay.
I don't think, I didn't really get the feeling that Kawani or Gamliana were very, enthusiastic about going to spend time with their parents.
Okay.
And that they loved their
Yes,
husband
he
and
is.
stayed with him.
Okay. But Shaylig wanted to go see her family in Connecticut?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was just like a matter of convenience too, because they're all like staying at
will
the house
cross.
and, Shayla she went back and forth, so.
Did you ever meet the parents of Shaylig, Gami, or
I've met all these people.
Kawani?
I've met them all.
You met all of their parents?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Tell me the circumstances under which you went into their families' homes.
Let's see. I met Phil and Nancy Kafijian in October of 2020. I have actually stayed with Ben and Sharon Stiles at their home in Connecticut. I stayed there for the better part of a month.
At Shaylig's parents?
At Shaylig's parents, yes, I sure did. And I've met Eric and Renee Driver on several occasions. I met them for the first time in the summer of 2020. I met Kawani and Z and Eric and Renee Driver at a river in Tennessee, and we spent the day together. That was the first time I met
So
them.
Phil and Nancy Kafijian are
Jessica's parents.
Jessica or
Gamliana's
Gamliana's
I knew
parents.
that. We're gonna try to avoid this confusion.
Where do they live?
They live in Virginia Beach.
In Virginia Beach. Okay.
Yep.
And then
This
you
guy
said that
freaks
Shaylig's
me out a
parents
little
live
bit.
in Connecticut.
Yes, they do. in
And
Southbury.
do you know where Eric and Renee Driver, Kawani's parents live?
In Knoxville, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I've never been to their house,
Okay.
so.
All right.
But I know that she's from Jacksonville originally, but
Okay.
I think they moved
Okay.
to Knoxville.
Okay. And do you know what the order of the women coming into this marriage was? Like
Yes.
who was first?
Yeah, it
Okay.
was Kawani first.
Okay. Do you
And
know
then-
how long she had been with Z? Like as of 2020 when you met him, how long they've been together?
Gosh, I don't know the answer to that question. Years.
Okay.
Yeah.
And who came next?
Jessica Gamliana.
Okay. And how long had she been with him?
I think like Kawani and Z had been together since she was like right when she was 18. And then they met Gami a few months later.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. I don't know the answer to these questions
Okay.
exactly.
If you don't know, then
Yeah.
that's fine.
I'm
but
just
if you
like
do know,
telling you what I think it is.
Okay.
It's kind of like I haven't really considered that. I haven't, I'm sure I was told at some point, but I mean, golly,
and from your understanding, who was the last
That's
woman to kind of
the
enter?
concern I'm
Shayla.
having.
Shayla.
I want
And
to
when
know,
you met them, do you have any idea how long Shayla had been in a relationship with?
first of all, I want to know how her and her husband met, what age, what was going on, what's the history, because I'm suspecting there's more here that we don't know. Not loving his testimony. Yep.
I'm gonna guess like 6 months or something like that.
Okay, so pretty recent.
Yeah, within the year. It had been within a year.
Do you still have a relationship with Z?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and do you know whether Shaylig and Gami are still with him?
Yes, they are.
They are.
They are very much still with him.
Okay. All right. So when we were talking about the sort of the social dynamic of polygamy and sort of your interest in that when you met Z,
Yes.
what did you observe
Have you noticed
about
the men
sort of
who
his
can have
treatment of the women
multiple
or
wives,
their
and have
interaction
multiple
and
wives?
treatment toward him? Like what was that
I
from your
observed a
perspective?
very beautiful, healthy relationship.
But you never
Okay, what do you mean by that?
All like they would wake up every morning and talk about feelings, which I thought was really cute.
Talk
And
about feedings?
feelings.
Oh, feelings, okay.
Like they would wake up every morning, they would be in the hotel and Z would wake up with these girls and they'd all wake up and sit around and talk about feelings and how they felt that day and why they were feeling that way. And he would sit and be patient and kind and caring to them and treat them the way a wife should be treated, with compassion and patience and love. And even Jennifer and I, we both observed this.
We know that song.
Yeah, I was actually a little surprised at the amount, like the absence of like petty argument and jealousy, because you have to kind of expect that. That's what Jen said too. Like we were like, wow, this is really like they really have a healthy thing here, that they're all interacting with each other. They all share the same type of value for humanness, that like there's a real value here that you don't see in a lot of individuals. Like most people act solely in self-interest, and that's not what
Girls
you
at
saw
that age
with these
always do.
girls
I mean,
and their man. And it was really sweet, actually. Like Z was always he was being very kind to them, and they all got along. Like I didn't see, we stayed there for over a week in the van, and we didn't see any bickering, and we were with them all day, every day, like this whole time.
And that was the week you spent with them in Florida in May of 2020?
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
When you left Florida, I asked you sort of the broad question of how much time you spent with them between May of 2020 and December of 2020.
Sure.
But after that week in May, when did you later spend chunks of time with them and where?
Well, like I said, I met up with Z and Kawani and her parents at a river in Tennessee.
Do you know when that was?
Gosh, sometime in the summer of 2020. I actually cannot remember exactly when that was.
Okay.
And then I stayed with Z. I stayed in his parents' driveway for a few weeks in September. Then I went back home, and then I came to Virginia Beach in the middle of October, and I stayed there for about 3 weeks with Z and Kawani, and Gamliana too. Sarah Shalig was in Connecticut at that time with her parents.
Okay, so in October, you spent 3 weeks in Virginia. Shaylee was with her parents.
That's right.
And Kuwani and Gami and you and Z were together in Virginia?
That's right.
Okay. I want to get signed back into this computer. I want to show you, may I approach the witness? Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 84. Do you recognize who this person is?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's Gami.
Okay. Does this accurately reflect the person you know?
That
you're
is
referring to
that
as
is Jessica Kafijian Gamliana, who prefers to be called Anna now. And I told her the name change is a little difficult for me.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'm going to tender State's 84.
Good.
State's 84 is admitted.
Permission to publish?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so this is Gami.
That is Jessica Kafijian Gamliana.
Okay.
Read the banner below. The owner of Ollie Tea finally got it launched. Yay. Where you guys can get 10% off any order anytime by using code ADAK10. I have it scrolling. So this is awesome. It's awesome. So I know some of you have already ordered, and what I'll do is if you've already ordered, and I'll send you a little gift if you'd like to supplement that. I am so sorry, but this is a fabulous tea, y'all. They have so many different flavors, and it's all natural. There's no preservatives. It is organic. And do you know what I love? It is a woman, veteran-owned company. She's a solo practitioner. She, in the sense of the company, not medical. She does all the work herself, and she has fought for our country. And I absolutely love supporting military because I'm a military brat, and I love supporting women. So y'all, go get your tea. It really does make good Christmas gifts. I mean, you can't go wrong. Okay, back. Sorry. I'm just excited. Now you can order and get a discount.
Do you know how old she is compared to Kuwani?
Jessica's birthday is June 3rd, 1988.
June 3rd, 1988.
That's right.
Okay, so she's older. And this is State's Exhibit 85. Do you know who this is?
Yeah, that's Shaylee. That's Sarah Stiles.
Okay.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would tender State's 85.
Yeah,
It's
I agree
admitted.
with her.
And this is, how old is she?
Shaylee was born February the 8th, 1997.
February 8th, 1997.
We support our military brides. I
How
always
do you know all these women's birthdays? Is that something that's
I have a
important?
partially photogenic memory.
Okay. Would that be information that you seek out about people that you care about, or that
No,
you?
I don't even try to remember.
Okay, you just remember it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the nature of my mind.
Are these two pictures the scene that you remember of December the 8th of 2020, being at that residence?
Oh my gosh, that is the inside of Jerry's house, isn't it? Wow. Yeah, I don't know the inside. I was gonna say, because I see the picture of Shaylee there, and I'm like, wow, that's really messy. Like, because they never kept a messy place, but Jerry does.
Okay.
So I see that there. That is the intent, because like you see all the dirt and like just like it's kind of nasty looking. I was just like, where was this picture taken? Like, because they do not keep an unclean house like that.
Okay.
You know, so, but Jerry definitely does. Jerry's kind of a slob, self-admittedly on his part. So I'm not trying to,
Okay.
he'll admit that.
All
so.
right. Tell me a little bit about that. You said that they keep a clean environment. In terms of sort of the dynamics of the group when you were with them, did they have any viewpoints about like diet or like health in terms of?
Oh yes, very much. That's like a part of the way that they live, and it's part of the way that I live too.
Okay. And what were sort of were you all like-minded in that way?
Yes, very much. And that's one of the things that that I liked about Z immediately, was that the way that he cared for himself and the way that he cared for his women.
What do you mean by that?
First of all, like there's like a standard of purity. You know, I've been on and off vegetarian for most of my life. I met them and they're vegans.
Okay.
They eat no processed sugar. They eat extremely healthy, like no vegan. And the reason why they don't eat animal products is because of the inhumane treatment of animals. You know, so it's like, it's viewed as like an innocent life. So you have an innocent life in this animal, and Z feels that, you know, we are not entitled to take that life. And that was actually something that I picked up from Z, because before I had just been a vegetarian for my own health purposes. But then he told me about his reasoning for veganism, and I agree with him. You know, it's like one of the things that, you know, I met Z when I went down to visit them in Florida. I hadn't been a vegetarian for a very long time, like 2 years. It had been 2 years that I've been on a meat eating diet. And I got back around them, and I was influenced in a positive way, I would say, by being around them and being around their health again. And so I immediately went back to vegetarianism, and I've been a vegetarian ever since. Okay. Back to my routine. And Jen did it with me too, for the remaining time that she was with me.
All right.
We immediately switched back to vegetarianism.
Was everybody during the time you spent with him between May of 2020 and beyond, was everybody a strict vegan?
Yes.
Okay.
And they also used like no drugs or alcohol whatsoever.
Okay. What was the reason for that?
Because it's like toxic.
Okay.
And because it's like it dilutes your mind and your ability to process and be your most pure and able self.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were there any viewpoints surrounding like water, or what kind of water they could consume?
What do you mean?
Just did they have any rules about what water they drank?
I don't know that I can speak to that specifically. Okay. I mean, I know that, but I will say that reverse osmosis water, I know that Z drinks reverse osmosis water, and so do I. Okay. I've been filtering my water reverse osmosis for the past 20 years.
Okay.
Because, you know, you'd like to get there's a lot of particulates in the water, especially, you know, you get the water out of the sink, out of the tap here, it's full of chemicals and fluoride and chlorine and things that are heavy metals that are unhealthy for your brain and body.
Okay.
That should really be avoided at all costs by everyone. But like I say, very few individuals take the time to care for themselves at this like level of impeccability. And so that's something that I respected about them very much and attracted me to become closer and better friends with them.
Okay. From your perspective, was the observation of these practices something that was inherent in them, or something that required discipline from them?
No, definitely not. Like Kawani was the one who was like giving me a hard time about eating meat when I was in. She's the one who's like, you know, she's like, you just don't care about the animals, do you? And I'm like, she's like, maybe you're just an asshole. And I was like, maybe
she said maybe you were just an asshole?
Yeah.
Okay, and you're talking about
Kawani, the woman who's sitting right there.
Okay.
And I said, maybe I am, you know, and maybe I should stop eating meat because of this reason, not for my own health purposes.
Okay.
You know, because of the taking of life, and because, you know, it's better to live that way. Mm-hmm. And so I was like, maybe you're right, young lady. you know, like
I know
see where you're coming from.
crap, Mom,
And
but
so I actually
yeah.
went back to vegetarianism.
I appreciate you
Then.
leaving your DNA.
Was she expressive
We
in
love you.
communicating about sort of her belief system of subscribing to these practices?
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not like it was like forced.
Okay.
You know, it's like it's pretty logical, really. You know,
Okay.
it's like, and it's like I mean, it makes sense. It's like this is impeccability. This is taking care of yourself in the highest regard. This is eliminating toxic waste from your body. This is living a life that's clean and pure without drugs and alcohol of any type, including caffeine.
Okay.
You know, no nicotine, no alcohol of any type. They don't drink at all.
Okay.
You know, so it's like it's really rare to find that level of commitment of care to yourself. And all of these girls were just on board with it.
I want
You
to
know,
say
they were
something,
like,
but it would
of
get
course they are,
kicked
because it
off
makes
of
sense
you
and
too.
you feel better and you feel healthier and you're like, you know,
You ain't
representing
living a pure
something that
lifestyle, honey.
is
You one area.
separate from the regular world of toxicity and negligence to one's own well-being.
Okay. You mentioned that during I've used kind of December of 2020 as like a date just because of the incident that we're here for, but
Yeah, we'll get there.
how long did you spend time with the group even beyond that date?
Oh gosh, I'm still friends with Z now. I was in Shayla's parents' house for a month in March of earlier this year. Like,
Okay.
you
So
know,
for the last 4 years,
I've
you've
been-
maintained constant communication and contact
most
and friendship
definitely,
with them? Okay.
most definitely, and we've all been very hurt by this, and we've, you know,
It's all
worked
natural.
through this together and as the best we can.
All right.
You know.
So you mentioned that they didn't consume any drugs or alcohol. Are you referring to sort of illicit drugs or just all drugs? What do you mean by the term drugs?
Anything that is psychotropic in nature.
Okay.
Anything that's like no pharmaceuticals, no alcohol, no drugs of any kind.
Okay.
What do you mean? What drugs are there?
I guess what I'm going to get into is sort of like modern medicine or treatment of ailments or like healing practices. Like, did they have sort of didn't adopt the traditional worldview of like the exercise of medicine?
Bothering.
Yeah, none of these girls really had very many ailments.
Okay.
So, you know, I know, but you mean like ibuprofen?
Sure.
Definitely not.
Okay.
Yeah. I prescribe to these systems myself. Like I don't take those kinds of drugs either.
All right. And was the whole group sort of like-minded in that way?
They're all for it. Yeah.
Okay.
100%.
So were there sort of healing practices or things that you all did for your bodies that were not traditional?
I mean, like what?
Like drinking your own urine?
Sure.
Okay.
I've been drinking my urine daily for 4 years.
Okay. And can you tell me, like, obviously that's not traditional in a broad.
Well, it was in the past.
Oh, I didn't just hear that. Oh my gosh. Oh, Dr. Bullbutter, that is not a good thing, is it? Oh. Oh, yes. Oh. 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 Never drank my own urine. Did I have a male child baby explode yellow liquid on my face once, and that in and of itself was disgusting. Love the child still, but didn't get in. I'm getting ready to eat dinner. Oh my God.
Past when people understood their bodies. Now we've become so deranged and deluded and essentially live in a psychotic society of mental illness and addiction to pharmaceuticals and alcohol and toxic food that we have become so diluted and separate from what it means to be healthy on the deepest and most fundamental cellular levels that we would, describe an attempt
Yeah,
to achieve homeostasis in the body.
want to explain what that is for people who don't know.
Yeah, so urine therapy is non-traditional in today's
I've worked-
modern terms of, our deranged society, toxic society. But it's actually written about by medical doctors. It's written about by people all over the world. There's if you go online and look up urine therapy, there's 15 books available written by allopathic medicine doctors, homeopathic medicine doctors, written by shamans and gurus from the East.
Just because something is written about does not make it healthy or correct, dude. So I tell you what, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to write a book, The Benefits of Holding Your Arms Up Like This for the rest of your life. The benefits of standing like this forever. Okay? And you're going to believe it? Mega pint? I need a mega pint? Yeah, I don't. Okay. Oh. Yeah, me too.
Written about by regular everyday people who have healed themselves, who claim to have healed themselves of things such as cancer by drinking their urine. And it tells all about.
I'm going to say this, and I don't like the insanity defense. I think that it's used in wrong 99% of the time. But I will say this: if she is 20 years old when she did this with the 11, 13-month-old baby. So he got his hands on her late 17, early 18. And if this is what she was indoctrinated with, she might have a good case, y'all. There comes a point to where if this is the kind of stuff she was forced to do and brainwashed and poor baby. I'm having a little bit of sympathy moment for her because I don't care what they say. Just because 18 is a legal adulthood does not mean mentally that you are capable of defending yourselves against people like this. No, this is a friend, I believe, isn't it? It's an acquaintance. This is not the baby daddy.
You want to do your research, urine is from the word orin, meaning light.
It's horrible.
And basically it's like when you go to an oncologist,
break it off of us,
and they take a urine sample instead of a blood sample, that's because the urine is more telling of the malfunctions in your body. And so allopathic, homeopathic, and people from all types of different natures write about, the photonic realignment of your DNA through urine therapy. Yes. So urine has discarded nutrients in it, but those nutrients have passed through your kidney and bladder and are now contained within orin, the light production of your body. And it needs to be understood, and this is just very common programming in the world, that urine is waste, and it's literally an antiseptic. It's the opposite of waste. Your stool is your waste. Your urine is an antiseptic. It's a true sterilant, and it's antibacterial. That's why Boy Scouts 101, when you have an injury or you have a snake bite or a jellyfish sting or something like that, and you use your urine.
I've heard about urinating in the shower for foot fungus and jellyfish, but it doesn't mean there's something called old wives' tales. Okay. And they have a lot of women who are pregnant get a lot of that stuff thrown at them, but it doesn't make it correct. So you're telling me if I get a cut in my leg, you want me to urinate on my cut? This is going to have to be demonetized, Joe.
Urine to sterilize and to act as an antiseptic and act as an antibacterial immediately on open wounds in the flesh. So you could think about this as the same type of thing is happening inside of your body. We're talking about antibacterial.
I'm rubbing my eyebrows off, y'all.
how long have you been engaging in that practice as like a,
Gosh,
do you consider it a healing practice or like a health routine?
well, to me, it was a healing practice at first. And I would say that the first year, it took me probably like 6 months to a year. But actually, I would say maybe a little less than that.
The only time I would ever consider drinking that if I was stranded in the desert. But you're right, Haley Mouse. This is where it's important. Toxic ammonia. Nope.
I think for some individuals, they would probably, that would be a healing practice for at least a year. But I was considerably healthier and more fit than the average individual.
Okay.
Like I said, I've been filtering my water, all the fluoride and chlorine out of my water for like 20 years since I was in high school.
Okay.
Like I started these practices very young. I just realized that, it's like, would you like to have toxic waste and heavy metals in your water, or should we filter these out? I mean, it doesn't really take a genius to figure this out. Like, we should be taking these steps to heal ourselves and and not only heal ourselves, but as a health practice. So I'd say, like, for the average individual, I think their first year of urine therapy would be more of like a healing, but I use it to maintain my body still to this day.
And did you start urine therapy practice before you met Z?
No, actually, but I didn't learn about it from Z. I learned about it from Peggy.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I started drinking my urine, and after about a month, I was, Z never even mentioned that.
Okay.
But after I had been drinking my urine for about a month or something, I was like mentioning it to Z, and he's like, oh yeah. He's like, yeah, we do that too.
Okay.
So I actually know a couple dozen individuals who drink their urine regularly.
A couple dozen. Okay.
Yeah, sure do.
And as far as Z and
Make
Kuwani
it
and
right.
Shelig and Gami, did they all participate in urine therapy also?
As far as I know.
Okay. Did you ever know of anybody be forced to participate in that practice?
No, I didn't, actually. All the individuals that I've met, or it's kind of like one of those things. It's like, oh, I didn't even know about that. Like I didn't know until Peggy told me.
Mm-hmm.
And then I started doing my research online, and it turns out there's a lot more people that do it. Like there's this guy who I really respect online. His name's Troy Casey. He's a certified health nut. He's like an influencer on Instagram. And so he and like several other individuals, they really promote like urine therapy. They do it all the time. So it's like, it's a little more mainstream than, you would think. And unless you know about it, and then you hear about it, and it's like, oh, this is a lot more mainstream than I thought.
At what point would people you help?
You already kind of just spoke.
So you're telling me you saw it on TikTok? Okay, so if I tell you to go on TikTok and get a car battery and put it one bracket on each side of your tongue, you're going to do it. It's healthy to get electrocuted. And those people on those channels telling people to do this crap, and if somebody gets extremely sick and dies from it, they can be sued. This is, stupid is a stupid.
About the sort of group's collective views on medicine or traditional medicine.
Sure.
Were there any other types of healing practices to either like center themselves or strengthen their mind or their body that you were aware of?
Gosh, I mean, I personally use all kinds of, like, I use Rife machines. I've watched people have miraculous healings from Rife machines.
And what is that?
A Rife machine is a frequency generator developed by Royal Raymond Rife in the early 1930s at the University of San Diego, Southern California. And this man found that, and you can do your research on this, anybody who's interested. This man found that when exposed to certain that everything has a frequency and vibration.
Okay,
because that's the nature of reality. It's just an atomic structure. And so to understand the fundamentals of science, which we're all taught in school, but it just doesn't seem to sink in to a lot of people. That everything that we're experiencing right now, the air is mostly nitrogen, and the matter's it's mostly carbon. So we have a atomic pixelated holograph reality, and things have been written about from, the 1927
so
Slovak
real.
Convention in
I'm
Physics
not sure I'm
and
gonna bring
beyond,
it.
even
Yeah.
to Michael Talbot and Carl Sagan, who write about
This
the
guy.
nature of reality. And so everything has a frequency and vibration, including illnesses inside of the body. And so this man, Royal Raymond Rife, was able to find that these illnesses, specifically tumors and things like MS and certain other illnesses, have a certain vibrational frequency. And when exposed to certain frequencies, now we're talking about particles and waves, which is, another foundational cornerstone of science, of the understanding of science, quantum physics, and reality. When you have the particulate matter of a tumor inside of your body, it may be exposed to the wavelengths of certain frequency vibrations, and it destroys tumors. I've watched some pretty miraculous healings. People being on their deathbed to walking around cancer-free.
Were those things that?
No, that's just me.
Okay.
I'm just introducing this to the world here right now.
Let me ask you about, and I mean, I've got to just keep
But
it.
Z knows about frequency Z knows about Rife machines too.
Okay.
So I'm just curious, like which ones?
Let me ask a more direct question.
Yeah, please.
Are you aware of them using any type of sensory deprivation or dark therapy?
Dark therapy, yeah, from the teachings of Montauk Chia.
Okay. Can you
Absolutely.
tell me about that?
Okay, so I did dark therapy in September of 2020. I actually did it after I left Connecticut. I had like a small bungalow style house, and so I taped off the bedroom and the bathroom, and I blacked out all the windows, and I retreated into into a meditative place for 432 hours.
Okay. And was meditation or sensory deprivation or dark therapy, was that something that Z and the three women also subscribed to and participated in?
Z did dark therapy like 10 years ago.
Okay.
He did dark therapy, but at the time when I met them, none of the women had done dark therapy.
Okay.
Gamliana was the first one to do it, and she did it for 2 weeks at my house in November of 2020.
Okay.
She was the only one to have done that at that point.
What brought about her doing that? Did she want to do that, or was she made to do that?
No, definitely not.
Okay.
Z never made them do anything like that.
Okay.
I mean, it's like they volunteered because they're interested in the same type of achievement. I know Shayla did the dark therapy for a very long time.
Okay.
She went into the dark for like 2 months.
Okay.
Yeah, and she's will speak highly of it, but she was seeking that. She was seeking. I mean, Z didn't say go be in the dark. It's like that's not the thing.
And in practice of dark therapy or sensory deprivation, do you come out of it whenever you feel ready, or is it something that like you're locked in even if you don't want to do it?
No, what you're asking is like a personal question about the individual who's embarking on their quest for enlightenment. So
This is one of
you're
the
asking me to
tumblers.
speak to the nature of another individual's personal. I set a time. I was like, I'm going in for 432 hours, and when that time was up, I came out.
Okay. And from your observations of the rest of the group, was that person?
Did he say 432 hours? I got to hear that.
Asking me to, speak to the nature of another individual's personal. I set a time. I was like, I'm going in for 432 hours, and when that time was up, I came out.
Okay. And from your observations of the rest of the group, was that personal to them? Did they make choices about whether they wanted to do it and how long they wanted to do it?
Sure.
Okay.
But it was also, the kind of, it's like, as I was raised in my household, and I know that this culture and society in the modern world has deviated a long way from traditional practice, but my father is the head of my house growing up, not my mother.
Okay.
Like we lived in a house where my dad set a standard, and that's what we lived by, and my mom was a wife, that, lived that, her dad, like it's a patriarchal household,
So
and my mom was never oppressed, just like these girls were never oppressed.
So you
know?
subscribed in that way to more traditional gender roles.
Yeah, more
Okay.
traditional gender roles where the man is the head of the household.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
And Z is the head of his house.
Is that biblically based or what?
No, it's psychologically sound.
Okay.
It's like, men are better leaders.
Are you shitting me? Yes, I said it. Here he has been more biblically based all this time. Natural. Men can have many wives. It's all over the Bible that men have multiple wives. And it does say in the Bible that the husband is the head of the household. The woman is, and I, I'm trying to not say it. And now you turn around and say, no, it's psychologically. What? I'm really okay, guys. I gotta do this. Where is it? Where is it?
Bruh. Bruh.
I'm gonna start using my sound effects with this guy. It would be so appropriate.
They're better decision makers. They can regulate their emotions in a way that women cannot. And they're just, they're better leaders.
Did you ever
So-
see that manifest itself in the mistreatment of
Absolutely not.
Shaylig, Gami?
I've already told
Rwani?
you how sweet and kind he was to these women. But also at the same time, he sets a standard. If they wanted to go do drugs and alcohol, then leave. That was the thing. It's like they all lived this life with him by choice. This was not, you have to live. It's like, if you don't want to do this, if you don't want to live your life, and this is the way that I live my life now, and every woman that I've had in my life, in my entire life, has been this way. And the way that I live my life right now, when I'm free again, which shouldn't be too long, I will be, and any women that come into my life now will live the way that I live. We will be clean vegans. We will not use drugs and alcohol in any way. You will be treated with care and respect and love and kindness and listened to. I will appreciate and respect your feelings, just as Z was doing with his wives, just as I've always done with the women in my life. But when it comes to crucial decision making and setting the standard for the household, I am the head of the household.
Okay.
It's pretty simple.
And you said, if any of these women wanted to use drugs or alcohol, they could leave.
They could leave at any time.
Did you ever have any perception that they were not free to leave?
Absolutely not.
Okay. All right. I want to talk to you about, now you said that you spent about 3 weeks in Virginia in October of 2020. And that was with Gami's parents?
October of 2020. No, we stayed in an Airbnb.
Oh, an
Virginia
Airbnb
Beach.
in
Yeah,
Virginia?
that's
Okay.
right.
What was the reason for that location?
Oh, it's where Gami's from.
Okay.
And it's a beautiful area.
Okay.
So,
And
These are
then
ones that we
after
need to
October
mark
of
up.
2020, when you spent 3 weeks with them,
Women, guard your daughters.
what time did you spend with them after October?
gosh, we were together pretty much all the time from
Okay.
that point on.
How did you all spend your days? Did you all work, or what was the dynamic?
I worked some, at that time. Background in personal fitness training,
Okay.
yoga instruction, private yoga instruction, and I'm not a certified nutritionist, but I offer my opinion on nutrition and health. And I work privately in these areas. And like I say, all of my financial partakings and everything is private through my trust.
Okay.
So
Trust? How do you get a
And
trust?
what about Z and the 3 women? How would you all spend your day to day? What would you do during the day?
gosh, most of this time from October 4th was caring for Kawani. honestly, and trying to help her find her way back to a place of sanity. Right? I mean, we use these terms insane. I know that these have psychological terms, and I know that these have legal terms.
I'm sorry,
And so I
you're
don't mean
not
to
being
like
qualified
in my own
as an
ignorance
expert.
to what is happening here. I mean, I may need you to educate me on which words are acceptable to use and which words are not. But I would say at this point in time, most of the time that we spent together was, trying to help, to assist and do correct by Kawani to try to help her with the mental health, the severe mental health issues that she was suffering from.
Okay.
At the hands of you guys and the husband, I'm sure. Y'all, this is a sleeper case. I'm surprised we don't have more people following it. It's a hard case, but it's
So tell me in terms of timeline, you said that you, in October of 2020, that you spent 3 weeks in Virginia.
Yes.
And then where did y'all go after you left Virginia?
Back to Asheville, North Carolina.
And why Asheville?
That's where I live. That's where Peggy lives.
It's mind blowing.
And it's another beautiful area.
Okay. And
Why is it not showing
where
up?
did you all stay in Asheville?
I let them stay at my house
Okay.
in
So,
Candler,
all right.
41 Oakdale.
Okay.
And I let them stay there, and I stayed either in my van in the driveway, or at my parents'. Back and forth.
Somebody just texted me, Ada, explain to me why nobody's objecting. Because the more he talks, the crazier it gets, and it helps her.
Stay with my sister a little bit, but I didn't mind to open up my home to them at all. I let them stay there.
We've talked a lot about the three women and Z. During the entire time you knew them, was Hannah a part of that?
Yeah, she was there. She was there all the time. She was always around.
As a victim at the
there was never any point in time where Nimsi, as I will refer to her, there was never a point in time where Nimsi wasn't around.
Was Nimsi her Hebrew name that was
Yes.
given? Okay. My first witness. Do you recognize what's depicted in state 36?
Has anybody heard when she and her husband first met, and how quickly they got married, and how quickly she had baby? Because she did this at the age of 20. I think the baby was 13 months. So that puts her definitely at the age of 18 when she got pregnant. I know. He's like, what the fudge? And she's all like, I think she was 17 when they went. She had to have been, okay. As much as I hate what she did, I don't agree with it. It is deplorable. It's the worst thing a mother can do to a child. But at the same time, she was a child. Just because you say that your legal age does not mean mentally you are. And this poor girl, oh my gosh, my heart goes out to her.
Yeah, that's her.
Okay. Is this the child that you spent time around?
Yeah.
Okay. Published dates 86. And you said that she was always around.
Yeah, she was.
How did they manage the care of Nimsi? Was everybody involved in that, or was it?
I would say it was more predominantly Kawani,
Okay.
but the other girls definitely were there to support, and Z definitely was there to support.
Okay, we have tissues there if you need them.
Yeah.
So, all these periods of time where you talked about weeks at a time spending with him and the women, was Nimsi a part of that too?
100%.
Okay.
That's my little friend right there. We grew a pretty significant bond together.
Okay. What do you mean by that? What was your relationship with her like?
I mean, she's like like I say, she was my friend. You know, she would always wave and smile at me, and she would come to me and like allow me to hold her, you know, and she wasn't always like that with everyone.
Okay.
We were definitely, I was definitely pretty close with that baby, and all of the individuals in the group recognized that particularly the baby would go to me. But a lot of babies are like that. I'm like that with a lot of babies.
Okay.
Like, you know, I come from a large family. My dad has 5 siblings and my
This
mother
is
has
getting
4.
creepier, y'all.
They all have children. All my aunts and uncles have children. So my dad's oldest brother. And so, you know, I'm the oldest on my mom's side. I have like 11 cousins, you know, and some of them, some of those cousins have kids now, you know, and I've held dozens of babies and been around, you know, family, and I've spent a lot of time. I've held a lot of babies, you know, and interacted with a lot of babies.
That was a little creepy, dude.
She was really, she was a really bright light and a special child, and we got along. Yeah, she was. I cared deeply, as I still do, obviously.
Let me go back. You mentioned a minute ago that, you know, in terms of the terminology of mentally ill or insane, and you said, you know, you're going to have to shoot me straight on that. What I want to talk to you about is just observations. I don't,
Yeah, okay.
I don't need
that
you
we
to
can
put,
do. I
yeah,
mean,
I don't need you to put labels on anything. Or,
awesome. Well,
or,
if you find me some, you know, I'm just speaking freely now, you know, so there may be
This
points
is
in
court.
times
You
where,
shouldn't be
you know,
speaking
words
freely.
come where I use words to describe the state, Kwani state, mentally impaired, insane. Like, I mean, I only
You are
erratic,
not the expert.
manic behavior. You know, I'm using these words because I don't know what other words to use.
Okay.
And so, if you
Because
would like
that's an
to
expert's
direct
job,
me
not
in
your
another
job.
way, I may, you know, I will use the words that you would like for me to use.
No.
So,
Objection, Your
let
Honor.
me ask you a
Objection,
pointed
Your
question.
Honor. Objection.
In terms of, do you think collectively as the
I
group that you
can't
all
believe
maybe
I'm
had
gonna
some
do it.
untraditional worldviews?
I can't believe I'm going to do
Or
it.
not subscribed to by the masses?
Not subscribed to by the masses. Yes, I'll take that compliment.
Okay. And I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm just trying to get to the root of it.
I'll take that
And
compliment, like I said.
the purpose of my question is I want to.
Whoa. Whoa.
I'm using these words.
Whoa. I have to. I am fuming. If you are light sensitive in 3, and you can look up when it stops. Music stops in 3, 2, 1. I call bullshit. I am so pissed. You're not a freaking expert. You're not there to qualify her nothing. You are an inmate in a jail or prison. You drink your own urine. For crying out loud. You are a freaking nut job. And you think you have the right to qualify somebody insane? I think you're the insane one who implemented and who would force this on this poor girl. You a-hole. My friend Mary, we're going to have dinner with her, and she brought me a drink, and she goes, "You actually speaking to someone?" And I went, "Mayor." A hard time. I want to hear this
words because I don't know what other words to use.
Okay.
And so, if you would like to direct me in another way, I may, you know, I will use the words that you would like for me to use.
Objection, Your Honor.
So,
Let me ask you a pointed question. In terms of, do you think collectively as the group that you all maybe had some untraditional worldviews? Or not subscribed to by the masses, I'll say.
not subscribed to by the masses. Yes, I'll take that compliment.
Okay. And I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm just trying
No,
to get to the root of it.
I'll take that
And
compliment, like I said.
the purpose of my question is I want to establish with you, and I will do it through questioning, the difference between an independent delusion that Kuwani might have been having versus belief systems that you all adopted that maybe are a departure from the masses.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I find that to be rather irrelevant.
What? She was given THC. Oh, she's a victim. Why isn't the father up on trial? I mean, the father of the child, her husband. What? Oh.
To the
This is when I
whole
get mad at
thing
just
because,
victim.
you know,
One
we're talking
just
about a
after her.
woman. And so here's the
This
thing.
is
I'm going to lay it down for you
living
like
and
this.
she's a victim
When we went to
too.
Florida, me and Jennifer, we had like a, you know, a real curiosity about this. And we're like, you know, what kind of strangeness is this? Like, you know, I met Z. I think, like I said, I feel like I had met the wives like briefly at Peggy's house, but only for a minute. And I can't remember if that's how it was or not, or if I didn't actually meet them until Florida. But I feel like
I don't mean to be disrespectful or
Yes,
interrupt
ma'am.
you, but we have to have whatever your responses are be in response to my question.
Okay, very good.
Maybe
I
can't see
let me
that
just
capital
ask a
B,
narrow
capital
question.
E.
Very good.
In
Elsa,
terms of
number
the
8,
belief systems or the
mine,
things that you may have discussed
just
amongst
a straight.
the group, was there any type of belief that the world is fake or things are not real around?
Not real.
Mhm.
Hello,
Well,
Wolver.
define real.
Okay. Do
He
you
is
recall having discussions
friend
or the group subscribing to some type of a belief that?
No, I asked you a question.
Okay.
I asked you to, or I made it as a statement. Define real.
Okay. Was there any
Bonnie, this is
belief
cray-cray.
system amongst
He's
your group
drinking
that,
urine
like,
and
there is
advertising
an
it.
alternate reality, or that what we're perceiving or living is not
So
actually what we're perceiving or living?
So I'm going to answer that with facts.
Okay.
Okay. And we're going to go back to what I was
Give
talking
us
about
your
before.
facts.
That it is fact that atoms, ATOMS, exist. And that atoms are in it mostly just empty space. Okay. And so they are colliding particles that form a visual and materialistic reality that we experience right now. Now, if we are to
Hey, babe. Hey,
define
Bonnie.
what is real, I mean, then you are to define what is real by your senses, because these fundamental understandings of factual reality are understood by, you know, intellectuals all over the world. Now, whether the common ignorant masses can put them into practical application for their own life and their own ability to strive to understand and comprehend
Feeling.
themselves and see reality
If I was her mother,
as it
I'd be
is.
going bad crazy.
I mean, I live amongst the inept, but to describe something that is mostly empty space as real is scientifically, logically, and factually repugnant.
Okay.
So real would mean that we have our senses and we are connected to these bodies. And like many tens, hundreds of millions of individuals around the world, I hypothesize.
If I was
and
a
would call it
prosecution,
to
I would not be
my
putting this guy up on the stand
belief
who's
that
helping the defense beyond all
that
measure.
we all have souls.
I think this
that
girl
there is a
should be
soul,
found guilty by
that there is
reason
an
of insanity,
energetic
put in a hospital, and be rehabbed.
manifestation that is participating in this reality in a body. So there's something greater. There is something greater.
Okay, we're having a T period H period C period conversation here. Let's just say this. I accidentally got a hold of a gummy and I found out that I'm allergic to it, and it almost ended me. So it is not necessarily safe for everybody. And yeah. Oh, yeah, it is not safe
To
for
answer your
everybody.
question directly,
I had to
there
call
is a
off an ambulance out of a restaurant.
there is something greater happening here than what the inept can perceive or choose to perceive.
Okay. And did Z and Kuwani and Gami and Shaylik, did they all sort of share that view? Are those things that you all discussed?
Well, this intellectualism was shared by myself and Z for sure. Like we
Okay.
talked about this immediately.
Okay.
But like I say, I mean, this
Here.
I know several individuals
I
who
didn't-
are able to keep up with these like types of conversations.
So when they told my son, your mother is having an allergic reaction to some THC, that she somehow got her hands on a gummy, I didn't know it was a naughty gummy. And he goes, so she's high? And they said, no, she doesn't even get the pleasure of a high. I thought it was, it felt like having a stroke. I kid you not. I know what one feels like. And then it found out a little later after going through more medical testing I did. So, y'all, it can be very dangerous to people. You don't know the first time you take it whether or not it's safe for you or not. It's really not as, so I'm not going to judge people who use it per se, because that's on you. But I will say that someone in her age and state and the way they're behaving, I think it's bad. So I can't take anything that has any of that. But that definitely makes me question too there. I'm not a doctor, but I could think that if the blood levels are off and you've got all this stuff going on, it messes with you. But I I I didn't even get that. I couldn't talk, couldn't move my half of my body, couldn't move. It was hell.
And
They called me out of a
comprehensions
restaurant
of
bathroom.
Did you all
So-
believe that,
Hungering.
that you had some
The
type of
hospital
broader
so bad.
consciousness, or I
The
don't know
blood
if I'm
pressure was
using the right
I think
term.
that everyone has the potential to have a broader consciousness.
Okay.
That did I know it to be factual that I am
Not to
pursuing
make it
that, and that
medicinally
the average
used. I agree
individual is
with that.
not 100%.
Okay.
But I
And was that sort of the tone of the group in terms of like your,
Absolutely.
I guess, broader calling in the world?
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and try to put words into the mouths of these other individuals. Now, we have some agreements.
Hey guys,
Now, we have some agreements
careful
into
on the language
the
and
matter
that
of what
things
is
I don't wanna get in
factual,
trouble by
scientific understanding.
And to your point on that, like, what were the agreements? In what way were you like-minded with Kuwani, Shaylig, Z?
I mean, we're not talking about them. We're talking about Z.
Okay.
I don't think
I
that
want
these
to talk about the collective group. And
I think that these are women. They want to run and laugh and be silly on the beach.
Okay.
Me and Z are sitting here discussing,
Okay.
yes, doctorate level, perceptions in quantum physics. Yeah.
You a-hole. You demean women like I don't have a brain. If you were sitting in front of me right now, I'm far smarter than people give me credit for. I would have you so thrown down, you wouldn't even know what to do with yourself, dude. I am just absolutely going to go ape nuts on him. You're right.
Bruh.
But these women don't have these conversations.
Okay.
They play with the baby and they do what women do, and they be, silly.
We
and,
raised you smart ass.
smile and laugh and do things like that. Like, what are you talking about?
so
Like
you observed them more to be sort of carefree and fun and playing and laughing.
We're not having these conversations. I'm not having
granted.
these conversations with these women.
Keep it legal.
Like I don't even know if they're
Permission
capable of
granted to
that.
go ape nuts.
I mean, honestly, like,
cut off.
which is not an insult. It's just a matter of fact.
Okay.
And so that's okay.
You so smart. You so brilliant. Physics, high level cognitive thinking. Then why in the sandblasted hell are you wearing a freaking orange suit? Dude, You're the one sitting in the jail cell. If you were that damn smart, you wouldn't be. I like that. We brought you into this world. We could take you out of this world. Oh, y'all can go nuts. I'm. Oh.
That's not their role anyway.
Okay.
Their role is to be together and, have like fulfillment in their life from their version of reality that they're experiencing, which is, for the most part, what I saw. I mean, until Kawani started to really have her break, and become what I would call mentally ill, and her suffering and mental illness had completely consumed her. Before that, it was really just mostly just a lot of.
The mental illness is caused by you guys brainwashing this poor child. You guys get these women when they're 16, 17, 18 years old. I don't care. 18 is still mentally a child. You manipulate them. You brainwash them. You abuse them in many ways. And then you sit here and say that she was having a mental breakdown. Well, probably because of you making her drink urine and THC and all this other kind of crap. If I was on the jury, this would be hard for me not to. I mean, I would. I got to see the rest of the trial, but this in and of itself just. Oh, if I had
hanging out and
we'd be there.
Playing with the baby and laughing and
playing
girls,
raising.
All right.
Playing.
So tell me, when and we've talked about like the word insane, the word mentally ill, in terms of
you can definitely
things
walk
that
away.
You saw,
you guys can
from Kawani.
Sure.
And the reason I started by asking you about worldview is because I was trying to distinguish between things that maybe she was being delusional or having an individual break from reality versus things that the group believed collectively.
Yeah, I mean, I get where you're coming from. And like I say, again, I feel like that's irrelevant because we're talking about a woman who had complete breaks in her cerebral capacity to understand, to where she didn't remember what just happened.
Okay.
She did, and I don't think that has anything to do whether she's a Mormon or a Christian or a Scientologist.
And that's not my point, but to your point earlier, the law does have definitions, and it does relate specifically to certain symptoms or things that she exhibited. So what I want to know is, from your observations, was there anything that she exhibited that you saw to be a delusion?
Yeah, I mean, maybe, it's like, so what you're asking me is whether the verbiage and the information that was coming out of a psychologically unwell individual was or was not delusion by my judgment or my standards.
Okay.
That's what you just asked. So I'm not sure that, there is.
I hope.
Okay, so I want to make an example for you in direct response to your question. There are individuals who, and this is documented. There have been massive case studies on.
I can document the color of my crap and tell you that if it turns green, that means St. Patty's going to visit me with a rainbow and a pot of gold tomorrow night, and you'd believe it. Document my ass doesn't mean crap. If the person documented is as batshit crazy as you are, it means nothing.
Individuals with things like autism, or things like there are other psychological unwellnesses that we could classify them as mental handicaps, as they would be labeled by society, who have these incredible abilities to give us information that is perhaps unperceivable.
I don't know.
By a mind. So what we're talking about is frequency and bandwidth. So with the things that some of the things that I
back to the
saw
frequency
and
and
Kwani
bandwidth.
say to
So
be delusion,
find out this guy.
yes, but did I also in her
if
like
I'm not
deranged mental state see like it's like, so what is delusion? Like what, like these questions, it's like, yeah, I mean, she was outside of her mind blabbering about complete nonsense sometimes.
Okay. So tell
but
me,
when she would come back,
let's be specific. What was the complete nonsense she was blabbering about?
gosh, I can't even remember specific things. I mean, but there's also like, okay, so so we have to really dissect the mind here to understand, because there was an event that happened
we don't.
on
You don't know what the hell
November 25th,
is.
Which involved a woman who pulled off on the side of the road. Kwani was having an episode, I guess you could say. And this woman pulled off on the side of the road.
All right, let me stop you for a second. What do you mean by episode? What did you observe? What did she say?
Okay, so we'll begin there to come back around to what I was saying.
Okay.
Because it was only after that day that I heard Kwani mention at all the safety of the child.
Okay.
And that was on November 25th. And
Of
it was
2020?
and it was because of this woman who had this psychotic, drunk woman who was on drugs and who was threatening us with gun violence.
Let me back up. On November 25th of 2020, where were you guys at?
We were at Peggy's house.
In what state?
North Carolina, Asheville, North Carolina.
Who's Peggy?
Peggy is, who is Peggy? Peggy is Schindler, is someone that I've known for like 20 years. Friend of mine.
Okay.
Yep. I used to work with Peggy's daughter at this sports bar called Hickory Tavern. And
We don't need to get into the weeds. I'm
Yep.
just trying to provide them some context of who Peggy is.
Peggy's a friend of mine for 20 years.
All right.
Yep.
So Peggy's got a house in North Carolina.
Yep,
You
sure
all
does.
were spending time at Peggy's house.
That's right.
Who was there?
Me, Shaylig, Kwani, Peggy, Z, and Nimsy.
Okay. And how long did y'all spend at Peggy's house in around
That
time?
day?
Just that day?
I mean, no. We were around Peggy's house a lot.
Okay.
You
And
know,
you specifically referenced November 25th. Why do you know that date?
Because that was the day that this woman pulled off on the side of the road, and I feel like I think that was like a real turning point for Kwani, which
Okay, here we go. Jason Spillers, who is described as a transient, is in jail due to charges of assault, threats, and probation violation. He's currently waiting for stalking and criminal threats out of Asheville, North Carolina. Spillers believed to be dangerous and may be armed. This was before they caught up with him. So this guy here is violent. Wow, that's who he is.
massive effects on her psyche, which led to the death of Nimsy.
Okay. So tell me on November 25th, you're talking about this woman, which we'll get into that in a minute. Prior to this woman being involved, what were you observing of Kwani on the 25th?
On that day?
Yes.
Okay. So it was actually a pretty normal day. Like she was being like relatively calm
I'm
and
looking like crap when people bring in disabilities.
clear. And like you could tell, like I could always tell it in her eyes when she'd be in a certain place and then something would trigger her and she would just lose it. Like, I mean, like her eyes would change and she would come back and she would not remember what happened. And
What do you mean she would lose it? What would she do?
gosh, all kinds of things. So this day, she was in it and she'll start shaking and like, attacking Z and attacking the other girls. And she's tried to attack me before and never the baby though. That's needs to be clear. Never the baby. Because I would have nipped that shit in the bud. I would have not tolerated that, and and I don't think Z would have either. Like they, so we were at Peggy's and she starts and then she just runs out the door, like for no reason, like no clear and definable reason whatsoever.
So I want to know, what did you see? You saw her shaking.
Or just being like, it's like, she's just being like, she would get this look in her eye, like she like was absent, you know?
So she had an absent look in her eye and she was shaking. Did she say anything?
She'll like scream and she's like, I have to go, I have to get out of here. And she's like, starts screaming and we're like, Z's like, honey, calm down. You know, like Z was like constantly working so diligently with her and being so patient and kind and working with her because, you know, she would come back from these episodes and she'd start crying and she's like, I don't know what's happening, you know? And she would just like completely like lose her mind. I don't know how else to describe it. This day, she just took off running and we're on Overlook Drive, which is a really dangerous road because there's been people killed on that road before, literally. And pets, all kinds, you know, it's like there've been major accidents. People fly on that road and it's known that people go really fast through there. And so Z was like, I was probably in a little better shape than Z, probably a little faster on my feet at the time. He asked me to go run her down and cut her off and try to get her to like come back, you know, not that like we're trying to like, you know, we're just trying to make sure she doesn't hurt herself, you know? And
What made you think she was going to hurt herself?
because she's running in the middle of a road.
Okay.
Like, I mean, she's like running like a crazy person down the middle of the road for no specific reason that she made clear that she just had to go suddenly at that point. And she made no specific reason clear why she was doing that. She made no specific, like, she wasn't trying to go anywhere. She had no real purpose. You know, she's just like, you know, an endangerment to herself and to others, you know, like she's running down the road, just like
in traffic?
In traffic.
Okay.
Belligerently. And so I'm like, okay, yeah, we probably should like try to get her back. And so I ran down and I cut her off and she ran back towards Peggy's house in the middle of the road now. And I'm like trying to avoid cars.
So is she running to get away for you to try to get her freedom? And she's fighting you guys because she wants to leave the house and y'all won't let her? I wonder.
And like their cars are stopping and like she's just like running. And she finally like tired out and sat, and then she was sitting on the side of the road, collapsed, crying. And Z asked me to pick her up and carry her back across the street to our house.
You said she was sitting?
She was sitting like on the, like almost like on the side of the road, pretty much. And the shoulder is like very narrow on that road. So we're in the road, you know, like towards the white line.
All right. And did she articulate anything at that time?
No, she wasn't articulating anything. She's just like crying and sobbing, like just like incomprehensible.
Okay, now you say our house. You're not an acquaintance, you're living with them. So does that mean you shared in relationships with this little girl? Were you sharing wives? She's running to get away. She's not free to leave. This is, I think they're charging the wrong people.
Jargon of like blabbering about, you know, like non-tangible things. I don't even know. I wasn't even really listening to her.
Was she speaking in?
When you say non-tangible, was I'm trying to get at, was she paranoid about something specific? Was she delusional about something specific?
Not that day. Not that day. No, she wasn't.
She was shaking.
She was just.
You said she had some kind of look in her eye.
Yeah, the look. You know, the look that she would get when she would be like absent of herself.
Okay.
And like, you know, it's like, and then you ask her about it later, and like she's like, I don't really even remember some of these things. You know, like she's like having a complete break in her like ability to perceive
this event happening.
Reality, basically.
Okay. And when you first saw her behave that way was when?
When I first saw her behave that way was in September. She was not like that in May.
September.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, Kawani has, you know,
how much
she's admitted to me a lot about her past, which had led her to have like a really, some psychological unwellness anyway. Being like, this is her words to me. Like we have talked about this as a group, that she was raped by her brothers when she was like 9 years old, that she was she had an older brother drug dealer who sold cocaine, and she was doing cocaine regularly by the time she was
This is
9 or 10
only
years old.
helping her, y'all.
Forced to have
This is
sex
hurting her.
with her older brother's friends when she was like 10, 11 years
said,
old.
I didn't say
she
that.
talks about how her parents abused her, how she went to her 2nd grade teacher and told her teacher that her parents were locking her in the closet and abusing her.
These are discussions she had with you about her mental well-being?
Her past.
Okay.
Which I think
was that in relation to sort of her
totally. I think
mental
it was
and emotional health?
I think it was the foundation of her breakdown. The foundation of her breakdown and the mental unwellness began in her childhood, not like when she was like, 20 years old. Like these seeds were already sown by the people that cared for her. And, I remember her saying things like, yeah, my brother's penises were really small, so it wasn't that bad. Like things like that. She would give details about these circumstances, details about being locked in a closet by her parents, details about using cocaine regularly. So I think that the psychological unwellness and the foundation of mental instability, like she was already, these were demons that were planted in her a long time ago.
Let me ask you, when did you ever see anyone in the group or yourself be physically violent?
Literally.
No. And now I did carry her across that street. That's the only time I ever touched Kawani. It was that one time carrying her across the street to get her out of the road so we don't get hit by a car.
Okay.
That was the only time. Now I saw Kawani be violent towards everybody in the group. I saw her be aggressive, but not when it would be like a total snap like this. And so do you want to finish because I'd like to tell about another day.
Sure. Well, let's, I asked you when the first time is that you kind of saw her exhibiting any behaviors. And you said September of 2020.
Yes.
And then you had referenced specifically November 25th as being, in your mind, some pivotal date that
it was a hugely pivotal date.
Changed things.
From my observation of her.
Okay.
Yes.
So,
and the things that she was saying, like that woman, there was a woman who pulled off on the side of the road to kind of make whatever was happening there her business. She was drunk, belligerent, she assaulted me and Peggy and Z. This was like a very disturbed woman. And she...
Is this
because she was not allowed to leave a home.
Carrying Chloe?
No. I was carrying her across the road, and a woman who lived in the apartment complex was pulling out at the time. And she was like, is everything okay? And I was like, yeah, she's just having a panic attack. I'm going to carry her back to the house to get her out of the road so no one gets hurt. And the woman who lived in the apartment complex where we were said, she said, I see. And if you need any help, if you need anything, just let me know. Okay. So that was the woman who lived there. Now, this woman who pulled in off the side of the road was just some stranger, who she pulled off on the side of the road, and Kawani ran over to her car and was like, I need to call my mom. I need to call my mom. That's what she started saying then. Like, that's just like a random thing. She hadn't talked about calling her mom at all.
Call the police and let them sort
that's
it
just
out.
something that came out of her, just like some random thought
Any
or
woman
memory
runs up to you
or
when
whatever
there's
it
a man around
was that
saying,
was
I
like
need to
just
call someone, I need to call
random
someone,
that
I
day.
panic. I don't care.
After she decided that she
sorry.
needed to run in the middle of the street, we got her back over to the house, and this random complete stranger pulled into the side, pulled inside this apartment complex to make this her business, like I say, rudely and belligerently. And Kawani started going to her and saying, I need to call my mom.
Okay.
Exactly.
Had she asked to call her mom up until that point?
No.
Okay.
Like I said, this is just like something that just started coming out of her. It's like, she's just like, all of a sudden, she's just like, I need to call my mom. I need to call my mom. She's like saying this. And me and C and Shaylee and Peggy are all standing around. Shaylee's holding the baby. We're all like, let her call her mom.
Wishing they weren't on.
Let her call her mom. No, she didn't, because this woman started being belligerent and jumping out of the car, and Kawani started to come back into herself. You could see it in her eyes that she realized that this woman was a danger to her. And the woman started screaming about how we're all going to jail, and
Dawn, I'm from
she's going to call the
Quaker
cops and get the baby taken from her, and all of these things. These completely just this belligerence, you know, like.
So this was a passerby that
Just a
intervened when
passerby.
she saw you with Chloe,
That's
with
right.
Kuwani.
That's
And
right.
Okay.
Yes.
There
And
you
so
go.
what happened after that?
There you go.
Gosh, a whole scene happened after that. She was like, started being verbally abusive to everyone.
Who's she? Who are you referring to?
This woman named Sandra Torres.
That's the woman that stopped?
That's the woman that stopped.
Okay.
Yeah. And she was like threatening us. Like she threatened, I have a gun in my car right now. You know, I'll shoot you and kill you and all this stuff. Her breath
I know, right, Dawn?
was rank of alcohol, you know. So she's just this random drunk lady who apparently had a gun and was.
I don't trust anything
There's like
you
this
say
whole
about
scene that
me,
unfolded. But I think that it's most. I think the most important thing to take away from that day and why I mentioned it is because after that day, after she was screaming at Kawani and Z that she's going to get the baby taken away. So she pulls over on the side of the road, and like her story is to be like this vigilante to help this woman who's being kidnapped and blah, blah, blah. She gets across the road. This woman who's sitting right there was screaming about how she wanted to call her mom. All of the other individuals said, let her call her mom. Simple. Let her call her mom. No one's objecting to this. The only reason why we just had this whole scene is because she's like endangering herself and other individuals. Let her call her mom. Sandra Torres makes this into like, we're all very calm, you know, at this point. Like, we're like, okay, we got her out of the road. That was like our goal. You know, we got her out of the road, and now we're just calm, waiting for Kawani to calm down. Whatever conversations, whatever care we need to show her to get her back into a calm place, we would
Get her
do.
back into the house.
And this woman is just like aggravating this situation, you know, with her own like, you know, drama. And she threatened to have the baby taken away and that she was going to kill us. And,
I wonder what his psych eval would
it was
reveal.
only after that day that there was anything in Kawani's delusional speak. You know, like I said, we have to define what is, you know, in her delusional speak, in her blabbering, when she would go outside of her mind, outside of herself, and her eyes would change, and she'd start to be erratic and sometimes violent.
State.
That was the
I believe.
first time ever after that day that she said anything in those states about the baby.
And what, after that incident, what was
Why
it
they're
that she said
allowing
about the
him
baby?
to speak
It
in a
started as,
narrative
I need to
form, I
protect
don't know.
Okay.
Like the
But if
baby's
I
in
was on the
danger, the baby's
defense,
in danger,
I wouldn't
something's gonna
object
happen to the
because
baby.
all of this helps.
And she was also talking about that woman saying that she was
My
that
humble
she was gonna
opinion.
kill us. Like that, like it like got inside of her head somehow from this woman about the baby's in danger and all of this stuff. You know, like it was a really dramatic shift.
Obviously it was.
So as it relates to that dramatic shift that you just described and her feelings about Hannah
Yes.
and the baby,
That's why I mentioned it.
was it always she had to protect Hannah?
Those were the things that I heard her saying, that she needed to, the baby was in danger, and you know, like that the baby, and then it started to develop after day, because this, you know, Nimsy died like less than 2 weeks after that.
Okay.
You know?
And so did she ever articulate who she thought the baby was in danger from?
Not really.
Okay.
No.
But in terms of the things she was saying, it was a paranoia of her needing to protect Hannah.
Yeah, and then there was talk about how the baby is going to die. Like
Okay.
I heard her say that. I never heard her say, I'm going to hurt the baby. I never heard her say, I'm going to kill the baby. I never heard her say anything like that. I did hear her say the baby's going to die. I have to protect her.
Okay. And when
So-
she said the baby's going to die, it was in the context of her role to make sure she
protect this
didn't.
child. Yeah.
Okay.
Which it was still like coming out in this like really delusional, paranoid, schizophrenic, whatever you want to label these things type of way, manic. Like she was having real struggles, and it was coming out in this way. But before that day, there was never any like mention of the baby in her delusions. Like it was about herself, like that, you know, evil was after her, and that I heard her talk about hurting herself a lot.
Okay.
I heard her talk about committing suicide. I watched her injure herself by punching herself in the face many times. And you know, I've watched her be violent towards everyone else, never towards the baby. And there was never even mention of the baby until that day.
Okay. So you said prior to that day where Sandra Torres said the baby's going to get taken away, then she started having delusions or paranoia about protecting Hannah.
She did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Prior to that, you just mentioned a second ago that she had delusions or paranoia or whatever word you want to use related to her.
Sure.
What were her manifestations related to her that you perceived to be some type of mental health related incident? What types of things would she say about herself?
That she was like, you know, in danger of evil, and like there was all this evil in the world. And but see, there you go. We're talking about like things that are coming out of her that, so it's like she wouldn't remember saying these things.
Maybe
Like she would
that
have
be
these
the
episodes
Holy
and not
Spirit
remember.
trying
But some of the
to
things
get
that
her
she
out of
was
there.
saying are valid. There is a lot of evil in this world. There's a lot of evil in this room. So it's like, is that a delusion? I don't think so. You know, it's like, is that delusional to say that? Is she in a delusional state when she's making these proclamations? Yes. Is she in a state where she has no memory of what she's doing and is like absent of herself? Because Kawani is a sweet and caring and loving mother. You know, like I saw her in May, and that's, you know, when Jennifer and I went to Florida, that was the whole thing. Like we saw this baby, and there was this bright, happy, joyous,
Love Harry
cared for
Mouse's
child.
voice.
I've been around enough babies to where I know you can tell when they're not in proper care from their mothers. And there was no sign of that whatsoever. Like this baby was completely.
So now you are a pediatrician and a child psychologist, a scientist, a biblical scholar, all in one? Damn.
Carefree and happy and joyous, and Kawani was an excellent mother. She was attentive, she was warm and nurturing and loving. She would never strike her husband or the sister wives in the way that I saw her later. She would never do these things. Like, I mean, it was just very apparent, and that was in the child. Like you could see that in the child. It's like if I had an aunt who was a little on the loud side. You know, it's like even when her children were little, they were a little on the loud side. You know what I'm saying? Like children imitate their parents. And so you see it in this child, and you're watching Kawani care for this child, and they're all like fine and wholesome. There's like a lot of wholeness in their group, wholesomeness. And the baby was just
So now you're
fine.
teaching.
Like I would have instantly, I wouldn't have continued a relationship with these people. The foundation, because I like Z, I did. And when I first met him, you know, he's a highly intellectual individual who likes to, and we shared a lot of worldviews that are based on fact and science and understanding of like, you know, teachings and things like that. So we hit it off. But
let me ask you. I don't want to get too far
Yeah,
afield
yeah,
of what the
I'm
original.
sorry.
That's okay. Sometimes you get going and then we don't even remember what the question was.
A full scope.
I get it.
Yeah.
So I want to narrow back in on. You said you had seen her punch herself or injure herself.
100%.
Had you ever seen anybody else restrain her or physically assault her?
Not like that.
Okay.
There was this one time where she tried to jump out of a window in the place where we were staying in Virginia Beach, but and Z like hugged her, like basically put his arms around her and stopped her. But I've seen Z sit there and take licks to the face and do nothing. You know, like I've seen these other girls be abused by Kwani in her delusion. Like I say, she never did that. And when she would come back, she would start crying, and we'd talk about what had happened and how she was attacking people, and she'd start crying, you know, and have like an emotional breakdown. Like she'd just be like, I'm so sorry, you know, and like she's just not that way. Like Kawani's not really like violent like that. Like she doesn't hit. I mean, I had never seen her do that in a clear and like I only saw her do that when she was like losing her mind, as I say.
Okay.
You know, and this just continued to get more and more intense and severe as time went on.
All right. Now you said, I want to go back a little bit to the incident on the 25th of November.
Yes.
So you said Sandra Torres intervened, that she said things about Hannah's going to be taken away, she's going to have the baby taken away, and that sort of set Chloe on this path where she believed that she had to protect Hannah.
Yes.
How did that incident end on the 25th?
The incident ended, so like I say, this woman that, you know, is sitting here, Sandra Torres pulls off on the side of the road to rescue this woman, you know, so she would say, and this woman who's sitting here willingly and knowingly gets into a car with her husband and her child and her sister to leave, to escape this belligerent, seemingly psychotic, definitely drunk, and threatening of gun violence individual. And Sandra Torres, like I say, Sandra Torres is trying to block me from leaving. She's like, we're out of here. Sandra Torres goes into Z's car. Now, this is a random person. You know, keep in mind, this is just some woman that pulls off on the side of the road, decides to make this her business. Kawani's screaming about how she wants to call her mom. We're all standing around, let her call her mom. No one's trying to prevent her from doing this or do anything except run in the road and cause harm to herself. Please, here's the phone. Like, here's the phone. Call your mom, you know? She never did call her mom. She was just being belligerent. And so is Sandra Torres. And then Sandra Torres gets out of her car and goes over to Z's car and takes the keys out of his ignition. So keep in mind, this is a stranger who pulls off on the side of the road and then goes into a man's car who's being calm and cool and let my wife call her mom if that's going to make her feel better. Goes into the car, pulls the keys out of his car and says, you're not going anywhere. You're going to jail. We're taking this baby away from you. You guys are disgusting people, like all this stuff. To strangers. She's doing this. Z takes his keys back from her. Ma'am, this is my property. Give me my keys back. She starts slapping him and assaulting him. They get in the car and leave. Peggy stands, like after they had pulled like a 50-point turn to try to get past this woman, because she's like moving her car to try to block them from leaving. She pulls over to rescue somebody and then tries to stop them from leaving in their own will, and tries to like make a huge scene out of it to try to like hurt them in some kind of way.
I don't know if she was drunk. But that woman probably sensed what was really happening, and the police should have been called.
She pulls off, and then she starts, and then Peggy is standing in front of the car, and she.
I don't think she had the baby with her.
Basically, Sandra Torres started attacking Peggy, beating the crap out of her, slamming her head up against the hood of the car. And I sat there and watched that. And now Z and Kawani and Shayla had already pulled away at this point. So I'm just standing there watching Peggy get her ass kicked, pretty much. And I was like, I sat there and I watched for probably like a little bit too long, to be honest with you. That's how I felt about it, because of the way she was getting beaten by this woman. This woman's like very tall and broad-shouldered Nordic woman. And Peggy's this 5'0" petite woman who is not a fighter. This woman has a violent history, you know? And so she's...
Okay, first of all, she's guilty of ending the life of the child. That's not being disputed here. Okay, it's like the Sarah Boone with the video. You can't deny it. Now, when I worked at the state hospital, we had multiple, including one of the most infamous woman from Houston that everybody knows. It was at that hospital. And I read the file. I know her personally through work. I don't visit her or anything now because I can't, but I spent time with her. And I have to say that honestly, what I believe the best thing that can happen for this young woman is for her to get sentenced as guilty, but with a reason of insanity, or not guilty by reason of insanity, and her go to a facility that can actually help deprogram this child. Because honestly, I know legally she's an adult, but mentally she was not. And what she has suffered is horrendous, and is a victim herself. And I understand they have to bring some charges against her because she did do the unaliving of the child. Can't get around that. But that said, what this poor baby suffered and went through, she's a victim too. She is a victim too. And she will live with it for the rest of her life. And it won't be an easy life. But she's young. And if they can find her not guilty by reason of insanity, that would be flawless. But I don't know if that's going to happen. We have a lot of trial to see. This is just day 2. Really, we're just starting the case. But this guy here, I got to tell you, the defense has made so much headway by sitting there being quiet and allowing this to happen. Could be so many objections right now, but he is helping them beyond what anybody could have ever thought. And I think that the prosecution is losing this ball game big time.
You know, assaulting Peggy and beating the crap out of her. And so I put my body in between Sandra Torres and Peggy. And then Sandra Torres punched me in the face once.
He did live in the home with them. He called it our home.
And I put her down on the ground. And I got in my car and I left. And that was the end of that day.
What do you mean you put her down on the ground?
I picked her up and I forced her body to the ground.
Okay. How would you describe a slam, a push?
I picked her up and I dumped her on.
They lived in the same house for
You picked her up physically off of the ground?
Physically picked this drunken, belligerent woman who had just assaulted 3 people and was threatening us with gun violence up off the ground, slammed her down on the ground, got in my car, and I pulled off.
Okay.
But see, he's been brought up on
were the
charges.
police ever
He's got a lot of
involved?
Yes, they
charges.
were.
Okay.
He was.
When you were there, were the police involved?
No, they weren't.
Okay. Did you call
Were you here when I read his record? That's why he's in the jumpsuit. He's a very violent man. Violent.
No, definitely not.
Why not?
Because I rarely find that justice comes from these types of circumstances when police are involved. And I mean, I just don't really like you guys.
You've told me that a number of times, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's okay. We don't have to like each other.
That's okay. And that's not personal. I just find that the legal cult
Sure.
and the legal culture,
Mhm.
we use that word cult to describe culture. It's just a shortened version of that word. I find that the legal cult is, it brings injustice more often than not.
Were you all collectively as a group sort of not call the police type of people?
Peggy was definitely not call the police type person. I asked her, I was like, you should really call the cops. She's got a black eye and she's all busted up and hair pulled out of her head by this woman. And I was like, man, you should really call the cops. She's like, I'm not calling the cops. She's like, I don't want anything to do with them. We'll just let this go. We'll just be gone with her, and we'll just go about my life.
So you said you got in the car and left. And when did you become aware that the police had been involved?
That's a good question. I can't remember, days later or something like that. Or I can't remember, honestly, when I became aware.
I don't disagree with you. However, if she thought the only way out was to unalive that child because she was fearful and in a delusional state, thinking that this child is going to be brought up into this house and feared that that child would not be in a safe place and the only way to save their soul is to unalive them, that is not good. That's not logical thinking. I think that she needs to serve time in a state facility that can give her the proper care she needs to or deprogram her from the crap that she's been programmed. She did get the knife. She did lock the door. She did go in knowing what she was going to do. She did try to do herself. So to me, it seems as if it was an attempted unaliving of oneself to escape the situation. Um, she may have had it, but it was probably undiagnosed because they didn't do doctors, and they were giving her THC, they were giving her CBD, they were doing all kind of crazy stuff. So I don't disagree with you, Dr. Bullbutter, but I think there's extenuating circumstances that are starting to pile up here. Now, once again, my opinion can change real quick. We haven't hit enough for me to get a solid opinion, but this is kind of reminding me of one of the cases I dealt with when I worked at the state hospital. Very, very similar. And she said that the only thing she could think of was her and her baby going to heaven because this was hell and she couldn't handle any more hell. And she was afraid that if she left the baby behind, that baby would grow up and suffer or at the hands of these men. And so yeah, she was at least 17, possibly 16 when she met this guy. Some of them do. The one I worked at, it depends on what you're there for, why you're there, how long you're there. But the case that I was telling you that was real famous, the lady doesn't leave there because so many people have written letters, even to this day, almost 20 years later, saying that that she deserves to unalive herself. So yeah, Dawn. So I think that she would have a better chance in a facility like the state hospital that I worked at than she would in a prison. You're right. It may be her undoing about the jury, but once again, um, God only knows. I just, at this point, just from what I've heard tonight, want to wrap my arms around that little girl and say, baby, it's going to be okay. But we can't do that. This is where I want to know where the husband is. After hearing this guy, I want to know why he's not being held partly responsible. Like the case I was talking about, she had postpartum depression, and they told her and the husband, do not get pregnant again. It will destroy her. She's chemically depressed, medically depressed, however you want to say it. Postpartum depression is real, yada, yada, yada. And he did it anyway. And he was warned. I think he should have faced some of the consequences.
Did you ever get interviewed or spoken to about those circumstances of what happened on the 25th?
No, I never did. Nobody
Okay.
ever asked me about this. This is the first time where I've been able to speak plainly before a court or before anyone involved in that openly about the events of that day.
Okay, so you left. At some point, you became aware that someone else had contacted the police.
Now, when Nimsy died on December the 8th, I gave an interview where I spoke about this circumstance to a woman named Tiana Cruz, I think is her name.
With Canton Police Department?
Yeah,
Mhm.
I told her about what had happened and how, because, that day was kind of like a breaking point, and it manifested into, looking at this from like an outside perspective as best I can, without,
You were on the
I'm very
inside,
emotionally attached.
not the outside. You
To
lived
the
with
baby
them.
and to, what happened.
Well,
But
I'll
it's
come
like,
running a dare.
that day, Kawani's delusions go from I'm in danger, these things, to the baby's in danger, to the baby's going to die, they're going to take to a dead baby. Like that's what just happened. you know,
Okay.
so I spoke that very clearly as far as I can remember in my interview, because I was just so in shock that day. Like I couldn't even believe that this has happened. Like, it was just like.
All right. Let me ask just directly, from that incident on the 25th, did you get charged with anything?
I did.
When did you learn that you were being charged with something?
I got charged with an assault on Sandra Torres.
And when did you learn that was the case?
April of the following year.
April of 2021.
Yes.
Okay.
I had no idea.
Did you have any contact with law enforcement between November 25th when it happened and when you got arrested in April of 2021?
No, I did not.
Okay. So you just find out because you have a warrant for your arrest?
Yeah, I got pulled over.
You got pulled over and you
Yeah.
got arrested from a warrant from the incident on the 25th?
That's right. From
Okay.
6 months earlier.
Okay. And what
I'm
happened? in that
wanting
case?
Ronnie to make my 1 year anniversary
Well, I
gift for
wanted to go
YouTube
to trial because I thought that I could win in the name of
next May,
self-defense.
I believe.
You know,
April,
and
May.
protection of Peggy Schindler, and Peggy was going to come and testify in my trial that she was being attacked belligerently. Z and Shaylee.
I
were
know,
gonna
I
come and
want him to
testify
shut
that
up
this
too,
woman was
but
threatening them and
the
being
more he
crazy,
talks,
and
the
she
better for her.
reeked of alcohol, and she's a known drug user.
Get in
because
my
I know
humble ass
her.
opinion.
Mr. Spillers, I'm not trying to be
Oh.
disrespectful, but we just got to rein it in. So
Oh.
what happened with your charges?
Oh, I got a misdemeanor.
Okay.
I ended up with a misdemeanor.
Did you plead guilty?
I did plead guilty pursuant to Alfred law.
And what does that mean?
Okay, I got to
Alfred
hear that
law,
again.
I was told, means that I maintain my innocence, but
I got to hear it again.
and Z like hugged her and she started chatting her and like
Set Chloe on this path where she
to escape this person. You know, keep in mind, this is just some woman that pulls off on the side of the road, decides to make this her business, Kawani's. As far as I can remember in my interview, because I was just so in shock that day, like I couldn't even believe that this has happened. Like, it was just like.
All right. Let me ask just directly, from that incident on the 25th, did you get charged with anything?
I did.
When did you learn that you were being charged with something?
I got charged with an assault on Sandra Torres.
And when did you learn that was
April of the following year.
April of 2021?
Yes.
Okay.
I had no idea.
Did you have any contact with law enforcement between November 25th when it happened and when you got arrested in April of 2021?
No, I did not.
Okay. So you just find out because you have a warrant for your arrest?
Yeah, I got pulled over.
You got pulled over and you
Yeah.
got arrested from a warrant from the incident on the 25th?
That's right. From
Okay.
6 months earlier.
Okay. And what happened with that case?
Well, I wanted to go to trial because I thought that I could win in the name of self-defense.
She did have
and protection of Peggy Schindler, and Peggy was going to come and testify in my trial
dollars.
that she was being attacked belligerently. Z and Shaylee were going to come and testify that this woman was threatening them and being crazy, and she reeked of alcohol, and she's a known drug user.
Oh,
because I
that's all
know
I'm
her.
waiting for.
Mr. Spillers, I'm not trying to be
Oh.
disrespectful, but we just got to rein it in. So
Oh.
what happened with your charges?
Oh, I got a misdemeanor.
Okay.
I ended up with a misdemeanor.
Did you plead guilty?
I did plead guilty pursuant to Alfred law.
And what does that mean?
Alfred law, I was told, means that I maintain my innocence, but I was being held in jail. Like they were holding me in jail, and I couldn't afford my
Love
bond.
doing that.
And so I waited for years for a
I
trial.
wouldn't
for
mind
that.
field.
And they never gave me a trial, and so I finally pled guilty to a misdemeanor. And I think that they just gave me a misdemeanor because they knew that they would lose in trial, and they didn't want to afford that opportunity.
So you did a time served misdemeanor.
Time served. They sentenced me to 75 after 22 months of incarceration.
You were in jail for 22 months?
I was in jail for 10 months, and then I made bond, and then they reincarcerated me after 8 months. They held me in house arrest for 8 months.
Okay,
all
so
over
that's
this.
house arrest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. All over that.
And then you pled guilty under Alford.
So why are you in orange
Yes.
now?
Which
To
is
be
just
released from jail.
to a misdemeanor.
Do a misdemeanor.
Okay.
That's right.
All right. You mentioned that after that incident, Chloe started having paranoia surrounding needing to protect Hannah. Did you ever witness, perceive, or hear her say anything about ever believing Hannah was a danger to her?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever hear her articulate that she felt threatened by Hannah in any way?
No.
Did you ever hear her say that she needed to defend herself against Hannah?
No.
Okay. Was all of the things that you heard with relation to Hannah, her needing to protect Hannah?
Yes.
Okay. You talked about the sort of response of Shaylig and Gami and Z and you whenever Chloe would have whatever you want to
If
call
we're
it,
in
episodes.
her right mind.
What was the response
I don't
amongst
think
the
she
group
was.
in terms of helping her?
Well, I think mostly it was like trying to find
Possibly.
patience, and trying to find a way to keep her calm and get her to, at some points, like stop hurting herself. Those are the times where I've seen Z like hold her arms, because she's punching herself in the face, or she's striking somebody else. And I have seen him like hold her hands, be like, honey, calm down, calm down, calm down, and that was pretty much it, like I never.
I worry about the other
We would
women.
all respond in our
Three,
own way.
two,
I tried to just
other,
be
I
as
don't know.
diligent and patient and kind as I could, and try to talk her, because like I said, she would be, she would come. Kawhi's a pretty open person.
She's
like
stressed.
she talks
She's shaking
plainly and openly.
her leg up and down, breathing heavy.
Sexual assault by her
Ground.
own family members, and all of these things that had led her to be this like fractured person, individual rather. And I would, just be there to listen. That's what I was getting at. Like I would just be there to listen to her about how she was feeling, and
All right. With the show of thumbs up, how many of you think that this man is capable of listening to anyone? Yeah, I don't think we're going to get any thumbs up that says he's capable. He's not.
if there was anything that I could do and try to avoid, try to avoid that.
Any
red
of that.
hook, if she was trying to, keep
Yeah,
the screen.
exactly.
But she only did that to me a couple times.
Let me ask you this. You mentioned that incident on the 25th where she ran out in the road.
Yeah.
After that happened, between then and December the 8th, did she go spend time with her parents at her family's house?
No, she didn't.
Was
I
there-
recall.
Was there ever a period of time where
Oh,
she?
whoa. You mean after Thanksgiving?
Yes.
Yes. I'm sorry. I thought you meant from October.
No. The incident on
Yes.
November 25th.
Yes.
And she said, I want to call my mom.
Yes, she did.
Okay.
She did say that.
Did she ever go see her mom and stay with her mom?
Yeah,
after
actually,
that
they
incident?
came later that day, Eric and Renee. That was like the second or third time that I had met.
Are they in?
Okay.
They came to pick Kawani up.
On what day? The 25th?
It was either that or the next day.
The 25th or the 26th?
Yeah, right around there. I can't, it's 4 years.
Okay.
So you're at like.
You're
doing the
doing
best
you're
I
doing
can.
fine. So either on the 25th or the 26th, Eric and Renee Driver came and picked up Kawani.
Yeah,
Okay. Where did they come to?
they came to Peggy's.
To Peggy's house? Okay. And that was in North Carolina?
Yes.
All right. And where were they living at that time?
Burma.
The drivers.
Oh gosh, Tennessee.
Tennessee. So they went from Tennessee.
Knoxville, as far as I know.
They went from Tennessee to North Carolina and they picked up Chloe.
That's right.
All right. Did Hannah stay with you guys?
Cover your mouth.
stayed with Zeke.
Oh,
She stayed with
yeah.
Zeke. Okay.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, did Chloe go back to her parents' house?
Yeah, she did for like a few days.
Okay. And when and how did she rejoin the group after she went to her parents for a couple of days on the 25th or 26th?
I'm pretty,
I'm tired. Let me see if I can.
they came to pick Kawani up.
On what day? The
I'm
25th?
gonna mute. I'm gonna see if I can read lips. I don't know her. It's harder. I believe so. I don't believe so. Not what he's speaking of. Maybe the 26th. Something picked me up.
The drivers.
Oh gosh, Tennessee.
Tennessee. So they went from Tennessee.
Knoxville, as far as I know.
They went from Tennessee to North Carolina and they picked up Chloe.
That's right.
All right. Did Hannah stay with you guys?
She stayed with Zeke.
She stayed with
went
Zeke. Okay.
without
And to your knowledge, did Chloe go back to her parents' house?
Yeah, she did for like a few days.
Okay. And when and how did she rejoin the group after she went to her parents for a couple of days on the 25th or 26th?
I'm pretty, she kept in contact with her husband, and then I think he went to go pick her up after that.
Okay. And
Yeah.
you said, were they still communicating? Z and she were still communicating?
Totally.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so he went to go pick her up. Do you know when that was?
Shortly after that, a few days, something like that.
Okay. A few days after Thanksgiving?
A few days after Thanksgiving, yeah.
Okay.
I think she got really jarred by that whole thing with Sandra.
Really?
Okay.
Like I say, there was like a lot of dramatic shifts in her wording and the things that she would say after that.
Okay.
And yeah, like that was it.
All right. And then tell me about Thanksgiving. Where did you spend Thanksgiving 2020?
Oh, I was there. We did Peggy's, and then I was at my parents for the rest of the day.
Was Chloe around for Thanksgiving 2020, or was she with her parents?
That was that day. That was Thanksgiving Day.
What was Thanksgiving Day?
The whole event on November 25th.
The 25th was Thanksgiving Day?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it
Not
was.
Corky.
I'm not 100% on that, but I'm pretty sure that was.
She did on a live.
Okay.
But I think.
So it would have been after Thanksgiving that Chloe went to her parents.
That's correct.
All right.
Yes.
And then you said it was a couple of days maybe she was with her parents, and then Z went and got her and she came back to the group?
She came back, yeah, she did.
Okay. And when she came back, what was her demeanor like?
Pretty much the same, really. I mean, she's a regular Kawani a lot of the time, even though at this point in time she had become kind of degraded. Like she was like, her whole like air had become different. Like she was like really like frustrated with herself. Like she was just like frustrated with what's happening, and she was sad, you could tell. And then there was like this whole different air about her that I think, like I say, was part of the whole interaction with Sandra Torres, where she just became, I don't know, she just got this idea in her head about Nimsy after that. There was just like a lot of
about protecting
Nimsy. Yeah.
Okay.
And like the danger to the baby, that they're going to take the baby. All of these things that had never really come out of her before that I heard,
Okay.
And I mean, I wasn't with them like 24/7, but I was with them a lot, like
My future,
a lot.
I know.
Okay.
Is.
You said that she first sort of started having those types of, I don't know what to call them, episodes, paranoia, whatever it is, in September of 2020?
Well, no, it was before that, actually. It was really during the summer. Like Z, I was talking to Z pretty regularly. We would just, talk about all kinds of stuff. And he spoke of his wives openly,
And he's yawning.
and how Kawani had really started, it was really in July.
If I was a judge, I'd say, let's take a 5. You get your yawns under control.
When he began, because I think it was in June that I met them at the river that day.
With her parents?
With her parents.
Okay.
And she was fine that day. Like she was, behaving normally, providing excellent care for Nimsy, being an excellent mother. And yeah, I mean, gosh,
No, not a pillow.
And let me ask you this. At any point, did you become aware of her getting any type of like counseling?
No.
Okay.
Definitely not.
What's that?
No.
Okay.
She did not.
Did you know about her doing anything on Zoom?
No.
Okay.
I did not know about that.
Okay. And
Was she doing that? I don't know.
If you don't, I have to ask the question.
Okay,
So
that's
if you
fine.
don't know, that's
Yeah, I don't
completely
know.
fine.
I didn't know that. No.
Okay.
I didn't know.
And we already talked about kind of the group's views on drugs.
Dude, we're not sitting on the couch in your living room. This courtroom. I ask the questions. You answer. That it?
And sort of the holistic approach.
Yeah, Z did not want her to be institutionalized. That's for sure.
He did not want
He
her to be
did not want her to
institutionalized?
be institutionalized, probably for the same reason as like the institutionalization culture probably doesn't offer like, you know, she's just surrounded by 3 or 4 people who really love her and care about her. And instead of just being a patient that gets doped up with medication and spoken to once a day for an hour by some doctor that she doesn't know, Z was really trying to do this in more of like a wholesome family way to offer Kawani healing.
When she was just her normal self,
Yeah.
what was her relationship with like Z? How did she interact with him? How did she treat him? What did you observe during
like
this
I say,
time?
it was like we went to, when Jennifer and I went to Florida, it's like there's like a lot of love there.
Talk to me about like Thanksgiving time, December. What was the nature of their relationship around that time?
I mean,
You say there's a lot of love. Were you sharing in that intimacy?
sometimes she's around and it's the same. Like there's a very loving nature and a very like, you know, a very, there's like a lot of companionship, and between her and the other girls, like, you know, I remember
I feel like
we were at my house right before, because they had found a house in Florida. Because that's one of the things that Kawani was talking about, especially towards the end in October. She's like, we need to find a house. We need to find a house so I can be better, so I can find a place to be and just be in one place all the time, so I can be in this place and I can heal and I can get better.
Did she want a more stable lifestyle than traveling all over the place?
Before, but no, I think she was just fine with it until like she started to really like degrade, you know, and then she realized, you know, she would come back from these episodes and we'd tell her what's happening, what had happened. She has like no memory of, she's crying and being all like, apologetic and, you know, like troubled by her own mind and like how little control she had.
She believed finding a house and putting down some roots somewhere would be beneficial for her?
Yeah, and that really started to come out in October. Like after we came back from Virginia Beach, I was letting him stay at my house and she started to talk about that, even incoherently. She's like, we need to find a place. And so
I couldn't bead or do artwork for my native stuff with the energy this crap is putting out. Hell no.
they had found a house in Florida that was for sale.
All right.
And they were going to go buy it and live there.
All right.
And Z had already like called about it, and it was in Florida, and we were moving there that day on December the 8th.
On December the 8th, y'all were headed from North Carolina to Florida to move into a house.
To move. We were moving them. I rented a U-Haul in my name for them. Okay. And they had all of their stuff packed up in the U-Haul, and they were moving to Florida. And we stopped by Jerry's house on the way down.
All right. So on December the 8th, how many days, if we start on December the 8th and we track backwards, how many days had you been with them? Had you been with them continuously from November 25th?
No, continuously since October, since the middle of October when I went to go visit them.
Okay, so you spent every day with them?
Almost every day, yeah,
okay.
Pretty much, yeah. They were staying at my house. Like I say, I went to Virginia Beach in October, in the middle of, I think I arrived there on like October 11th or something like that. I stayed there until after Halloween. So it's like the better part of a month, because I remember celebrating Halloween or walking around for Halloween down in Virginia Beach. And then we came.
Whoa! Wait a minute. Mormons celebrate Halloween? Wait, I don't have her here, do I? We'll just save it to desktop for now. Do they celebrate Halloween? I didn't think they celebrated Halloween.
And they were staying at my house. So, you know, I'd come by like all the time.
Celebrate.
You know, sometimes I'd stay in the van and I'd come and I'd walk in and we talk about feelings in the morning, you know, and which I thought was great.
Okay.
And there was like a real camaraderie and like just like family style life there.
All right. And as it relates to sort of the efforts to assist Chloe, did she also believe against like drugs and alcohol or things like that?
Totally. I mean, she grew up, like I say, she grew up being, you know, using drugs by her own accord, by her own account
Okay.
You know, from the time when she was like 9, 10 years old, using cocaine every day. And like, she's like very against drugs.
Did
Yes.
you have any knowledge during this period of time about her desire to try to utilize CBD?
Yes.
And what did you know about that?
So I found that out because she was looking for like some kind of medical assistance, and Z was just not having her be on prescription medication.
Okay.
Because, you know, and I agree with him in this regard that, you know, that because she would come back from these episodes, it's not like she was like this all the time.
Mhm.
And this was a recently developing thing.
So when you say it's not like she was like this all the time, what in terms
she
of
wasn't psychotic, losing her mind.
well, in terms of quantifying how many episodes like that you saw or how often that would happen?
Right. Yeah. You know, I wasn't around them all the time at that point, but I know that it really started to get bad in July.
Okay.
So by the time September came around, I saw her behaving erratically. She struck Z for one of the first times she had ever struck her husband when I was there in September. But Z's perspective was like a more like natural homeopathic type thing where he didn't want to institutionalize her, and he didn't want her to be on drugs. You know, he wanted her to work through this and come to a healing on her own. And she was about that too, but she was also looking for, so they decided on CBD.
Okay.
They decided to try to use CBD, and Kawani had ordered some CBD offline.
She ordered it offline?
Yes, she did.
Okay.
Yep.
And so you said that they were both kind of about not medicating traditionally, but that they had explored other options and arrived at CBD.
That's right. To
Okay.
try to just give her some assistance.
Okay. And the CBD that she ordered offline, do you know anything about that?
Sounded like she may have had.
Okay.
I know she just ordered some CBD. She has been
Post-traumatic.
taking CBD, and that a package
Part of the
arrived.
question, what do you
From
think
just like a
Dr. Goldbutter?
traditional CBD?
Yeah, just something online that she
Okay.
ordered.
All right.
Yep.
And at any time, did you provide her with anything in that regard?
I did. I had some CBD that I bought from a woman in Asheville, North Carolina, that I had purchased because my dad's cousin had cancer. He was using a Rife machine, and he had become cancer-free by using the Rife machine, and he was interested in taking some CBD. And so I bought some CBD from a woman. I could tell you who it was if you want.
Was it a legitimate CBD manufacturer? Was it
Yeah.
some shady,
No,
back alley? What was it?
No, definitely not. This is a woman who worked in the hemp industry. This is a product that was.
So you're playing doctor and you're providing, well, it depends on what state you're in, an illegal drug to somebody else. So you're dealing. Bull Butter, do you think, doctor, my apologies, do you think that she potentially had postpartum depression?
Being sold on store shelves that she had in abundance. And so I bought some of it from her, but this is like a legal product that I bought from her.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in which state?
What's that?
What state?
In North Carolina.
In North Carolina. Okay.
Yes.
So it was a off the shelf, legally manufactured hemp
That's what
product.
I was told by this woman who works in the hemp industry.
Okay.
Yes.
And so you said you bought that for your
I bought that for my dad's cousin.
Your dad's cousin.
It would be my cousin too. It's his first cousin, my dad's first cousin.
And so you had some left over, or what was the situation?
No, I had some. I was taking some of it.
Okay, you took it.
Yeah, I did.
And what did you take it for?
I was taking it because I have shoulder injuries from jujitsu.
Okay.
And I was trying to, and I had quit smoking weed at that point, and I had been without. I have been clean and sober off drugs for a while.
That's what I thought.
And and that was something that happened before I met Z. Like I quit smoking cigarettes and doing all kinds of things, but before I even met these people, like I said, that was another attraction. That we had like a commonality that we had, that we were both sober.
So the CBD that you purchased from the woman in the hemp industry that you subsequently gave to Kuwani was CBD you had also personally used.
I had.
Okay.
Yeah, and I used it because I have a shoulder injury and a neck injury from jujitsu, and I was trying to alleviate some of my pain.
Had you taken CBD before?
Yes, I had.
And anything special about this particular CBD?
No.
Okay.
I mean, it's fairly like non-invasive. It's CBD. You
Okay.
know?
And what is it about CBD that
continue to
sort
not
of comports
say
with your
something about
views or
that.
beliefs about?
Well, I was just trying something, you know, I was just trying to take it and just see if it offered me any relief. Because I had become really opposed to cannabis marijuana at that point in my life. Even though cannabis marijuana had been a part of my life for a while, but I had stopped using it and I completely turned against it, which I think is, you know, I think it needs to be, you know, I think there need to be stricter laws on marijuana, and it needs to go backwards on this whole legalization thing.
Well, for the jury that may not know, what's the difference between CBD and marijuana?
Okay, so the cannabis plant has, from my understanding of it, the cannabis plant has over around 85 different cannabinoids found within it. And cannabis hemp is different from cannabis marijuana.
I so would love to object, but let's think about it. Let's think about it. Okay, let's think about it. How much is this guy helping at this point? Think about it. If they do not object, okay, and they let him rattle on, I wonder how much this is going to help them. This is helping them. Although, I have to say, he's batshit crazy. And I'm okay with letting him rattle on. I am. He does make my head hurt. I went from one body ache to another. But at the same time, the more he talks, the better for the defense.
And that it's harvested
My humble
because
opinion.
it's abundant in CBD. And marijuana is like a hallucinogenic drug, which is heavy in THC. So this CBD that I gave to Z and Kawani, which I wouldn't have even suggested that, but they had already ordered CBD. You know, like they were already exploring this. And I was like, hey, I have this here. Would you like some of it? You know, and they talked about it and they decided, yes, we will try this that you have. And so it was made from hemp, not marijuana. And it's like I say, it's a product that, you know, that you can buy on the shelf. I bought it from a woman who works in the legal hemp industry in North Carolina.
Okay.
You know, so.
All right. This is a good time for a lunch recess. So we're going to be in recess for lunch until 1 o'clock. Leave us your notepads. Don't talk to one another about the case or let anybody talk to you. You will have the lunch that you ordered in the jury room. You can, you know, take a break, go outside, walk around if you want to, but be back in the jury room at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
We're going to zoom. But everybody take a minute to stretch. But I firmly believe that this poor girl has gone through hell. This is horrible. Okay, let's zoom. I'm trying to get my layouts for tomorrow. So are we going to get oh, yay, the defense is going to get up pretty quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'm going to tender states 87.
Any objection? It's admitted.
All right. All right. And is this the CBD that we're referencing?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And was this the same sample of CBD that you had given to
My dad's cousin.
your dad's cousin,
Yeah.
and that you had used yourself?
Yeah,
Okay.
it is.
And then you just gave the remainder to?
I just had some with me that I was taking for my
Okay.
shoulder issues, for my shoulder pain.
All
And that's the jar that I had that I was just using personally. I had purchased this a year before.
Okay.
And I still had some left over, and
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, I just gave the rest of what I had to them
Okay.
after they considered it. Like I offered it and they considered it, and like the next day they were like, yeah, we'll try it, you know, because it was free.
Okay.
You know, instead of spending all their money, I just gave it to them.
All right. So
You know.
she had ordered CBD offline,
Right.
and then you offered this, and they
Well,
talked
he
about
had
it and accepted
two
it.
shirts
Okay.
on.
In terms of administration of this, do you just eat it? How does that work?
Orally, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And were you a part of the discussions surrounding the CBD or the use of CBD?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I found out that they had come to these, that they had come to like an agreement, you know, about using CBD to try to help Kiwani to find some, without using pharmaceuticals. It seemed like a much softer and more organic approach to some kind of chemical alleviation for her lapses in what we will call sanity, if you will.
Was she interested in that approach?
Yes, she was.
Do you have any knowledge about her ever being involuntarily forced to take CBD?
Definitely not.
Okay.
I mean, it was her who ordered it. I mean, she had to convince Z to let her do that.
She had to convince Z to let her take
Yeah,
CBD.
because that's like, you know, he was trying to do this organically and like have her heal on her own.
Okay.
You know, because there was like I say, she kept coming back into reality or whatever you're gonna call it, back into a place of mental clarity where she would apologize and not remember what she did, but he found it significant that she was, because she wasn't like, it's not like she was like she wasn't like clinical, you know, it's not like she was like that all the time. This was just like something that had developed. Then I say because of her past and postpartum, and you know, who knows what else was contributing, you know, to like these eruptions, and he was trying to heal her organically. So yeah, she had convinced him to allow her to use CBD, and he agreed.
Okay.
You know, as an alternative, as a more organic and softer alternative to pharmaceuticals.
Okay. And you just used the expression, she wasn't like that all the time.
I mean, where she was like losing, I was just trying to make a clear and distinct difference between the woman who was a loving mother and the woman who would violently attack her husband.
Okay.
And the other women.
When she was her normal self, that was
Yeah.
with Z for years.
Yes.
Have you ever described her as being a Spitfire?
Totally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was she strong-willed and spirited?
Definitely.
Okay.
Yes.
And you said earlier that, you know, she asked you if you were an asshole who liked to eat animals. Was that?
Yeah. I mean,
demonstrative
she's kind of
her
snipey
personality?
sometimes, you know, but that's not like, she wasn't like aggressive or violent. She was just kind of like stern, I guess you could say, and like curt and to the point.
Okay.
You
Was
know.
she, did she speak her mind?
Yeah, totally.
Okay. And amongst the three wives, who was the clear leader of the three?
Kiwani, I feel like, but they were all like, you know, I feel like Kiwani was like the more like the more of the leader, I guess you could say. But those other girls, they were very vocal. Like, I mean, there was like all this interaction between them. It's not like Kiwani was like commanding authority or, you know, like, or that she was like in charge of the other women. Let's not put it like that. You know, like it's not like she was like the boss over them or anything, but it was very clear that she was like the more like headstrong and, you know, like more iron-willed of the three, I guess you could say.
Did she like things her way?
I mean, doesn't everyone, you know, it's like, no, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that Kiwani was like that. Like, she's like, has to have it her way kind of girl.
Was she afraid to speak her mind?
Definitely not.
Okay.
I mean, that's like very much the opposite of that.
I want to talk to you about the traveling from North Carolina to Florida.
Sure.
And you indicated that there was an intention to.
We were moving, you're talking about December the 8th.
Yes.
Well,
but
yeah.
I want to talk about where you stopped en route.
Totally.
Do you have any knowledge about going to Chloe Driver's parents' house?
We did go to Kiwani's parents on the, it was the night before that.
December the 7th?
I'm pretty sure it was the 7th, or maybe it was the 6th. Like I say, these, you know, you're talking about like the differential between a day that I'm trying to remember. Was it the 6th or the 7th of 2020, 4 years ago? I can't remember.
Okay.
But it was not the 8th because that's the day that we were traveling and Nimsy died.
And in terms of who was traveling and how many vehicles you had, what did that look like?
It was my van, and it was the U-Haul, and it was their SUV, I think. My head is itching. I can't remember if it was their SUV or their car, but I was driving the U-Haul, and one of the girls, I think Shayla, was driving my van, and then Z was riding with Kawani and Nimsy in the SUV. I'm pretty sure. I can't remember that.
And what about Gami?
I think she was with one of the others.
Okay.
Like these are details that escape me.
Okay.
You know?
But there were multiple vehicles.
Yeah, we were in it was, I know that my van was there.
Okay.
And I was driving the U-Haul.
Okay.
So, and then there was at least one more car. Maybe they had both cars. I can't remember this.
Okay. So 3 or 4 vehicles.
3 or
total?
4 vehicles, yes.
Okay. And you know that Z and Kawani and Nimsy were all in one car?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And you drove the U-Haul by yourself?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did all of those vehicles go to Eric and Renee Driver's house on the way?
Yeah, they did. Actually, we parked in the, they live in like a condo duplex type townhouse thing. And we drove the U-Haul up the hill to their house to load up all the Kawani stuff. And we left all the other cars in the visitor parking by the pool at the entrance.
Okay.
And Shaylee took a nap in my van.
All right.
While they were there.
And what was the purpose for stopping at Eric and Renee Driver's house?
To get the rest of Kawani's stuff so they could move to Florida because they had found a place to live and be stationary and establish some kind of grounding, which she initiated this sequence, and we all supported that to try to help her find a place to heal where she could really like be still and, you know, not have to deal with like all the stressors from the outside world. The Sandra Torres thing was obviously hugely traumatic to everyone. And so she wanted to find a place to live, and they found a place in Florida.
Did, what stuff were you all retrieving from her parents' house?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I just pulled the U-Haul up and
Okay.
they loaded it up. I didn't even like,
Okay.
I have no idea. I would say like personal belongings, probably like things that she needed.
And do you know if her
Clothes.
parents were there and they
They were
interacted
there.
with her?
They were there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That was the
Um,
first time that was another time when I met Eric Driver. He came outside and I saw Kyle Driver.
Who's
her brother.
Kyle?
Kyle's brother.
Her brother. Okay.
Yep.
All right. And anything eventful happened while you were at the driver's house?
Nope. It's pretty smooth. We just
How was
rolled up.
Kawani acting?
She was actually, you know, by this point she had become like her, even in her normal self, she was kind of like, you know, she's like really dealing with a lot of like mental health issues, you know,
Okay.
and it was really starting to like drive her down.
You described her earlier as like looking sad. Is
Sad.
that- okay.
Yeah. Just like, you know, like really needing to get like that, like needing some kind of like something, you know, like the stable place in Florida where they could go, and, you know, and she was really looking forward to that, and everybody was, you know,
Okay.
like that was.
Do you know who made the decision to go to the driver's house to get Kawani's things? Was that something that she
Gosh, I
requested?
don't know.
You don't know? Okay, that's fine. How long were you all at the driver's residence?
Probably like an hour and a half or so.
All
You know, we just stopped in, picked up stuff. She had just been there after Thanksgiving and then had come back to Z and her family, and with her sisters and her baby. And they had like, you know, things had like mended, and they were going to Florida, and Eric and Renee opened their house up, and Z was there talking to Eric. Like it was just like, you know, this is all after that. You know, this was December the 6th, right before Nimsy died.
Okay, so December the 6th, in interactions between Z and Kawani and her parents and her brothers there, did you observe anything that was abnormal?
Not at all.
Tension, conflict, anything like that?
Actually, not at all. Like
Okay.
it was just smooth.
All right.
Like Eric and Renee were, you know, they were there. They're like, here, you know, they opened their home. Z was talking to Eric.
Mhm.
You know, he went inside, gathered their stuff with Kawani, and loaded it into the U-Haul.
At that time, was Kawani excited about going to Florida?
They were all very like eager to get to Florida, or like, you know, like,
Y'all
yeah,
had a
excited,
great
I guess.
year, I was
you
thinking
know,
that
as excited as a person that kind of.
And I set up all my lives for the
sad
next
like that could
2
be, I
days.
guess.
Okay.
But yeah, they were all like ready to get to Florida and be stable, and they wanted to have a garden. She was talking about having a garden and growing food and doing, some self-healing meditations and being stable and being away from stressors of the world. Like, they had found a spot in the country, that was kind of like a way, to where, she wouldn't have as many triggers to go into these.
Those were the things that she expressed she wanted?
Yeah, totally.
A garden and land and to
That's
be out
it.
in the country?
That's it.
Okay.
Yep.
Was Nimsy with her and Z in the group whenever they were there with Eric and Renee Driver?
Yes, she was.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you said you believe that was either the 6th or the 7th?
The 6th or the 7th, yes.
Okay. And then I want to talk about the 8th. You all went to Jerry's. Did you know Jerry already?
Yeah, I know Jerry.
Okay.
I had been to Jerry's house a couple times before. I'd spoken to him on the phone. It's kind of like one of those situations with Z. Like, I met Jerry. Jerry is a really interesting guy. He's intelligent, and he does like a podcast talk show. That's like really, it's like an interesting thing that he does. And so I had spoken to Jerry for hours on the phone. Like, I just called him up just to chat, like I do with people that I meet that I'm interested in. Kind of the same thing when I first met Z, just the same thing. Like, I met Jerry, I liked him, I still like Jerry, and we.
It does remind me of Waco.
I knew Jerry. Yes.
Okay.
So I was
All
just trying to give you just descriptive details into our.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. So you were familiar with his home. You come to Cherokee County with
Can you
everybody we've
imagine
already discussed,
having a
right?
roommate in
Yes, on
prison
the 8th.
that drinks
On
his
the
I had
own
been there
urine?
before several times.
Okay.
Yeah.
What if he
So,
drinks the other guy?
any idea what time you arrived at the house?
Sometime in the afternoon, I'd say like, gosh, I don't know what time that was. Like, what time was that? Maybe like noon or
Okay.
11. Gosh, like I say, these are, because we had woken up early that morning and gone to the 12 tribes.
And what is the 12 tribes?
12 tribes is like a quasi-Jewish, quasi-Christian cult of culture of individuals.
Did he just put Christian and the CULT word in the same sentence and then correcting himself and calling it a culture? Oh, Ada, I am not okay. I'm not okay either. Why do you think I'm? Oh, okay, Swan. Oh, I can see body parts, maimed people, blood, guts, but the thought of quarters with urine makes me want to vomit, and I just ate my dinner. Oh my God. Hey, Swan. Really? Yeah, I know, right? All right, this is with triple goat. Okay, Swan. That was perfect. That was perfect.
They
Gross.
have like a long-standing foundation of devotees, and they have like delis and stuff like that, and they have like a minha, where they sing and dance in the morning and stuff like that. And,
So you all went there that morning?
we went there that morning.
Okay. And did Kuwani participate in that?
Well, we were all there. I mean, participate. We
Oh,
just
y'all
sat there.
get to go.
You said there was singing and dancing.
Yeah,
and
no,
stuff.
she wasn't doing that.
the
Neither
goat.
did we.
Okay.
But yeah,
What were you all doing?
just sitting there.
Okay. Were you
Yeah.
communicating?
We spoke to each other,
Mhm.
or yeah, of course.
Okay.
I mean, but
Anything about her behavior on that day at 12 tribes was she normal, Kuwani?
yes, she was.
Okay. Was she in a bad mood, good spirits?
Everybody
Just-
needs
It seems like
step
she was
away.
pretty normal. Like I say,
You
her
can
she
leave
was
it
pretty
running so I can
disheartened
keep the viewers
overall
and you
in
turn
general
off
at that point. Like pretty
sound
worn
and
down,
walk away,
and just tired of
come
dealing
back,
with
whatever.
the
Whatever you need to take care of yourself.
mental illness that was plaguing her. I'll call it that.
Okay.
And yeah, but during the 12 tribes, she was
We're almost done on the
yeah, just normal Kuwani.
correct
She did have an
Cough
episode,
ought to be good,
an
y'all.
outburst at Whole Foods later that day, where she would just have panic attacks and start screaming, and
You can't
but
unhear this.
she was pretty much in the car while that was happening. I knew it was happening, but I didn't really see it.
Okay.
Like she had gotten like overstimulated on the road or something like that,
Okay.
and some kind of trigger.
Were you interviewed by law
No,
enforcement in
this
this
is
case?
like the third or fourth
Back in
witness.
December?
Yeah, I
I
was
hope
that
you
day.
will.
That's
I
the
wish
only
you would.
thing. Yeah.
And
Haley Mouse.
is it fair to say that everybody kind of described her as acting like herself on the 8th?
For the most part, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I know that she was having like a little bit of a freak out,
Mhm.
episode
That's okay,
in
Jason,
the
we're good.
car. But that was it at Whole Foods.
When you say freak out episode,
yes,
in the context of what we've already discussed about her being a little bit of a spitfire and speaking her mind, when you say freak out episode,
I'm talking like on a whole nother level from.
I think we all
go
are.
ahead. I'm sorry, I interrupted.
is it something you observed? The
What do you
freak out episode you're talking about, did you see that?
On the 8th?
Logan B.
Actually, I knew it was happening. I knew that she was having a hard time
I hope you
because
subscribe.
Z was
You do,
just like,
guys.
Z got out of the
We're
car and he
a-
was like, Kawani's like needs some space right now.
Okay.
But no, I didn't actually
Possible
witness
free.
that.
Okay, so let's just talk about the stuff you actually saw.
Okay.
There was an incident with her in the car on that day where he said she needs some space.
Right. And so
Okay.
I just went into Whole Foods by myself and
Okay.
I needed some food. So I went into Whole Foods, got some food, came back out, got in the car, and then we took back on the road to Jerry's.
Okay, and did he give her some space whenever he said she needs some space? Did everybody give her some space?
Oh no, I think he was like doing what he normally does and talking to her and trying to, like guiding her back to,
Calming her down?
trying to get her to come back to him, in like a
Okay.
place of like normalcy, like,
Okay.
wholeness.
You don't know what that conflict was about? You didn't see her?
No, I
Okay.
don't. But I mean, so I could only make assumptions.
Okay, we don't
So,
want you to do that.
Yep.
So on the 8th, when you get to Jerry's house, you said it was around the noontime hour. There's at least 3 or 4 cars and the group of you. What happened when you got there?
realized
Where
we
did
had
all of
two
the
Dons in
women
the
go?
group, Don
Okay,
Ellen
so
and
everybody
Don
went
Brooks.
into the house.
Yay!
Except for me, I stayed out in my van. I took a nap.
Okay. And did you assist in moving any of the stuff out of the house?
No, I did not.
Okay. And at what point did you wake up from your nap?
I don't know what time that was.
Okay.
I have no idea.
Is there anything that awoke you?
Sometime, yeah, Z woke me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
Well, I was sleeping in my van, and Z was like, "Hey, I got all this stuff," because I wanted to take a nap, and he was cool with that, and he was loading up all of his stuff, and he got all of his stuff loaded. He said, "Hey, go ahead and wake up," and I woke up, and I got up, and I was standing in the driveway, and Jerry was in the garage, and Shaylee and Gamliana and I were all standing in the driveway.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what happened next?
I heard Z scream.
Okay. And
Like
what did
this.
you hear him scream?
No, just like this, like at the like this terrified, painful scream, like just like a scream, like it was like shocking, like Z doesn't really scream like that. That's the only time I've ever heard him express any sound that even closely resembled that. It was
Is he typically quiet?
No, he just doesn't. I mean, the trauma,
Not me neither, Ron.
pain, it was just a scream of
watch it all the
utter,
time.
just so much pain was in his voice. And so I didn't even know what had happened. I had no idea what had happened. But I was outside and I told Gami, I was like, you need to call 911 right now. And so she started calling 911 and I ran inside the house. Shayla was already running back in the house and so did Jerry
Okay.
when we heard him scream like that.
You
But this is how I remember. Maybe Jerry wasn't standing outside. I feel like these details are probably more or less irrelevant, but at one point Jerry was standing outside.
Not yet.
I don't know if Jerry was still in the.
You don't decide what's relevant or or irrelevant. You just state the facts and let the jury decide.
Garage right there at the house when I heard Z
That tells
scream.
me you're still
But
editing
Gami and
your
I definitely
testimony.
were. And
But I don't believe people who do that.
And I told her to call the cops,
Okay.
to call 911 because something was definitely wrong. Like I had no idea what had happened, but it was a scream of pain and like something like bad, you know, like.
You previously testified that you're not a call the cops kind of guy, and you're
So-
obviously sitting here wearing orange.
That's
so, tell me what about what you heard made your first instinct be call 911?
You know, I can't really remember. I don't remember. I just remember hearing the scream, and perhaps like, I can't even remember what happened in between there. It's like, it's been so long. It's like, I don't know exactly what the sequence of events
You remember
was, but
words and
something compelled me. I
statements
said, Gami, you need to call
that
911 right now.
pertain to
And she did.
her.
And I ran inside.
But you can't
And
remember
then I ran
the most
upstairs because that's where the scream was
event
coming
in your
from.
life.
And then I walked into
Down,
this
but in the
like
sense of impactful.
really horrible thing.
Okay. What happened when you walked into the room?
I walked into the room and there was blood everywhere. And Z was, I'm gonna talk through this one. Z was trying to give Nimsy like mouth to mouth. Like she had obviously had some laceration wounds to her neck, and there was like blood everywhere. And Kawani was laying on the ground, and she
He's gonna start
had
crying.
tried to kill herself by stabbing herself in the chest and in the throat, and she was bleeding profusely. And so I was just went into shock, basically. Like I had very little or no experience, especially with a child. Like, I mean, I've witnessed a couple things, but not like this. And so Z's like giving his daughter mouth to mouth, trying to like breathe some life back into her. And she's like gurgling her last breath. And Kawani's laying on the floor, bleeding profusely.
Was Nimsy still alive when you went into the room?
She was on her way out.
Okay.
Like she was gurgling, but she wasn't moving. And she looked very not alive.
Okay. And
Not alive.
Tell me about your interaction with Kawani, sorry.
I went to the ground and Z said, keep pressure on the wounds. And so I did. I went down and I kept pressure on the wounds, and I tried to just stop them from
go ahead.
bleeding. I was using my sweatshirt and my hands.
I'll do a commercial when we're done between the two. So wait for the commercial. When you see that, turn your volume back
And how
up.
was Kawani reacting to you? Was she saying anything or doing anything?
She was saying that she wanted to see Nimsy one more time, and she was actually trying to push me away. She was you know what? Earlier I said there was only one time when I touched Kawani, but that was the second time when I was trying to save her life. I was holding pressure on the wound, and she had blood all over her hands, and she was pushing my face away, telling me stop, I'm supposed to die. And I wanted to see, and then she was like trying to lean up to see Nimsy one more time, but I held her down because I thought that, you know, I just didn't want her to lose any more blood, because there was blood everywhere and all over me and all over our clothes and all over the floor and the bed. It was like a massacre. And I just wanted to try to save her life. So I held her down and kept pressure on the wounds for probably about 2 minutes because the paramedics came really fast.
Okay.
Go on, go better.
So she told you to stop. She tried to push you
separate,
away.
that's fine.
Yeah.
We
She said, I'm
appreciate,
supposed
love
to
you.
die, and that she wanted to see Nimsy one last time.
Yes.
Is that what you recall?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So if this is too much, good night.
And you
If
indicated
it's
that
too much, turn your volume off.
you were
I'll
attempting
play
to
a
save her life,
commercial.
and that
You know
Yeah.
it's safe
was
to come back
attempting to
in.
save Hannah's life.
Yeah, he was.
Did you care about Kawani and Hannah?
Of course.
Do you still care about them?
Yes.
Okay. And after this happened, did you maintain a relationship with Kawani?
Actually, yeah.
After she was arrested, did you all continue to communicate with her?
Yeah, she called from inside jail a lot.
Okay.
And we had a chance to speak a couple times. Yeah.
Okay. And do you know for how long she maintained a relationship with you and Z
I think
and
they're
the other
done.
women
They're
after she
done.
was arrested for murdering Hannah?
They're finished.
I can't remember.
This is
I have no
finished
idea.
in sign language.
Okay.
A while, more than a year.
Okay.
Yeah.
And were you a part of some of those phone conversations?
I was, yeah.
And what was the tone of those phone
I'm
conversations?
sorry, Haley Mount.
Pretty, like,
My
mellow,
stepmom
really.
kinda
Like,
did the
just,
same thing.
Pretty, just, you know, she's in jail, and we were talking to her and just reminding her that we love her, and that even though this was like a horrible thing, that we forgive her, and we know that that wasn't her that did that. And we still love her and care about her, and we forgive her for that because we know that she would never do that.
And did she continue to express love for all of you?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And have you maintained contact and stayed in contact with Z?
Yeah.
Okay. And have y'all discussed that, you still care about Kuwani and you don't want anything bad to happen to her?
That's right.
Okay. And have you discussed that
Talk
it is
about
your
Diane.
desire that
Go to my
she
Discord
go to a
and give me
mental
your link
hospital and
to your
not be
page,
in
please.
state custody?
I mean, honestly, when it comes to that, I feel like my opinion is that this woman has suffered enough, with all of her, I can't imagine having to deal with knowing that something that you lost control of your own mind to the point to where you killed your own daughter. Like, women don't kill their babies. Like, that's really rare, and when you do see it, it's usually a case of like the child is unwanted. That's not what this was. This was not an unwanted child. This was some kind of deep thing being expressed through Kuwani that started, like I say, the trauma that fractured her, I think began when she was a child. And Z did what he could to help her with that. And so did all of us. And it ended up being this really horrific thing. And I do think that basically, like, I know that, I just don't think that prison is the place for her. No, I don't.
Okay.
I think that she's just gonna degrade, and these prisons are horrible, and they're just like.
Have you stated previously that you think she suffered enough and that you all believe she needs to be free in society?
That's a question mark. Like, free in society, I think that she should be. I think that it should be acknowledged that in the term of what we'll call, not guilty due to insanity. It's like you hear about people using this as a cop-out plea, and this is actually like one real one,
Okay.
And
we've discussed that you don't know what the law in Georgia is, right?
I don't. I'm not trying. I'm just trying to speak as as much familiarity with it as I have.
And my question is whether you have stated that you think she suffered enough
Talk
and
about
that she should
Diane.
be free.
If you're part of my Discord,
Okay,
sure,
I think that she
link
has
there
suffered enough.
to your YouTube. I want to look
I
at
think
it.
that she needs to be immediately free. I don't know. Maybe. I think that she could
This
be.
does not help
I don't think that
prostitution
she's a harm to anyone.
at
I
all.
don't think that she's a harm
If I
to
was her
society. And I
attorney,
don't think that
I'd
she's
be
a
a
harm
happy
to
man.
herself. But maybe she is. Maybe she does need to be institutionalized. I think that should be determined by a professional.
When's
not
the
me.
last time you spoke to her?
Gosh, it was a while ago, like a couple years ago. I don't know. Do I personally feel like Kuwani should be free? Yeah, but maybe not. But maybe I'm wrong.
so.
Like I say, I think that should be.
Be nice,
I do
but I don't
personally
think
feel
so.
that.
Okay.
And you have to understand, like, I have zero toleration for abuse of children. I think that the laws aren't strict enough on those who abuse children and individuals. If it is so the case that Kuwani was abused as a child, then her abusers should be brought to justice. And I don't think there should be a statute of limitations on that.
Did you ever tell Detective Cruz in the investigation of this case that woman chose to do what she did today? She took those actions. She made those choices.
I don't remember saying that. No.
You don't remember saying that?
No.
And the person that stabbed Nimsi to death, do you see her in this courtroom?
God.
From what I understand, I didn't see her do it, but Kuwani's sitting right here in this room.
Okay.
Yeah, that's her.
Over here?
Yep, that's her.
You're not having
Finally,
any other
they
questions?
identify her.
All right, cross-examination.
Okay, guys, this is either going to be awesome or it's going to be a massive fail.
Yeah.
After this, I might say, no cross, we're good. He's helped us enough. Okay, let's see. I want to know, now, He had an
Good
orange
afternoon,
under
Mr.
an
Spillers.
orange, and I'm not wondering if
Nice
he
to
got
talk to you
too hot.
again. You and I first spoke, I think that was Friday or Saturday while you were at the jail by Zoom call. Is that correct?
Yeah, we sure did.
Other than that conversation, we've never talked before.
No, we had not.
You never reached out to us to try to speak to us in any way about this case.
Actually, I have.
Did you?
Yeah, I've called several times. I've called your office. I've left messages for you.
Okay.
Over the past few months.
While you were in custody?
Yeah, I was in custody.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Apologize if I didn't get those messages.
Okay.
It was
Yeah, I probably called you
inappropriate.
half a dozen times. I've left messages with your secretary. I was told that you were the person that I needed, the individual that I needed to talk to probably like 4 months ago. I've been locked up since July. And I have called you many times trying to get in touch with you to reach out and just let you know that I'm here to speak my perspective.
Okay.
So
but
you're
before
seeking
Saturday,
somebody
when
out.
we talked by Zoom
No,
at the jail,
And
this
to
is the
get-
first time we've
spoken
spoken.
before.
Yeah,
Right.
that's right.
We had never talked at one point about what your anticipated testimony was going to be today.
Now you know.
Absolutely not. No, your questions for me on Saturday are mostly in the nature of my relationship with the group. We only talked for 30
Good
minutes.
night, Adair.
I mean, I've been on the stand now for 2.5
Let's
hours.
think.
Yes, sir.
You know?
Yes,
So-
sir.
Sleep.
And I am going to talk a little bit more about your relationship to the group, just to flesh some of that out.
Let's
Okay.
do it.
But I'm going to start with December the 8th. I know,
Okay.
I know that's a tough day for you. I've seen the emotion on your face about what happened that day.
I care deeply about Kawani.
Go.
and,
Y'all.
that baby too.
Y'all. Well, this is the same courtroom as Melody Ferris because she was sitting here. But remember the Afro Queen? She's back. The Afro Queen is back, but her afro don't look so good today.
I just want to understand a couple of things. When you came into the room at first, Z was already in the room, right?
Yes, he was.
Okay,
And,
guys, it may get a little graphic.
When you came in, Z was attempting to resuscitate and deal with Hannah, correct?
Yes.
When you first approached Kawani, I'm gonna call her Kawani because that's what you call her. I'm
Sure.
gonna try to keep that consistent. When you first approached her,
Long day.
was the
guy-
knife still
guy
in
tucked
her
the afro
chest,
down.
or was she holding that in her hand, or
The
where
afro
was the knife?
down.
It was on the floor.
Okay, so
Okay,
the
I'm
knife was
being
already on the floor beside her. You didn't do anything to touch or move that knife when you walked in, when you came into the room?
Nope.
Okay. And you said that she was saying that she wanted to see her baby. She was
That's right.
moving up to see Nimsy, correct?
Yes.
And she said to you, I'm supposed to die. I'm supposed to die. That's what she was telling you.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when she was laying there on the floor, do you recall her reaching out to Nimsy with her right hand?
It's really hard to know. I don't. I remember her like pushing my face away, like she was trying to get me to stop, like she like wanted me to stop trying to like put pressure on the wounds.
Was she also trying to get to the child, did you think?
No, I don't even think she could get up at that point. Like she said very clearly, I can't even see. Like she says, I can barely move. I can't see. I would just want to see her one last time. And I told her she needed to be still because she's bleeding profusely and the EMS people need to get here.
Okay. I'm not going to make you watch the body cam videos from the officers that came into the scene. The jury's already seen those in this case. If I tell you that one of the prior officers in this case testified that Kawani was reaching out and holding Nimsy's hand, do you have any reason to dispute that could have happened that morning?
Well, it couldn't have been that she was touching her because there's too much distance between them.
Okay.
Like there was too much distance there.
Okay.
Like the baby was on the bed and Z was trying to like breathe into her because she was gurgling blood and there was blood everywhere.
Okay, guys, I'm going to move.
But if an officer says that, you don't have any reason to dispute what that officer would
Oh, I
have
will
said.
dispute that.
Okay.
I'll 100% dispute that.
Okay. Have you ever seen the body cam video in this case?
No, I haven't.
Okay. All right. Let me get you back to.
So you're saying, let's be clear one more time. You're saying that Kawani's body was touching Nimsy's body, and that you're saying that if an officer said would I dispute it?
I'm not asking you if their bodies were touching each other. I'm asking you if you recall her reaching out and touching her with her arm, with her right hand.
Yes, that's what you're saying.
Yes.
So that's what I'm saying, touching the baby with her hand.
Yeah.
No, that's impossible. There's too much distance between them.
Okay. All right.
There's no way that she could have been touching the baby.
Okay. Now, you did say in
On the
response
body
to some
cam.
questions there by
Can't
Ms.
dispute it.
Gropper that she was asking you about what you thought should happen to Kwani from this case.
Sure.
You understand that what your belief is about that doesn't truly mean a lot. The jury gets to decide that, correct?
Sure. But I mean, I feel like it's a fair question.
Sure. Because you saw her consistently for about 5 or 6 months.
Yeah.
And you have testified to us pretty extensively about a significant change in her mental state from when you first met her in April or May of 2020 until December of 2020, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Your testimony is, and I think I wrote this down right, you know that wasn't her that did that. You know that wasn't Chloe Driver that did this, right?
Yes.
You know that because everything that you ever saw her do with that child was what you would expect for a loving mother, right? You know that because of what you saw in that child's eyes and face when that child saw her mother, right?
Yes.
You described her earlier in your testimony that the child was bright and full of life, right?
Yes.
And she got that personality. She got that as a reflection from the treatment she got from her mother.
From the love of her parents.
Yeah, Z2, right?
Z2.
But from her mother.
Yeah.
You said that her mother was particularly the one responsible for most of the day-to-day motherly things with the child, changing the diapers, right?
Yeah, I mean, Z changed some diapers too, obviously, but yeah, she was.
But she breastfed this child
Yes,
every
she
time,
did.
right? They did not believe in bottle feeding or
No,
formula.
she breastfed her child.
Right.
Yes, she did.
So she was up all night feeding the child when the child needed to be fed,
She was
right?
an excellent mother. I've already said that.
Yeah. So you know,
She loved her baby.
you know from being with her that, as you just said, there's no good reason why a mother would ever kill her child. You know in this case that there was no good reason why she would ever kill her child, right?
No.
Okay. So just taking you back to May when you first met her, the first time that you saw and understood the dynamic of this group relationship that Z was in.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you had met him previously in Asheville, and you talked about the trust and that, you didn't really understand the group dynamic at that point.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. It would, that's kind of hard to, that's why I was so interested in their group and in their family. And so was Jennifer, this girl I was with at the time. And, it's, you can talk to someone, but you need to see that type of social interaction in person to gain.
You'd never had an experience relationship wise like that, right? You never had a polygamous plurality relationship.
I've had multiple women that I've balanced. I've done that my whole life, really, had multiple girlfriends, if you will. But no, I had never taken the time to introduce them to each other and be like, hey, we're a family now. I'm going to actually be devoted to you as a husband and show you that level of commitment and care and love and appreciation and all these things. Even though I was never really I always showed those things to the women in my life, but never to the level of calling them my wife.
Right.
So like I say, when I heard that, I thought it was very interesting because it was kind of what I had always done anyway with plurality in women, but actually having the intimacy and the fulfillment of having a wife, which I had always had missing from my life and I really wanted. But I never wanted to just settle for one woman. And Z kind of seemed, it was just like, oh, it just like a light clicked on in my head. I was like, oh, so you have multiple wives. That's how you do that. Okay.
And
So-
like I said, you never had that relationship with multiple women in a wife type setting.
No,
right?
sir,
Right.
I have not.
So you were curious as to how that existed.
Yes, sir.
And whether or not these people all got along with each other.
Right.
Was the relationship built towards each other, were there infighting amongst some of them, right?
Yeah.
And when you first met them in May, you found that everything was, they all agreed. They got together. They got along.
They
Everybody
really
worked
did.
together, right?
Yeah, it was beautiful.
Dr.
I
Bullbetter,
was
it's
inspired by
okay.
it. And
You've
even
been
like when we
amazing.
left,
I appreciate you.
I told Jennifer, I was like,
It's late. I understand. Um, sometimes I have to look at something else on the screen because it's something I don't want to really hear, but I'm the host, so I kind of have to. But you're amazing. Have a great evening. Hopefully, we'll see you tomorrow. Um, and I think we're getting through the gruesome stuff. I hope. Out and about with Danny, my friend's been doing. I'm okay. So, this is not going to be an easy case. But now I'm hooked. This guy, it's going to be boring after this guy. God only knows. But anyway, we'll see you tomorrow, Lord willing. Rest well.
I was like, I'm about to like change my perspective on.
I love you too.
Yeah.
Let me show you. We're going to mark this as Defendant's Exhibit 1, Judge. This is a photograph, I believe, that was taken off of Kuwani's phone by law enforcement. You see that photograph on your screen there, sir?
Yeah.
Do you recall an instance like that in May, June at the beach?
I mean, that was pretty much like their life. Look at how happy Kuwani is. You know, like look at her face. Look at the babies. You know, like these are just
Thank
like
you,
they're
Lobby.
just like happy people,
Lobby.
just living their lives.
Does that seem to be a fair and accurate reflection
No,
of things
he's
that
a
you
friend of
exhibited with them at that time in May?
defendant,
Okay.
her husband.
And again, Judge, let me show you. We'll call this one Defendant's Exhibit 2, and I'm going to see if I can.
There's Kuwani holding and feeding her baby on the beach. You know, like look at
in
her
on
face.
that to make it
like,
a little bigger.
This guy's a
Here's
little
in that
too
video,
emotional
photograph,
for
she's
me
actually
over the
breastfeeding the
baby.
child. Is that
Why is
clear?
he so invested in
Same
the baby?
photograph, time frame. They're on the beach, obviously. Does that appear to be a representation
Wait,
of what they
she
would have
looks
been like
pregnant.
in May or June?
yeah,
He wants to have
yeah.
another
I mean,
baby?
like I say, when I left, I told Jen, I'm like, I'm doing this now. I'm gonna have multiple wives one day. And she was like, I was like, so what do you think about that? And she's like, actually, she was like, okay. She was like, so I told her, I'm like, I'm gonna bring some
Thank
other
you,
women
Ronnie.
into like this relationship because she was living with me at the
He
time.
is in jail
Even
for
though I told her, you know, I
for
was very clear
violence,
about, you know, that
bullying,
it was more of like an open
aggravated
type
assault.
relationship, you know, that I was not like fully
Good night,
committed
Lawyer
to
B.
her, that I wouldn't see other
We'll
women.
see you tomorrow
But she wasn't
morning.
like fully committed to me either.
Hopefully, we'll see you tomorrow.
Relationship kind of that we were both okay
Hey,
with
Lawyer
that
B,
certain
what
sense.
state are you
We
from?
did, even though we did live together.
Okay.
And I told her, I was like, man, we should move another girl in.
Oh,
She
you're
was
not
like,
leaving.
she was
Okay.
like, if it could work like
What
that,
state do you
then
live in?
okay. You know, like this is a woman who
Country.
24 hours before, she's like, I don't know about this. We have to go like see
Oh,
these people and see how this
cool.
works too. You know, we get down there and we see, she's like, okay.
That
She's like,
ultimately did not work out though with you and Jen.
no, it did.
Right.
You know, that's a whole different story. So,
Judge, I will move to tender Defendant's Exhibits 1 and 2 at this time.
Any objection? No objection.
but yeah, Jen said, you know, if it could be like that, if it could be the way that they are with each other and they're not like jealous, fighting, bickering little women, you know, who have these, you know, like all of this stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like it's like the things that you would expect, like the jealousy and fighting and bickering between women. It was not there.
Okay.
And we stayed for a week and we saw them in and out. And you know, like when you're around somebody for a week straight, like we were really observant of them. So yeah, I mean, I can't say enough about how their family was just working in this beautiful kind of way.
All right. And then your next interaction with them together was roughly in September when you went to Connecticut.
Well, I saw them a couple times. Like I say, I remember seeing them. Saw Z in Asheville. I met him for lunch at the 12 Tribes one time over the summer. I met Kuwani and her parents at the river one day in June. Yeah.
But the next extended time that you spent with them was September up at Z's parents' house.
Yeah,
right?
I need to use this real quick. My nose is Yes, the next time I was with them extensively was in September at Z's parents' house, and Mike and Michelle Joyce's house in Bristol, Connecticut.
I'm showing you now.
I'm sorry. I'm going to object to publishing all the exhibits before they've been admitted. I don't know what else he intends to get into. The state's previously provided an exhaustive list of all of our exhibits, but I have no idea what he has on there that he.
It's just photographs of her and the child during the time frame that we're talking
Just
about.
review whatever he's seeking to admit before we
I
publish it to the
appreciate
jury.
all of
Just don't have
y'all.
them printed out. They're just
It's the same ones that were used during opening.
Oh, okay. No objection to those.
All right. You withdraw your objection?
I withdraw my objection if
All
they're
right.
the same ones during opening.
All right.
this photograph, Mr. Spillers, I believe, was taken in August, so maybe slightly before your visit with them in September. But does that seem to accurately reflect how you would have seen
Yeah, I'm thinking about getting opening
Kalani
some
and
chips right about
Lindsay
now.
at that period of time?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I'll mark that as this defendant's exhibit 3, and we'll move to tender that, I guess, as well.
No objection.
It's admitted.
And then in September, when you were in Connecticut, you were there for about 2 weeks, right?
Yeah.
And I think you said that you stayed in your van for the most part. You slept in your van while you were there.
Yeah.
Kwani, Z, Ninzi were in his parents' home.
Yeah.
Right. And at that point in time, his parents knew her, knew the other women that were involved, right? They were well aware of the relationships that he had.
Yes, they were.
Okay. Did he ever talk to you about a time in which he took Kwani back to his house in Connecticut before the child was born, when they first met, and he had her living in his parents' basement?
Yeah, I do remember him talking about that, like briefly, like that's how they met or something like that. That's when they first met.
You recall him
Yep,
telling
yeah.
you that
Ronnie.
he kept her in the basement because he didn't want his parents to know about her at that time, that he
No.
took food down there to her?
Definitely not. And they definitely knew that she was there. That's ridiculous.
Okay, this would have been not September of 2020. I'm talking about before that.
Oh
when
yeah,
they
but I
first
mean,
met.
dude, Michelle Joyce is not the kind of lady who has somebody in her house and doesn't know about it. That's impossible.
Okay.
So, you know, like that's just not our thing.
Okay.
You know, like the idea that, you know, that they didn't know that they were, he was keeping someone in her house. Like, yeah, right. Have you met her?
I have not.
Okay. Well, then you would know. Like, there's no way that that's like,
Okay.
yeah. But no, I never heard him talk about that. But that just strikes me as like, if you knew the Joyce family, like,
You don't think that would have happened?
I don't think that's possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in September,
Just-
though, in Connecticut, your testimony is that you begin to see her, a change in her personality, a change in her.
Yeah, a radical
self.
change.
Yeah.
You know, she struck Z when I was there. And that was just like so like, you know, just out of character. Like,
This is when these episodes were starting in which she would basically zone out or be in a catatonic type state.
definitely.
Is that right?
Yes.
When she was in these states, she would come out of them and not have any recollection of what just happened. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Um,
And I witnessed this many times.
Yes.
Especially because it developed even more when I, you know, into October and through November, it was severe. I've
The-
never seen anything like it.
Was she telling you the type of things that she was hearing or seeing during these delusional spells? Would she tell you that she was hearing voices?
Well, not really like that. No, she was more expressing it as just like this, like aggressive, manic, like thing. You know, she would talk about all kinds of stuff, but you know, it was like really hard to, you know, and I was listening attentively and with care and respect for Kwani when she was expressing these things. And, you know, it's like certain things that she would say kind of made sense sometimes, you know, like she would talk about like gosh, I can't even remember these things specifically. Like she would talk about like evil in the
She
world and like,
regurgitates
like
crap that you told her.
which there is a lot of evil in the world.
Sure.
So it's not like everything that she said, but some of the things that she was saying were completely like.
But she was expressing to you that this was evil that she felt like was directed at her, right?
Definitely.
Not something that she was just talking about.
But ambivalent, just like an ambivalent force in the room as well, too.
Yeah.
Like not just like an indirect, like just the presence of evil.
Yeah, she sensed this.
Yes.
Now,
It's not like she was mad at the war in Israel or something. She was feeling a presence of a body or a presence of an entity that was coming towards her or directed towards her, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, she was.
This was so profound to you when you saw her in September and such a difference in how she was in May. You recall talking to Z about this and telling him that, she needed to get some help?
Yeah, I did actually. I was like, dude, I don't know. But I mean, I was trying to say like, maybe she should go to an institution or something like that. But at the same time, I've never been to one of these institutions.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. And Z has a lot of familiarity with these things.
You said you've told us in your conversation we had with you Saturday, your sister has some relation to social work, right?
My sister has her master's degree in social work and behavioral sciences. And she works as a counselor. And, I have a very close relationship with my sister. So we talk about these things. And I pride myself in being an intellectual and having the ability for divergent thinking and to, gain objective understanding for concepts rather quickly. So I've always excelled and been in like, the top of my class kind of guy. So I speak with Chelsea. My sister's name is Chelsea. I speak with Chelsea and I've spoken with her about these things. And, we spoke a lot about Kawani when this was happening with her.
And I'm not going to hold you to an expert in psychology by any means or psychiatric issues, but you believed, and I think you even told Detective Cruz this in your interview, that you believed that
if she was smart,
in fact, Kawani was suffering from specific disorders such as bipolar or schizophrenia, that type of thing, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, I do think that. I do think that some kind of individual could, but it's like these things came on very suddenly. So it's like I was telling the state earlier in my testimony, and that's why I didn't really push it too far when Z said that he didn't want her to be institutionalized because this wasn't like how she was all the time. So perhaps I'm incorrect, because to diagnose somebody with schizophrenia means that they have schizophrenia, not that they have schizophrenic-like episodes. Do you understand the differential here? It's like, that's how I'm viewing it now. And honestly, at that time, I had just witnessed Nimsy breathe her last breath. And, I'm trying to save Kawani's life. So, it's like, I don't even really remember that interview with Tiana Cruz myself. There was like a lot of trauma.
You were still in shock to some degree about what you just.
I'm still traumatized by this to this day.
Yeah.
Like this is like a huge thing for me to deal with.
But Z's response to you reaching out to him about what you were seeing and your concerns, he did not want her treated.
He didn't want to put her. Well, his expressions were very clear. He didn't want to put her in an institution where she would get less care and less time and consideration than what she was getting from him and from her sisters.
He didn't want pharmaceuticals.
And he didn't want her to become some brain dead pharmaceutical girl, and
he didn't want that for Kawani, but he also didn't want that for Nimsy, right?
Thank you. Yes, that's where I was going. Like, she's breastfeeding this baby.
Yeah.
And he didn't want
Oh,
that. And,
wait. You're breastfeeding a baby, but it's okay to take cannabis and THC while nursing a baby? What the hell? You freaking jerk.
He didn't want her to be institutionalized because she has this, he was trying to keep their family together, man, and I respected him for that. And I respected him for trying to do it organically and without drugs.
So let's talk a little bit about this CBD here. That was State's Exhibit 87. I think when you testified earlier, I thought you testified that you had bought that from a store, but maybe I misunderstood. You got it from a friend of yours.
I bought it from an individual woman who's in her 50s who works in the CBD industry.
I'd love a koala.
Is her name Kylie Cross?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So this appears like in this jar, it appears to be something that was homemade or manufactured by someone and put in that substance. Is that fair?
I'll tell you what I was told.
Okay.
I was told that was manufactured in a large quantity and that it was processed in a legal type circumstance.
My dog saw me do that and she put her head in my lap like,
in stores, but it was excess that she had access.
This is hiding.
Okay. But you don't, that's how you got it, right? In that jar.
That's exactly how I got it.
You were told what it was. You were told it was CBD, but other than that, you have no reason to understand that it's CBD or anything else, correct?
I'm just going by what I was told, yes.
Okay. And you had used some of that yourself.
Yes, sir.
And I think your testimony earlier was you didn't think that it had much of a effect on you.
It really didn't.
Using it for your shoulder, I think.
Yeah, I got a bad. I have a bad neck and a bad rib. I did jujitsu for years and years,
and it didn't really give you any relief.
It did in a way. It did a little bit, but I discontinued my use of CBD.
You didn't have any side effects from it, such as delusions or paranoia or concerns like that, right?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. But you definitely saw what you believe was an increase in paranoia and delusions from Kawani that occurred at the time she was taking this substance as well.
Yes,
right?
sir, I did.
Did you believe that the CBD or whatever this stuff was causing her symptoms to get worse?
Not at first. When she first started taking it, I gave it to him in September. And then that only progressed until
but why
that was
don't they
way
put
later.
him in there?
And she was the one who was saying that because I don't, her delusions, it was like, it's hard for me to differentiate, was this?
Why have they not charged him with accessory or whatever? He gave it to him. He should be responsible. Obviously, now we're hearing that it caused some problems. Hello. And she's a nursing mom.
Actually, but she was the one who started saying that.
She was telling you that she was having concerns that this substance was causing.
She was telling us, and then Z started to pull it back and stop giving it to her.
Okay. Ultimately, and you talked a little bit about this earlier, the nature of this relationship and the control, and I don't mean control in a necessarily a negative way, but the patriarchal structure of this family, right?
Yes, sir.
Ultimately, Z had final decision about whatever was happening in his family, right?
I mean, yeah, for the most part, but these women were heard. It's not like these were not oppressed, silenced women, and by no means. In fact, very much the opposite. Like I say, he wakes up every day. It's like, we want to talk. He wants them to talk. They were encouraged to speak. They were encouraged to speak their minds. They were encouraged to tell how they were
women
feeling,
don't know how to.
So he could
We're
be a better man.
uneducated. You
But
couldn't
if
have an
Z-
educated conversation.
If Z felt like the CBD was something he wanted to have her use, he would be the one to say, let's use that.
Well,
right?
he was vehemently opposed to it at first, but she talked him into it.
And he did agree to it.
And he
right?
finally agreed to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But if he had not agreed to that, she would not have been able to use it.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the nature of a relationship, unless two people are in agreement. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think that he would have, just like he didn't want her to use pharmaceuticals, like I said, she's breastfeeding a child.
Did you ever tell him that he needed to stop giving her the CBD?
No, I did not.
Never.
No, I didn't.
Oh, I've had 3 shoulder reconstructive surgeries on
Now,
this one arm.
again, this time frame of September when you're in Connecticut, October when you're in Virginia with them, despite the concerns you're seeing for her declining mental state, her treatment of Hannah was still 100% top-notch motherly
It
treatment.
really was.
Right?
Like, it really was. Yeah, I mean, there were a couple times where, you know, she was so out of it and having like these like episodes of panic and discomfort and violent aggression, you know, where, you know, I felt like she wasn't her best self as far as like giving Hannah all of the attention that the child needed. But that was uncommon. You know, that was only like a few times. Cause you know, it's like when she's manic and like screaming and pulling her hair out, you know, it's like, there's a baby in the room. Like
When she was in that state, she obviously couldn't be a good mother.
there were a couple
to the
times where
child, right?
I had to hold the baby because, you know, she was like, Z was like, here, hold the baby, you know, like, because Kawani's like becoming aggressive and violent and screaming at the top of her lungs in public places. And, you know,
But
like,
nothing that she ever did during those times, nothing that happened while she was in those delusional states or those paranoia states.
She never
Nothing
attacked
she
the
did
baby.
was ever violent, aggressive, or harmful to Lindsay.
no, very much the opposite.
Okay.
Still.
All right. Now, when you were in North Carolina, this is, I guess, late October into November, when you got back to North Carolina where you lived, right?
Yeah.
Candler. That's not, it's like a suburb of Asheville, is that right?
Yes.
Peggy, how far does Peggy live from you?
In Candler?
Yes.
South Asheville, it's like 20 minutes.
Okay, but your house from Peggy's house is same distance, or?
What do you mean?
Where you live versus where Peggy lives, how far apart do y'all live?
20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Peggy lives in South Asheville.
Okay.
Off Overlook Road.
Okay.
I live in Candler, 41 Oakdale was my address.
Okay.
And I would say it'd take, you know, 15, 20 minutes to get over to South Asheville.
So when y'all were in North Carolina, was the rest of the group primarily living at Peggy's apartment with her, or were they staying in both places?
Yeah, basically like both places, but I let my house out to them. I let them stay at my place.
Okay.
When we came back from Virginia Beach, they stayed at Peggy's for a little while, and then
So that
Z
was
asked
his
me,
house that
and
they
we
were
stayed there. And then
staying at.
Gami
They were
started
living
doing,
with him.
Gamiana started doing the dark therapy there at my house. So at that point, they were staying at Peggy's, and that's where she was during the events that happened on November 25th.
Yeah.
And that's why she wasn't there, because she was doing a dark therapy, like I say, for her own pursuit of, like, you know, a higher vibrational frequency.
We'll come back to that November 25th incident in just a minute.
Okay.
But at that point in time, they were staying at Peggy's house. Is that fair to say? Okay.
It wasn't their house.
So let's talk a little bit more about the group dynamic and some of the stuff that we're practicing. And you talked on this earlier. This was a patriarchal driven dynamic, right?
Right. Well, Z's like the center. Z's like the, you know, he's the man of the house, and
He calls himself a prophet, does he not?
a prophet.
Yeah.
I don't know that Z would use that word to describe himself.
You never heard him call himself a prophet?
I've never heard him call himself a prophet.
You never heard him call himself Prophet Elihu?
No.
No? If he told Detective Cruz that when he was giving her his name in an interview, would that surprise you?
Eliyahu?
Yeah.
Eliyahu's his given middle name. That means Elliot. That's a Hebrew name.
Okay. But if he called himself prophet, that would surprise you.
I mean, that kind of would surprise me that he would use that word.
Do you recall him talking about, at times, Z or any of these women in the group? Do you recall them talking about the CIA coming after them and out to get them?
Yeah, there was some talk about that.
Okay. Part of the idea of this trust system, as you talked about, was keeping your property away from the government.
Sure.
You have a, let's say, healthy distrust of the government. Is that right?
Yeah, I would say.
Yeah.
Sure.
You part of the trust idea is that it insulates your property and your income from taxes.
Yes, it does.
Right.
No, that's a fact.
And At the time that you were with this group from May to December, Z didn't have a job, did he?
No.
Nobody else in the family had a job, right? None of the wives had jobs.
No.
Kawani's job was being a mother to this child, right?
That's right.
Do you know what source of income they were living off of?
I know that all of their finances are private through their trust. I mean,
but you don't know how they got them.
What
I mean,
trust?
Do you know anything about him submitting loans to the government during COVID, PPP money?
Yeah, I do remember there being some talk about that, but
setting loans up in the name of a religious organization that they got money from.
Okay.
I mean, are you aware of that?
I mean, I remember them doing that, yeah, but I mean, I didn't really like know all the details about that, you know, but I do remember that. Yeah, I do remember there being them using the trust.
What about also this belief in
guilty
this
by
group
reason
that
of insanity.
there are only 168,000 souls that are alive in the world? Are you
Oh,
familiar with that?
Yeah, that's not unique to them.
Is that something that you hold as well?
Is my belief what's on debate here? How does this relate back to? I'm trying to understand.
Just trying to understand the nature of this group.
Okay, the nature of the group in relation to the death of the child, or
in the relation to what
Okay,
they believe.
you were
okay. What does that have to do with the death of the child?
okay. First of all, you had no problems talking about your religious beliefs, drinking urine, and all of this stuff. But now under cross, you have a problem with answering the questions, and you're not supposed to be asking questions. You answer the questions.
Mr. Spillers, I get to ask you questions about what I would like to ask you questions about, as long as they're generally relevant.
Okay,
I'm asking
trying
you
to
questions
understand how
about
this
the
is
nature
generally
of this group.
Trying to understand how this is generally relevant.
I'm trying to understand why somebody believes that there's only 168,000 alive people in the world.
I personally believe that there's only 500 million bodies in this place, that the population records are all lies, and that there are much less people than there are now, and that there are only about 500 million people instead of 7 billion. So it's like when you go to New York City, and there's like, this is why I believe that. And so when you go to places like New York or San Francisco, or you go to any major city, really, all you have to do is count, you know. So we're talking about a population demographic, and we're talking about a specific number of people that they say there's 2.5 million people on Manhattan Island.
You can't.
So all
make
you have to
this
do is
crap
go
up.
and count the people. You know, all you have
cannot
to do is
make
drive
this
by and look
crap
at the
up.
traffic. All you have to do
Y'all.
is like do some mathematical equations, which would really lead you to believe that there are significantly less people than what they say.
Well,
look at her.
So,
She's
let me
like,
put
what does
oh
that
my
have to do with Nipsey?
God.
It doesn't necessarily have anything to do with Nipsey, sir, but I'm going to ask you questions about it for a reason.
I'm going to
Okay.
say
Let
that
me put it to you this way.
a lot more people
You're
need
from
to
the
be on
South. You
watching
grew up
this
in
with
North
us.
Carolina,
This is
right?
crazy.
Yeah.
We
Born
all
and
watch
raised there.
Sarah. Jeez.
You're familiar with the idea of college football, right?
Sure.
This weekend, there's going to be a football game between the University of Tennessee and the University of Georgia in Athens, and there's going to be about 96,000 people that fill a stadium. Do you not believe there's 96,000 people that are going to be sitting in that stadium watching a football game?
I mean,
Half of them
if
are
you see
alien.
them, then they're there. That doesn't mean that there's 7 billion people in the world. The population charts.
Look at the guy in the red
and
jacket
the,
back there laughing.
demographics and the census
He's-
records.
He's trying so
I
hard not
think
to laugh.
are a lie, much like a lot of other things. You know, there's a lot of lies in the government, sir. So, yeah, I mean, how much of these lies would you like to expose here in this room? You know,
Oh, look at this guy laughing.
I mean, how much fact-based
like-
information are we going to discuss?
Well, let's talk a little bit more about some of that in a second.
I'm
When we
wondering
get to
if
this
this is not
idea
worse
about
than
the
Day
polygamy
than the
relationships
Day Bell
that he
Vallow.
had with these 3 women, there was a 4th wife that he had previously. Is that right?
Yes.
You're aware of her named Gabriella Kuykendall?
Yes.
You ever met Gabriella Kuykendall?
No.
Were you aware that when she
I
had
would
a
venture to
child
say
with
he's a
Mr.
sovereign citizen. Sir. Sir.
Is your objection? Want to respond?
I think it's relevant, Judge. He talked earlier about the fact that Z had 4 wives, and we're talking about 3 wives here. And I think it's relevant to his understanding of how this group dynamic works.
He's already testified he never met her.
I'm not asking him to matter.
All right, overrule the objection.
You're aware of who Gabriella Kuykendall is, right?
Yes.
You're aware that she had a child with Z, right?
Yes.
You're aware that she left him in the middle of the night with the child and basically ran away from him, right?
Okay.
Matter of fact, it took place at the same house where this incident happened on December 8th of 2020. Did you know that?
No.
It happened at
Ran away
at Jerry's
with
house.
the baby.
Okay.
I wonder if they're going to call her.
Part of what Z was trying to do with
That ought
this
to be
group
good.
was to grow this group, right? He was constantly looking for other women to bring into his group here, right?
Are we not all constantly seeking the companionship of compatible individuals?
I'm asking about Z right now.
Okay.
Wasn't he always trying to talk to other women about bringing them into the group as well?
I mean, sure. Yeah.
Part of what he ultimately wanted to do was to have multiple children with multiple wives as well. Is that right?
That's what I want to.
Okay. He, in fact, right now, Anna
there's
just had a child.
There's a beautiful baby in this world that Gami just birthed. Yes, she did.
And Shalig is pregnant today, right?
Shalig's about to have one too. Yep.
His mentality is to grow his religious following, right?
You just used the word religion, which I feel like is inappropriate.
Okay, his mentality is to grow his following.
His mentality is to find like-minded individuals to participate with each other. As is mine. And that's what attracts us to each other.
But Mr. Spillers, he and you don't look for like-minded individuals. You and he look for strays, like castaway dogs on the side of the road. Isn't that true?
That's really ridiculous.
Is that not what you told him in a phone call with him at the jail just a few days ago?
Is it?
I'm asking you.
I don't know. I mean,
you and he have not talked about treating these women like strays, finding these women that you can bring into your group and treat them like strays. That's not a comment that you made in a phone call?
Find them, brainwash them up.
You know,
maybe it was.
Like, I don't know. I don't remember every single word of every single thing that I've said. But no, I've never treated women in my life like that.
Well, you definitely treat them as submissive individuals, right?
No, I treat them as...
Women are subservient to you, right?
He can explain his answer.
So, yeah, what's your question again?
I said at first that you treat them as submissive individuals.
No, I don't.
They're subservient to you though, right?
I think that women should be in a place that is servant. Yeah, sure.
In servitude of the man.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
100%. Yes.
Meaning that Benjamin or Z or Brian Norris, whoever he is, he controls what they do.
No,
and if they don't do what he wants, they can get out, right?
Of course.
Right? He controls what they wear, right?
So you're asking...
Yes or no?
You're asking me...
Yes or no first?
I don't know the answer to this question.
He controls what they eat, right?
We have already discussed that there is a standard, and this is the same thing that it is with me and women that I've had in my life since then. Since I've had in my entire life. When I've been a vegetarian, women who come into my life they're vegetarian, or you can not be together.
Right.
Yeah. So you're manipulating this into a control thing when it's just a standard that's set that can be avoided at any time.
If Kawani wanted to go have
a
hamburger at Wendy's, he'd kick her out of the car, right?
That's really a petty and childish way to describe something. And I mean, your rhetoric is utterly offensive. But no, I mean, why would she want to have, what would motivate her to eat an animal? She's the one who's telling me.
Maybe she really didn't believe in all of that.
Maybe. I mean, why not?
You testified earlier that she didn't really get to talk to her parents much, right?
Well, she was raped by her parents when she was younger and abused by them, according to her.
My question, sir, is she didn't talk to her parents much, right?
She did from time to time.
Are you aware there were times where Z would take her phone from her and she wouldn't have access to her phone to make calls to people?
Not when I was around.
Never saw that.
Never. I never saw him limit them
I
like
hope
that.
to bring the
Shay,
woman on
like
that
they
left.
still do things, you know,
I hope the
independently.
defense
Like
brings
if you
her.
want to use that word.
His control extended to you too, right? He told you could never touch her.
Yeah, that's a very common Orthodox thing that men do not touch each other's wives, and I respect that.
Well, I'm not suggesting that men should touch each other's wives in any other sexual way. I'm just, a handshake. You couldn't even give her a handshake.
Why would I want to? Why would I want to touch another man's wife?
You started drinking urine because of him.
I started drinking urine because Peggy Schindler told me about it, and I did my research online and did some self-edification. Perhaps you should do the same.
But Peggy Schindler, I'm not drinking my urine, sir. Peggy Schindler got that information from him, right?
Did she? I don't know.
I'm asking you.
You told me about it. I don't know.
She knew him.
Yeah, I mean, so what? Like, so there's like millions of people who drink their urine. There's like forums online with, tons of individuals, and this has become way more mainstream. And now there's like all kinds. Like I say, I mentioned Troy Casey, and I'd like to drop his name again because he's like a really prominent influencer online. And yeah, so I heard about urine therapy from Peggy. I immediately did my research about it. And I've heard about people, surviving on their urine. So I knew that it wasn't going to kill me. So I tried it. And then
And you said you do it daily.
I do.
You still maintain contact with Z?
Sure do.
Day-to-day contact?
Sure do.
You've called him probably 10 times since you've been in the jail here in Cherokee County, right?
Sure have.
You've talked to him, I guess, beginning in August or September, even through today, about
That
the
hair stuck on my nose.
mental state that you saw from Kwani at that time.
Totally.
Yeah, definitely.
And your belief is, and you continue to tell him that your belief is that she was insane. I'm not making it to a legal standard of that, but you felt like she was insane.
I mean, yes, I do. I mean, call it insane, call it whatever you want. It's like, this woman was like outside of her ability to discern what was even happening, and her behavior was erratic and out of character, and she would go in and out of these phases, and yeah, I would qualify that as insane from my perspective. I've never seen anything so severe in my life.
Okay. Now, let me back you up to this incident in November in Nashville with Miss Sandra Torres.
Do it.
And I know your testimony from what you told Miss Gropper is that you believe Miss Torres was the instigator of an aggressive, violent act here, right?
I think
Most definitely.
Okay.
Here's the thing. Sometimes the older these women get, the more they start seeing through the bullshit. I think she started seeing through the bullshit. And they didn't like it. That's why they get them young, so they can brainwash them, bend them, mold them, groom them, whatever you want to call it. And sometimes it doesn't stick. And I don't think it stuck. And I think that they sat there and did everything they could to keep her in that place and in that house and subservient to them. Not him, to them. Because all men are above the woman. He doesn't have to touch her to control and manipulate her. And so I think she started seeing through the bullshit, and that's when they started drugging her. And all went to hell. I think if he's the one that gave her the THC, he needs to be held accountable for part of this unaliving of this beautiful, precious.
You did acknowledge that you were the one that got arrested.
Yeah,
based on that incident, right?
Yeah, she was the one who called the cops.
Yeah, and you left, right, before the cops got there.
Yeah, before I got shot by a woman who was threatening me with gun violence.
You could have stuck around and talked to the cops about that, though, right?
So you're saying that I should have put myself in harm's way.
Well, I don't know, maybe you drove a mile up the road and called the cops yourself. You didn't do that either, did you?
No, I didn't.
You left. Before you left, Z had put Chloe in the car with the baby and took off, right?
Kwani got in the car by her own free will, and it was actually her that insinuated that they needed to leave.
Okay,
like I said earlier, because she could see the.
But, sir, Ms. Torres called the police because she believed there was an issue going on there, right?
Ms. Torres called the police because, I mean, I don't know why she did. I mean,
she didn't have anything to do with you all.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why it's so bizarre that someone would go so far out of the way, especially like I say, when I was carrying Kwani across the road, one of the individuals who lived in the apartment complex was walked out, and she walked by us and asked if we needed any help. And I said, no, we don't.
So maybe that lady just didn't want to involve herself with what was going on with you, right?
Or maybe that's probably what a normal person would do if they,
No.
saw some woman having a panic attack and all of the individuals around her trying to help.
Well, calling the police is not necessarily calling to get somebody in trouble. As you know, sir, you called the police yourself on December 8th because you knew there was a problem.
That's more like emergency medical.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's what calling 911 does. It gets law enforcement, it gets medical personnel, it gets EMS people out there to determine what the issue is, right?
If she's having a panic,
And if they believe that
extreme, I would think.
Kwani was having a medical emergency that needed to get attention, they could take her to the hospital. They could take her to see a doctor, right?
Sure.
You didn't want that to happen.
I don't think that my desire has any reflection on the.
Z didn't want that to happen. He was the one directing that they get Chloe in the car and get out of there, right?
Actually, like I said, it was Kwani that initiated the sequence for them.
She was telling Miss Torres to call the police.
No,
she was telling Miss Torres to call her parents.
She was telling Miss Torres that she needed to call her parents. And then Miss Torres began behaving erratically, like I said, and began behaving belligerently and aggressively and threatening us.
When you left.
So then Kwani said that, I mean, she initiated the sequence for them to leave. She could see that this woman was like this drunken, I mean, you could smell the alcohol on her, that she was just this, drunken individual who wanted to involve herself and make probably so bored with her own life or whatever that she wanted to cause drama and involve herself in somebody else's business that had nothing to do with her.
You believe that Miss Torres involved herself in someone else's situation so she could get attacked by you and receive a broken eye socket?
Yeah.
Sir, this is a picture that's dated November 25th of 2020.
Okay.
That's a picture that Miss Torres sent to us. That she took of herself that day. I'm not admitting it yet, Judge.
It's being published to the jury. It's not been identified with an exhibit number. It's not been admitted.
Oh, he didn't do that right.
So I just told you the story of what happened. And, that was never brought to trial. So your assumption.
Yeah, it was never brought to trial, sir, because you pled guilty to that.
I was never brought to trial because.
Remember, he said this woman was threatening and supposedly had a gun and was getting in the middle of this, and he picked her up and threw her to the ground. And that was her. Yep. And he got charged for it, took deferred adjudication.
They would never give me a trial. I sat. Yeah, that's very much what happened. I mean, you can make assumptions and.
Sir, I'm not making assumptions.
You are.
I've seen the documentation of your sentence that you received for that case out of North Carolina.
Yeah, I know.
It says you pled guilty to assaulting and inflicting serious injury as a misdemeanor on Mrs. Torres.
Pursuant to Alfred law.
No, it actually doesn't say pursuant to Alfred law. That box isn't checked at all. It says you pled guilty.
Then that's misinformation. You could pull up the court records.
That's who I got it from.
Well, then you should pull up the court records from August 29th, 2023.
That's the date that you pled guilty.
Yeah, I mean, it says the judge said very clearly before the court that it was pursuant to Alfred law.
That's bull crap.
So perhaps you have some kind of.
So you're saying there's a mistake in the document?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
From
You
what I was-
understand an offered plea is still a plea of guilty though, right?
Yeah, but the reason why I pled guilty is because they were actually, so they didn't give me they were refusing to give me bond dates. They were refusing to give me court dates. They were refusing to give me a
Crap.
trial.
You were probably, I bet if you look at that court records, he was declaring him to be a sovereign citizen. Yeah, ADHD. He was declaring himself a sovereign citizen. Sovereign citizen. Yeah, right. They're not. Uh-huh. Yeah, right. You know, they were not going to give you dates within the common law courts. So you hold yourself as a sovereign citizen. Oh, I've had
They
one of those
refused to
in
give
my
you
life.
those things because you had violated your
trouble.
bond before. Is that right?
Yeah, I was actually framed by and false evidence was submitted against me by Buncombe County.
Really?
Absolutely.
Really? Okay.
Have you initiated a civil lawsuit against them for them?
Not yet, but I have spoken with some civil rights attorneys, and I have not initiated that sequence yet, but I have spoken with several attorneys.
And sir, you're currently incarcerated by the federal government, right?
Yes, I am.
For threatening a man online, right?
That's an allegation, which
yeah, I understand it's an allegation. You haven't been convicted of anything and you stand absolutely innocent until proven guilty.
Then I think that we should, not talk about that.
I'm not going to talk to you about it. I'm not going to ask you what you did. I'm not going to ask you who it is. I'm not going to ask you any of those questions, but you are currently charged with that, right?
I have currently been charged with a crime.
14 counts of crime, correct?
Is it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Counts 1 through 14.
Okay.
For communicating threats to kill someone.
Yeah, like I say, that's still.
That's not the first time you've been charged with communicating threats to kill somebody either, is it?
Can you specifically?
I can.
No, it's not. I have never actually threatened to kill someone.
Kylie Cross.
Kylie Cross.
The girl you got the CBD from.
Kylie Cross, I had a sexual relationship with her, and I told her that she stole $1,600 out of my dresser drawer, and I told her that if she ever came back to my house, that I was going to end her. I didn't say I was going to kill her.
That's what she thought you said, isn't it?
End her is just
that's why she went to the police and had you arrested.
Yeah.
That's why you were charged with threatening her.
I probably should have taken that one to trial because I feel like I would have won.
That's two, I guess. You should have taken to trial, but you didn't. You pled guilty to that one too.
Yeah.
You got probation and 45 days in jail on that case too, right, sir?
It was actually, I'm still trying to figure out
what it's looking like, y'all.
It has to do with you.
Okay. And?
I get to ask you questions and it has to do with you.
Okay.
But that's what you did. You threatened her and you spent time in jail because you pled guilty in that case.
I mean, a lot of the circumstances in my life, if I really would have just called the cops, and I should have called the cops on Kylie Cross when I caught her stealing $1,600 out of my drawer, but I couldn't really prove that. And like I say, I mean,
maybe it didn't
just as you're proving right now that there's like a real sinister nature by your tone and your, I mean, we're here to talk about a baby and all you seem to want to be is obsessed with me. So it's like, I mean,
I'm not obsessed with you, sir.
Then stop asking me questions about myself and let's talk about the crime that happened.
I'm asking you about sinister things because you've committed sinister acts. And I'm asking you those things because of how they have affected this young lady as well.
Saying and doing, these all happened after this incident with Coyne. All of these circumstances happened after this incident with Coyne.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
So do you want to maybe, give some, maybe we should talk about the trauma that I experienced and how that has affected me and, what has led to me being irate with people. And like I say, the Sandra Torres thing, I'm happy to talk about that because, I mean, I want that. I plan to appeal that to the Superior Court of North Carolina. And I've already spoken to civil rights attorneys about the false evidence that was submitted against me.
Or should it be?
So you're testifying, your testimony earlier was that you never struck Sandra Torres in the eye.
No, I didn't. And there's like some evidence that would prove that in the motion of discovery.
So how did she get the black eye that she says she got in those photographs?
Who knows? Like, I mean, there was like,
I can show you other photographs from her of her black eye that developed over the next 3 days. Would you like to see those?
She went to the hospital, and her hospital visit was 4 hours after the event. Maybe it was her son, the one who came and slashed tires. Maybe she had her son punch her in the face.
She might have, but we don't get to know that, sir, because you pled guilty to assaulting her.
Well,
you pled guilty to doing exactly what she says you did to her, which is punching her in the eye.
I had been held for 22 months, and I felt that I had a really strong civil rights case, and that's only been a year ago. Like I say, I've already spoken to civil rights attorneys, so I did. I wanted to. I pled guilty pursuant.
You may have
to proper law
spoken
because
to
I
them,
wanted to,
and they may have spoken
stop
back.
being
Yeah.
oppressively persecuted by the Buncombe County government and get out so I could.
You were in jail a lot of that time because you violated your probation and your case with Kylie Cross as well, right?
No, that was not the case with Kylie Cross.
You were on probation for that case from 2022.
No, I was not. That's so I had actually become off probation. And it was
Digging it deeper.
It wasn't a violation of probation. That
is it up to your nose yet?
It wasn't a violation of probation that got me reincarcerated on the 5th of April 2023 after they had held me for 8 months on 24-hour house arrest. So I did 10 months in jail. I finally made bond, and they held me for 8 months. And I'm happy to talk about this. This is like a really good venue. I appreciate being able to speak this out before a court because this is all factual information that's going to come out later. And so after they held me for 8 months on 24-hour house arrest.
Water must be a disappointment to drink compared to your urine.
There was a document submitted.
I'm surprised you didn't say, Your Honor, I need a restroom break so I can get a drink.
To the court by a
DA,
a specific DA
really that.
that was targeting me, named Amy Laura Broughton, and there was false evidence submitted to the court. She brought this photo of a Facebook post that she said that I made, but it was right there it was not on my Facebook, nor did I make this post. And so, like I say, there was false evidence.
Why do you have social media if you're a part of this group?
Talking
about purity.
And that's the. I've already spoken. Like I say, I've already spoken to several civil rights attorneys about this, and they say they have a very strong case. So, we're moving forward with that in due diligence, and I absolutely have every intention of appealing that guilty plea to the Superior Court of North Carolina and making sure that I get a fair trial, because that's the whole thing. They didn't want it. That's why they held me for so long, and they were refusing to give me court dates even by law. But like I say, and so, like I say, I pled guilty to that to end my incarceration. But I came here today to tell my experience with Kawani and give an account to my observation of her.
He is letting him
and
go
her
on
mental
because
health
he's
decline.
digging himself.
And I'll say it again, that I
Just
do
digging.
feel like not guilty by reason of insanity would be the correct call from my unprofessional perspective. Perhaps there's something, I just don't feel like I say, she would never do that to her baby. And this was just like, she was like not herself when she did that. And I want her to know that I care about her, and I forgive her, and I love her very much.
And she doesn't want to have anything to do with you.
Any redirect?
Just briefly. Mr. Spillers, you indicated that you had had multiple conversations with her after she was arrested for murdering Hannah, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And when she called Z from jail.
Okay. And so you indicated the nature of those was communicating how much you all love her and that you forgive her for what she did.
Yes.
Did she ever tell you why she killed Hannah?
No. I don't think she ever really did. I mean, she spoke to Z about it. I remember, and I'm giving you secondhand information here. That
Don't do that. I'm asking, did she ever tell, when you talked to her, did she
I
ever
don't
tell
remember
you?
her ever saying anything about that.
Okay. Did she ever tell you that she told the police that she killed Hannah because she just wanted to be with her baby and her husband, but he refused?
What do you mean?
Did she ever tell you that that's what she told the police? That she just wanted to be with him and Hannah, but he refused?
Oh, no way.
Okay. You
No,
never heard that before?
Nothing like that.
Okay.
No, I could tell you something, but I don't know. I mean,
Did she ever tell you that she told doctors that she killed Hannah because she thought it was the only way for her and Hannah to be able to escape the situation?
no, definitely not.
You've never heard that before?
No.
Nothing.
Wow.
Any further cross-examination?
All
All right, then we are going to let you take a recess, members of the jury, until 3 o'clock. Leave us your notepads. Don't talk about the case with anybody.
We got
are
some
going
business to do, honey boo boo.
As I said, we're going to ask you to be back at 3 o'clock in the jury room, but you can step downstairs, walk around, take a break, and we'll see you back at 3. Thank you.
Your 3 hours of fame are over, sir. Congratulations. We survived you. Y'all. Final thoughts on this idiot. Just saying. Final thoughts on the idiot. Oh, yeah, they are. Oh, you bet they are. They're probably sitting there going, this is not what I freaking signed up for. And I can totally understand it. Oh, amen. We made it. All right, let's.
RRISAW.
Now swear in and you have suit. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear from the evidence you're about to present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. Have a seat if you would, please. Please state your name for the record and spell it if you would.
My name is Dr. Laura, Lora Darasaw, Darrisaw.
Dr. Darasaw, where do you work?
I work at the GBI.
I know,
Georgia Bureau
right,
of
Ronnie?
Investigation.
How long have you been working there?
Since 2002, 22 years.
Tell the jury, if you would, your education after high school, your college, and medical background.
I received my electrical engineering degree from Marquette University in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I received my medical doctorate degree from the Medical College of Wisconsin, which is also in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Following that, I did 4 years of residency in pathology at the hospitals of the Medical College of Wisconsin. I then did subspecialty training in pediatric pathology at Baylor College of Medicine in Houston, and I did my forensic pathology training at the GBI through the Medical College of Georgia. And then I also received a Master's of Science degree in public administration from Columbus State University.
What is your official title?
It's a smart.
I am the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner and the Director of Pediatric Forensics.
Guys, this may get hard. Just FYI.
In your position now, do you have any type of
Get it
specialty
if
or
you
any
need
type
to
of
step
things that
away
you
for a
focus on
moment.
mainly?
I focus on, well, forensic pathology as a whole, but I also focus on the child deaths and pediatric aspects of forensic pathology.
And outside of your education, what type of things do you do to make sure that you're qualified to do your job? Any type of continuing education or
Yes,
specialties?
ADHD.
Yes, continuing education by way of conferences or continuing medical education credits through online type activities are required to maintain the license.
Are you licensed to practice medicine in these states?
Yes, I'm licensed in Georgia and Wisconsin.
And have you had an opportunity to testify in any courts regarding your specialty, which you do as a medical examiner?
Yes, sir. I've testified 270 times in courts in Georgia.
How many times have you performed an autopsy in general?
To date, I have performed or directly supervised 7,542 autopsies.
And how many times have those been on children?
1,783.
And this time, State Tenders, Dr. Darasaw is an expert in forensic pathology and autopsies.
No objection.
All right, doctor, we got that out of the way. Let me just ask you some questions about, can you just give us a brief understanding of what an autopsy is and what do you do when you do an autopsy?
Yes, so an autopsy is an examination of a person who has died. There are two major parts of the autopsy, the external examination and the internal examination. The external examination is very similar to the type of examination that you and I get when we go to the doctor. We obtain a height and weight. We look at the body in general in terms of just the features of the body. If there are any injuries that may be identified, those are documented and identified. Following the external examination, the internal examination is when cuts are made in the body to remove the organs. Once the organs are removed, those organs are evaluated and looked at for either a natural disease process or if they are injured, the injuries are documented. And the overall purpose for doing the autopsy is to determine the cause of the individual's death and then ultimately a manner of death.
Forensic pathology, how is that different, say, someone that's just a doctor and does pathology?
Forensic pathology is a subspecialty of pathology. A practicing pathologist usually works in a hospital. These are the doctors that will look at and evaluate tissues and organs. If you have surgery, for instance, if you have an appendix taken out, the pathologist is the doctor that looks at that appendix and makes a diagnosis. It may be a tumor or a cancer in an organ or maybe just an infectious process. The forensic specialty of pathology involves focusing on cause and manner of death, particularly if the death is sudden, unexpected, of violent means or under suspicious circumstances.
You talk about cause of death and then type of death. What type of causes of death and things do you look for in cases?
So causes of death may be a natural disease process. It may be an acute drug toxicity. It may be an injury such as a gunshot wound or a stab wound. These are the type of things that are causes of death. It's the thing that actually finally results ultimately in a person dying.
After looking at the cause of death, the act or the thing that caused the death to a person, do you also classify what type of manner of death it is?
Yes, sir.
And what are those categories for that?
And the manner of death is a limited amount of manners. So manners are limited, at least in the state of Georgia, to 5. Most states have 5, some states may have 6. The manner of death involves or is focused on the circumstances by which an individual has died. So a homicide manner of death is when the circumstances are that another individual's actions caused that person's death. Suicide is a manner in which your own actions cause your death. You've taken your own life. Accident is a manner in which some inadvertent event like a car accident or fall has caused the death. Natural manner is when a natural disease process causes your death, such as pneumonia or a heart attack. And when you can't really be definitive about either of those 4, another category of manner is undetermined.
Do you do autopsy in all homicides in the state of Georgia?
If they are reported, yes, sir. They should be reported. So under the laws of the state, yes, they should be.
Under the Georgia Death Investigation Act, are there certain times when you have to do an autopsy?
Yes, sir.
And when you have a criminal investigation where there's a homicide or was suspected of a homicide, is the GBI the place where the remains of the person is sent for an autopsy?
That's correct.
And when you
I should say, in some counties have their own medical examiner's office. So GBI is the state's medical examiner's office. The GBI is responsible for 152 of the 159 counties in Georgia. There are 7 metro counties that have a county medical examiner's office. In those instances, the body would go to those offices.
Do you know how many autopsies a year that you have to do on an average?
Me personally or our office?
Or both?
Personally, I probably average around 350 to 370, or in some cases I've done more than that, just depending on our staff purposes. I believe our office handles about 4,500 or so autopsies per year.
And how many people are actually medical examiners in the state?
Currently, in our GBI system, there's 15.
When you do an autopsy, do you generate a report?
Yes, sir.
Is that in every case that you do that?
That's correct.
And when you do a report, what are the things that you are documenting in that report when it goes to evidence of injury and things like that?
So the report is going to document the autopsy itself. It's going to have the sections that deal with the external examination aspect of the autopsy that I talked about. And then it's going to have the section that involves the internal examination. Then there's also a summary and an opinion, and the cause and manner of death are indicated in the autopsy report.
And approach the witness, Your Honor. Dr. Aaron, you states Exhibit 88. You just double check that, make sure that that is your autopsy report in this case.
Yes, sir.
Judge, I tender to evidence states 88.
No objection.
It's admitted.
May I post it, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, Doctor, what I want to do is I kind of want to walk through your report, and I'm not going to show everything, but in this case, do you have a DOFS case number that relates to the autopsy and all the reports for the GBI? What would that be?
That's correct. So that would be the unique identifying number for a specific case. It begins with the year of the autopsy and then a specific number that is assigned to that case.
And looking at States Exhibit 88 here on the top right is what is the case number in this case?
It's 2020 representing 2020, and the case number is 103-1455.
And what was the date that you generated this report?
I completed the report on December 30th, 2020.
And we'll get into the evidence here, and if you would give us the what day did you receive the remains in this case of Hannah?
That I have to find out where that is on the report. I can tell you the day I did the autopsy was on December 10th.
You see where it says evidence on this first page here, December 9th, 2020.
Yes, sir. Okay, so yeah, that's the day it was received. The autopsy was performed the following day.
And how does the GBI receive a person, the remains?
So I talked about the GBI is responsible for the 152 counties. Each county will have a coroner who is responsible for handling the deaths in that county. The bodies are received at our office in a body bag from the county of origin.
And here, who did you perform the autopsy on?
I performed the autopsy on Hannah Driver.
And can you tell us
Poor
the
baby,
statistics
don't
on
be-
Hannah?
This is too much,
Who she
I
was in the sense
understand.
of how much
I'm
she
gonna be
weighed
half
and how old she
listening
was?
I may
Yeah, so that
slightly
is in my
distract
autopsy
myself.
report on page 3, beginning in the general external examination. This was a 13-month-old white child who was 23 pounds and 30 inches.
13 months, you said?
Yes.
When you perform an autopsy, I want to get into the section.
Yes,
You have a section in the report here, and I believe this.
I understand, Ronnie.
Trying to figure out this on page 3 or 4 of yours. Evidence of injury. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
What page is it on yours there?
It starts on
I will
page 2
try
and
and make
ends
sure
on
we do
page
not
3.
show any.
So evidence of
photo.
injury. I've noted, is it correct that you actually, when you go through this, I think there are 8 injuries or 8 things you note on evidence of injury?
Yes, I itemize 8 injuries.
And tell the jury, if you would, when you are performing autopsy, do you visually give a entire perspective and look over all parts of the body to see what type of injuries there are and how they relate to the other injuries?
Yes, sir.
And how much did you know about what took place in this case before you did the autopsy?
So at the beginning of any autopsy, there is always investigative information and circumstantial information of that individual's death. And in fact, we will really not start an autopsy until we have some basic information. And this is just very similar to when we go to the doctor, we have to provide some information as to why we're there. And that focuses us on what we should expect and the type of autopsy we want to do. So the information that we get comes from the coroner. When the coroner reports the death in their county, they provide information of the circumstances of death. For instance, This was an individual that was found dead in bed, and the husband says she has a history of hypertension. That would be a hypothetical of an older person that died in bed. In this particular instance, this was the information that we received was this was an individual child who had recently moved into a family with her mother, and then there was injuries that were identified on the child at the home. I mean, there was a lot more information, but I'm giving a very brief summary of such.
Did you know that this was a stabbing case?
Yes.
And when you're looking for the injuries, let's go through. You have the 8 here, beginning with the first one, the right anterior neck stab wound. Tell us about that one. Number 1 you have.
So she had stab wounds on the front of her neck, being the anterior neck. The number 1 that I identified was a stab wound that penetrated somewhat superficially just into the tissues of the neck, into the muscle tissues, did not penetrate very deeply into the vital structures or vascular structures of the neck. The main structures in the neck would be the trachea, the esophagus, and like the carotid artery, the jugular veins.
The second one you have is left anterior neck. Tell us about that one, if you would.
This was another stab wound in the neck that was very similar in terms of its degree of injury to number 1. Not very deep into the neck, mainly stopped and penetrated the muscles, and no vital or vascular structures.
The third injury or stab wound is the central anterior lower neck. Seems to have more information on this one. Was this a more significant injury?
Yes, this was the most significant stab wound of the neck in terms of the injuries that it caused as the sharp object, in this case being a knife, penetrated the neck. It had severed or completely cut across the carotid artery, which is the major artery that supplies blood to the brain. There was an injury of the esophagus as well, and there was a defect that went all the way to the cervical vertebra related to this stab wound. It did not go through the vertebra into the spinal cord itself, but it stopped right at the vertebra, and there was a defect or a small nick on the vertebral bone.
And this third injury that you note here, it appears to be, you talk about extensive hemorrhaging, and then I think you just talked about the trail of the injury itself. How much do you remember when you say extensive?
Do y'all want me to
hemorrhaging?
just
How
go
much is
past
that?
this? I can. We don't need to hear all this. Okay, we're done. We're
Solemnly
good.
swear
Yeah.
or affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole
We
truth,
don't
and
need
nothing
to
but the
hear
truth,
all
so
the
help you God.
details. I think we know what happened enough.
Can you state your name
Got
and
it.
spell it?
Yeah, Asif Chaudhary,
Hey, Ron.
ASIF,
Hey,
last name
Ron.
CHOUDHARY.
I don't want to hear it.
Okay. And how are you employed?
Excuse me?
How are you employed?
I'm a psychiatrist. I'm in private practice.
All right. And prior to being in private practice, how were you employed?
With Wellstar.
All right. And when you were employed with Wellstar, what was your role with Wellstar?
So I was a consult liaison psychiatrist for
And
Kennestone.
for Kennestone Hospital?
Yep.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your educational background and training that brought you to the field of psychiatry?
Yeah, so I did my medical school training at St. Matthew's University.
We know what
and
happened
then
to Tom.
graduated from there and did my residency at the University of Missouri
Late at night.
and did my child and adolescent fellowship at the University of Missouri, and then moved back down to Georgia and started with Wellstar.
Okay. And was Wellstar your first psychiatry position after finishing your education?
Yes.
And for what period of time were you a psychiatrist with
Be right
Wellstar?
back. Take
About 5
break.
years.
And
I'll leave it
what
running.
years were those?
Those would be after about 2018, and then up until I would say about 2 years ago.
Okay. And in your professional capacity as a psychiatrist with Wellstar, what were your duties and responsibilities?
So my duties and responsibilities were whenever we would get a consult, we would answer the question by the consulting team there, and if it was related to medication management, delirium, or any other mental illness, we answer the question and then treat the patient accordingly.
Okay. And in terms of your professional capacity as a psychiatrist, what can you tell the jury just generally about what is the field of psychiatry in terms of your expertise?
Yeah, so we deal with mental illness, so we common syndromes like depression, anxiety, PTSD, ADHD. In the hospital setting, it's a little different because it can be complicated patients. And so inpatient, outpatient settings are a little bit different there, but common mental illnesses that we'll be treating.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I tender Dr. Chowdhury as an expert in psychiatry.
No objection.
I want to talk to you a little bit about what your role in this particular case was. How were you employed in December of 2020?
So as a consult liaison psychiatrist with Wellstar.
Okay. And does that have anything to do with issues of like legal competence or legal insanity or legal determinations about somebody's mental state?
So we don't make that determination. In our setting is whatever question is asked by the primary team, we go in and answer that question for them. So we don't make the determination of competency. That's more of a legal matter there.
And back in 2020, were you employed more as like a clinician and a medical provider?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you say that you were involved in consult psychiatry with Wellstar, how would it come about that you would be called upon to evaluate a patient?
So common things that, for example, the hospitalist team, somebody comes in with suicide attempts or depression or anything like that, where if it's a mental illness, they would consult us to get further assistance in treating the patient or helping with disposition or anything like that. So those are common things.
And back in December of 2020, were there other consult psychiatrists with Wellstar that kind of performed the same function as you?
Yes, I had a partner, Dr. Stefan Rout. So we have a 7-on, 7-off shift. So he would be my counterpart for the other days.
7 days on, 7 days off?
Yes.
All right. So was it just you and Dr. Rout rotating 7 days on, 7 days off?
Yes, and we'd have like nurse practitioners that would be under our supervision as well.
Okay. I cannot hear. Can you adjust your microphone a little bit closer to you?
Is that better?
Okay. Thank you. All right. Dr. Chowdhury. Your Honor, at this time I'm going to tender states 117, 118, and 119, which is the the business record certification, as well as the complete medical record of Chloe Alexis Driver from Kennestone Hospital.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Dr. Chowdhury, did you have an opportunity to review the records in this case?
Yes.
All right. And I've tendered states 117 through 119, which is 1,200 pages of medical records. But I also have sort of excerpts from those medical records to just kind of help us conveniently navigate through the volume. In the voluminous records, do you do like consult psychiatry notes and put documentation of what your evaluation was of Ms. Driver into her more thorough medical record?
Yeah, we input it into the EHR, and so anybody can review those, anybody on the team as well, anybody who's allowed to.
All right. And I'm going to... Your Honor, I think just the easy thing to do would be to just tender all of these states 120 through 127, which are just excerpts from the complete record that has already been admitted by business record certification.
Any objection?
Yeah, there's going to be a huge objection. What's there going to be?
120 through 127.
Are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Dr. Chowdhury. I first want to Is your screen on? Can you see what I'm doing on that screen?
No, it's blank.
Not on. Your Honor, is there a way to turn the screen on? It has text on the bottom, but it says trying to find the transmitter.
I'm not sure I can help with that.
Okay, you can control it up there. All right, well, we'll do it the old-fashioned way now. We'll just hand you the physical exhibit. Okay, we'll put it on the screen for the jury. States 120. All right. Let me see. All right, Doctor, I'm going to hand you a physical copy so you can see what is up on the screen.
Sure, thank you.
What is states 120?
Excuse me.
What is depicted in this
later?
exhibit?
You mean
So this is
tomorrow?
my initial consult note.
I'll be on tomorrow for the next level.
All right.
Definitely.
And it says there, here at the top, we have Chloe Alexis Driver, Kenna Stone, and the dates of her hospitalization admit date. But when we scroll down, it says patient name Norland. And when you go into history of present illness,
We
it
don't
says
have too
100
much
years
more.
old.
We got
Why is that designation in there?
less than an hour.
That's more of a hospital system
We're doing good.
kind of policy there, where if they have a trauma patient, they'll put a random name and a birthday or the age if they don't know for
Okay.
multiple reasons.
All right. So when you have a patient that has experienced some type of trauma, they just put a random name and
Yeah.
age designation rather than their actual identity?
Yeah, and they change that usually a few days in.
Okay.
They'll update it.
All right. And on this particular states 120, it indicates that she was admitted on December the 8th and that your consultation date in this record was December the 9th. Was this the first time that you had attempted to evaluate
Yeah, I'll
her?
be fine.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know what time they go live. I haven't.
And what did you do after being called upon on the 9th to attempt to evaluate
I
Ms.
do
Driver?
have a doctor's appointment
So
on tomorrow. So I'll
upon
be
any consult, we end up going to go see the
for a
patient and
small
then
part of
obtain like collateral information and then information from the primary
I'll be
team,
mobile
whatever
for a small part
they,
of
the information that they have.
Okay. It indicates in
Only if
states
I have
120
a
that the patient's chart was reviewed, but patient is currently sedated. And that patient was unable to be interviewed at this time. On this date, the 9th, was all of the information that you obtained from her record and from other medical staff?
Yes.
Okay. Is part of your system in reviewing the chart for psychiatric purpurs to review
why we get
toxicology
coffee and tea.
results?
Yes.
Okay,
I
and
love
if you flip to the fourth page in States Exhibit 120, what can you tell the jury about her tox and lab results from December the 8th when she was admitted?
Nothing was detected there.
Okay, and what are you testing for in those tox results? Is that a pretty broad spectrum of?
Yeah, usually when they come in from the trauma standpoint, this is done by the primary team. So to rule out if there are any other substances on board or anything that needs to be addressed. So those are typically done and different tox screens are ran usually, but it just depends on what the ordering provider is actually running at that time.
Okay, and so this panel we see is everything from cocaine, opiates, THC, and nothing was detected in her system. Is that right?
That is correct.
Why is that relevant to you in doing your psychiatric assessment?
Because, substances there can cloud our judgment and can play a role in our mental health there and can also lead on to other symptoms of like hallucinations, psychosis, and delusions. And the other factor is if they are positive for certain things, we want to make sure that they don't go through withdrawals or life-threatening withdrawals. So our management can also change based off of that.
Okay. All right. I want to next go to States Exhibit 121 and 122. I'm going to look. Yes, I'm sorry. States 121 starts on page 51 of the medical record. All right. Dr. Chowdhury, what was the date of your next evaluation of Ms. Driver?
So based off of this 12/10.
Okay. So this was 2 days after she was admitted?
Yes.
All right. And you put in there chief complaint How do you designate a chief complaint and why is that in quotes?
So typically, the chief complaint we get is the patient's own words on why, why they're here, or if they requested to see us, what are the reasons why. And so the quotes are what the patient has said.
Okay. And this says, quote, "I wasn't supposed to make it." Would that be something that came directly from his driver?
Yes.
And on this date, the 10th, were you following up from your inability to evaluate her on the 9th, or did she request
I need to see a time. I don't know.
No, we typically continue on, but yeah, this would be a continuation of the initial consult. Yeah.
Okay, from her medical team?
They got it.
Yes.
Is that standard for anybody that had a suicide attempt?
Yes.
And then when we look further in the chart, it says the patient was interviewed and chart was reviewed. Patient unable to speak, but is able to mouth answers. Communicated with patient via clipboard at bedside. What can you tell the jury about what her condition was in terms of her ability to communicate?
So she was not able to actually verbally communicate during the interview there, but she was writing and mouthing her answers.
Okay. And in this, on the second line of
They don't have it
subjective
preloaded
area,
yet.
you wrote
So
the patient was linear and was able to provide details on the events that took place prior to being hospitalized. What does it mean when you state the patient was linear?
So is that her thought process was more focused and kind of orderly there. So that's important if, collecting the history.
Okay. And what was sort of your strategy or purpose in assessing her at this stage? What was it that you were trying to determine?
So the safety and addressing any mood component as well. So in the individual, we look at disposition as well after a suicide attempt, if they need to go inpatient or where they would be going next. And so we look at all areas and looking at medication management if it's indicated as well.
Okay. This summary where it starts with she reports being in a relationship with a male individual for 4 years. Is this summary, are these your words summarizing what information she gave you, or are these her words?
So these were basically a summary of her words. So kind of incorporating it all into some, a format that could be understood and kind of make sense there.
Okay. And in the initial paragraph, it says patient via clipboard at bedside. Was she able to sort of coherently and logically respond to your questions in writing?
Yes.
Okay. And did you collect those writings and make them a part of her official medical record?
Nursing did, I believe.
Nursing did.
Yeah.
Okay. And is that what is depicted in State's Exhibit 122?
Yes, I believe so.
Her handwritten responses?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to go through the things that she wrote. You've told us that you kind of summarized the things that she wrote here. What, from your summary, did she tell you was the motivation for her killing her daughter?
It was to get out of the relationship, that she felt the only way out was taking her life or taking the baby's life and her life.
Okay. All right. I want to go to...
Okay, got it changed.
In State's Exhibit 22.
I had a 3-hour nap this afternoon, guys. I'll be lucky to be asleep before 5 o'clock in the morning.
All right. So when you were communicating with her, were you verbally asking her a question and then she was writing the answer?
Yes.
Okay. So when we look at State's Exhibit 122, it is multiple pages of writing. Did you document anywhere what question you had asked that prompted these answers?
Typically, it's all kind of within the narrative of the subjective. So we don't usually put like this question and then the answer tied to it there, but it's usually all kind of asked together.
Okay. So for example, if we look here at page 1264, there's a writing that says, do you know if I'm going straight to prison or leaving here first? can you tell from your record whether that would have been in response to a question or if that was a spontaneous statement?
So could you repeat the question there?
Sure. There's a lot of writing on these pages that doesn't all connect. It's not a complete narrative.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to establish for the jury and help them understand is, were these writings in response to a question that you asked, or was she just wanting to tell you things?
I believe this was a question that she asked.
This was a question that she asked.
Yeah.
Would you ever introduce the concept of prison or incarceration to a patient that you were evaluating?
No.
Okay. And why not?
Because, well, there's no therapeutic benefit of, saying that, hey, are you going to a prison or do you know if you're going to jail? It's more of us deciding what the safest place for the patient to be. And if, say, for example, jail or anything like this wasn't in question, we'd be looking at either inpatient hospitalization if a patient is acutely in danger to themselves or others there. So we don't ever introduce, if they're discussing jail or things like that, there's no therapeutic benefit there.
Okay. So this would have been something that she was concerned about at that moment that she just asked of you.
Yeah, and it's quite common for a patient to ask, or where am I going next, or when am I getting out of here in the hospital settings.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go up a little bit more. There's a statement here that says, what do you mean prescribe? Would that be in response to something that you asked her?
Yeah, so typically we ask like past psychiatric history if we've been on prescribed medications, or if we take any other like substances as well too.
Okay. Do you know what the statement 8th grade for fun once was in response to?
That may be more so of like substance use.
Okay. And then she wrote, we both disagree with pharmaceuticals. Do you know what that was in response to?
Her husband and her, their thought process behind like using medications.
Okay. And did you discuss with her extensively the prospect of putting her on medication?
Yes.
And at this time on December the 10th, did she express any feelings to you about whether she wanted medication?
She did not want medication.
Okay. And did she ever state to you why?
That it wasn't in their belief system.
Okay. And this note that just says my daughter is dead, do you know what that is in response to?
Not specifically, no.
Okay.
Exactly. I mean, come on, give a little more.
This statement at the top that says, I think Grace changed them already. Do you know what that was in response to?
I don't know.
Okay. Was there any medical provider named Grace, or was this in response to any type of medical need?
I don't believe so, but I don't know.
Okay. And then she wrote, I hurt myself and my baby. Would that have been in response to an inquiry?
Yes. Sometimes we ask, like, you know what brought you into the hospital? So that may be in relation to that.
Okay. And then she wrote, I was stating for months I couldn't handle my husband's lifestyle anymore. What would that have been in response to?
That what led up to our hospitalization.
And is that, when you were questioning her, is that, when you say what led up to her hospitalization, are you specific about what led to the suicide attempt or what led to her being physically present in the hospital? Would this be a statement as to her motivation for the act?
So the goal is to kind of assess the timeline of what has been going on, what kind of led to our present moment of being assessed at that time. So why are they in the hospital there? So a lot of times patients will kind of give a timeline of, have been feeling depressed for some time, or these symptoms have been going on for some time, and now I'm here, secondary to numerous different things.
Okay. Sorry, I was trying to zoom in for the jurors so they can see better. This portion that says, well, maybe I shouldn't press my luck. he collects people to live with us. And after we got 3 more people, I started perceiving them ganging up on me and leaving me out, changing stories. Would this have been in response to a question or about her mental state? Do you have any recollection of sort of how all these pieces of information fit together in response to what question?
I do not recall.
Okay.
What the question would be.
All right. There's multiple pages of writings here. I want to talk to you about this portion at the bottom where she wrote, for the first 2 years, not so much because it was just us traveling. But once he got people listening to him more, I started feeling scared and was begging for attention for us to be with baby. Do you know what that was in response to?
It was likely asking if you felt safe in the relationship.
Okay. And,
or if there was any safety concerns.
okay. And so she indicated that that things had changed because there were more people in the group now.
Mm-hmm.
And she had been begging for attention for her and him to be with the baby.
Yes.
Okay. And then over here on the side, do you know what this note was in response to that says, eventually within the last 2+ months, I started taking CBD and I was becoming paranoid?
So I'm not sure what that was specifically in response to, or if it was just a statement that she was making in regards to asking about substance use.
Okay. Anything about her mental state when you were asking these questions and she was responding? I know you put in your record that her thought process was linear, but did you document anything in there about whether you had concerns that she was actively delusional or experiencing any type of hallucinations or delusions at the moment that you were evaluating her?
Not at that moment that anything kind of stood out to me.
Okay. Did she seem coherent, capable of understanding your inquiries, capable of giving logical responses?
Yes.
Okay. Did she describe to you, and I think you kind of summarized it in States 120, did she describe to you sort of the back and forth of her wanting to leave the group and coming back to the group?
She did talk about her inability to leave or the hold that the other individual had on her.
The hold that he had on her?
Yeah, in the meaning of like where she couldn't leave the situation.
Okay. And I think that you put in your summary of her motivation for the act of her harming herself and her daughter is that she felt like that was her only way out.
That is correct.
Okay. And this portion at the top where she said there was no escape for us, was that consistent with sort of your overarching summary that that was her only way out?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then this portion where she said, basically, he's supposed to marry 1,000+ wives, take over the world, and there's only 169,000 living souls. What was this in response to?
So this may be in response to asking more about kind of the environment that she was in and their belief systems.
Okay. So this portion here, if we go down a little bit further, it says, turned me into really mean and cold for the righteousness of the Holy Spirit. Then it was just us. But then once he got people, he flipped almost all the info he fed me in the beginning. Do you know what this was in response to?
So it would be more so of what their belief system was and what she was being, either told or told to believe.
Okay. And did she express that things changed for her when more people joined the group?
Yes.
Okay. This portion right here, this paragraph that starts with, I was not supposed to live. Do you recall if this was in response to a question?
Yes, it may be a response to, are you happy to be alive?
Okay. And she indicated I was not supposed to live. I wanted to be with her because I do believe I'm too crazy at this point to go on, especially after killing my own daughter. What is this portion that says, I'm pretty sure I was, though, when I asked sometimes they'd confirm lights flickering? What does that mean? Do you have any recollection?
So it may be related to having any sort of hallucinations.
Okay. And when she wrote they'd confirm that lights were flickering, do you have any idea what that meant?
So, or it may be more so of like she was seeing things and confirmation by others in the home that yes, that is actually happening.
Okay. And this says, I have several times. My big attempt was just a week ago. Was this her describing sort of her thoughts surrounding her her inability to leave the group?
Yes, I believe so. Or it could also be in relation to if we've had previous suicide attempts. That is a question we typically ask as well.
Okay, so you don't know if this was in reference to an attempt to leave or a prior suicide attempt?
Yes.
All right.
But based off of that, it does look like Bat trying to leave the situation.
Okay. And then she wrote something here about taking out a $150,000 loan in her name.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know if that was in response to a question?
It may be more so related to why did we stay back, or were there other reasons that we had to stay?
Okay. All right. What was your kind of assessment of her mental state at this time? This was on the 10th of December, 2 days after she was admitted. I know you've already testified that she said pharmaceuticals were against her belief system and that her motivation for murdering Hannah was because she felt like that was their only way out. What was, from a psychiatric perspective, sort of anything you documented about concerns for her at that point?
Yeah, our concerns were that she was not safe for discharge. So meaning that if an individual had a suicide attempt, that we would not just clearly let them just go home after the hospitalization.
Okay. But did you document any type of active delusions, hallucinations, anything like that at that time?
Not at that time.
Okay. I want to talk to you about State's Exhibit 123, which I'll pull up. Let's try the way that starts on page 61 of the record.
Thank you.
All right. So we talked a little bit about Dr. Rout, and this is his record. But I want to discuss with you this note here on page 61 of the record. It says patient is able to mouth words but withdrawn with poor cooperation. She is not interested in medications or therapy and reportedly has beliefs that are counter to allopathic treatments and mental health treatment. Was this documentation by your counterpart, Dr. Rout, consistent with the information that she provided to you on the day before, the 10th?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And then under medication plan and recommendations, did he document continue to hold off on meds, patient refusing?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, and then this last portion, can you read the portion under subjective current status?
Where it starts from withdrawn.
Yes.
Okay, withdrawn, flat, poor eye contact, does not cooperate to write for interview, just intermittently mouths responses, not interested in talking, taking meds, or participating in therapy, still wishes she had died with her daughter.
Ronnie, I've been thinking about the husband, and I would love to see him get his butt nailed to the floor. I'm a little perturbed at the fact that she's in this alone.
So this is a progress note.
And is that a progress note from you assessing her?
There should be more people being charged.
Yes.
I'm sorry, page 84.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And tell me, after yourself and Dr. Rout had evaluated her, obviously you got the bulk of her responses and writings in her initial workup on the 10th. What is the procedure for continuing to go back and assess and evaluate a patient like Ms. Driver?
So, excuse me. So based off of acuity and like what it comes down to, like with medication management, we may see patients frequently, like every day, every few days until we sign off on the patient. So it all just depends on the severity of her symptoms.
Okay. And was this follow-up consult on the 14th primarily about whether she needs medication management?
Yes, if somebody is refusing medications, we'll still follow up to offer those services or other therapeutic interventions like bedside counseling as well.
Okay. And did she avail herself of any of that?
She did not want any medications. Yeah.
Okay. And what did you document under your subjective current status on this consult on December the 14th?
So would you like me to read that?
Sure, yeah.
Right. So a patient is trached and has a difficult time responding, however, is able to mouth answers. She denied suicidal ideations, homicidal ideations, auditory and visual hallucinations. I discussed again if patient would be agreeable to start medications. She refused and stated that she didn't want to be on anything based on her beliefs. No acute concerns noted by nursing staff and officer with patient.
Okay. And was there anything about her mental state at this time that was different from when you initially assessed her on the 10th, or was she substantially in the linear, capable of following your inquiries?
Yeah, it was similar.
Similar? Okay.
Yep.
All right. I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 125.
Mm-hmm.
This is not your note, but all the records are in. Okay, this is a progress note that we see here on the screen is dated December the 18th of 2020, which is 10 days after her admission to the hospital. Can you read, starting with patient refuses, in terms of what the progress note was from her care?
Yeah, so patient refuses all medication, crying, repeatedly saying, I just want to go back. I just want another chance. I'll be good. Patient refuses any medication for relaxation.
Okay, and was this by the nursing staff?
Yes, okay. I believe so.
Okay. All right, and then I want to hand you State's Exhibit 126. And that is starting on page 102. You put on here chief complaint, I need to rewind back. What can you tell the jury about this consultation on the 18th with regard to when Ms. Driver learned she was being charged with murder?
So based off of this, there is notable decompensation from my previous visits with her.
Okay, and you put in there, she was told yesterday about her charges and decompensated. Mm-hmm. And so between the 8th and the 18th, did you attribute her decompensation based upon your consultation with her team to her learning of the charges against her?
Yes, that's what it appeared to be. That was the only change at that time.
Okay. And what did you document about any delusions that she had at that time?
So, based on this note, but the patient is delusional throughout the interview. She's fixated that we are living in hell and that we are all actors. She states that this is a movie playing and that we can rewind from the beginning. She states, when you die, you don't really die. She was pressured and anxious, excuse me. And she was told yesterday about her charges and decompensated.
All right. At any time, did you ever either hear her,
be good,
was she
but
able to
I'm
speak at this
happy
time? Had her
today.
trach been removed, do you know, or was she still communicating with you in writing?
I'll be lucky to sleep.
She was able to communicate at this time, I believe.
Okay. And so the delusions that you documented are that we are living in hell, that we are all actors, that this is a movie playing that we can rewind, and that when you die, you don't really die. Did she articulate at any time any delusions related to the baby or her daughter?
Not based off of this note, no.
Okay. And then when we go through the mental status exam, were these things that she was cooperative in providing responses to? For example, it says, does whether she has suicidal ideations or homicidal ideations, and you've indicated denies.
Mm-hmm.
Would those be questions that she was capable of answering for you?
Yes.
Okay. And then you put thought process disorganized. Does that relate to your sort of summary of she was pressured and anxious?
Yes.
And what does that mean to be pressured and anxious from a psychiatric standpoint?
Yeah, so from the anxious standpoint is that the patients, when we're looking at their affect is how they present to us. So at that time, she was anxious, and the thought process being disorganized, meaning that we were kind of jumping from one thing to another and things were not kind of connecting or linear or goal directed.
Okay. And based upon your and Dr. Rout's, well, let me ask you this. When you said you and Dr. Rout were 7 days on, 7 days off, and from these records, we know Ms. Driver was hospitalized from December 8th until December 22nd.
Mm-hmm.
So between December 8th and December 22nd, would it have been a consistent 7 days on, 7 days off with you and Dr. Rout?
Oftentimes, yes. There are times where we may swap over, we provide coverage for each other because holidays or other things like that.
Okay. Yeah. So she was in the hospital for about 2 weeks. Based on your experience with her, would you have reviewed and consulted Dr. Rout's records as well?
Yeah, so we continue, whenever we transition off, we update each other on the patient list, as long as the patient is still active on our list.
Okay. And was she consistent in her statements to you and Dr. Rout about her belief system and not wanting to be on medication?
Yes, she was.
Okay. And then States Exhibit 127. I know this is not your note, it's a physical therapy note, but can you see that on the screen? The PT note?
Yes, I can. Yeah.
Do you mind reading that?
Yeah. Attempted PT this morning. PT deferred mobility, stating that she has no reason to walk since she'll be sitting in a jail cell for the rest of her life. We'll follow up one more time to encourage participation. If she continues to refuse, may discontinue PT next attempt.
Okay. And this note was from December the 22nd?
Yes.
Okay. And beyond sort of assessing her initial mental state and
Paging
counseling
Dr.
her
Goldberg.
about medication options, which she refused. Was that your limited role in her treatment and care?
That is correct.
Okay. Have you had any involvement at all in the legal proceedings or the legal side of competency, sanity, any of that?
No.
Okay. Is that your wheelhouse, so to speak?
No.
Okay. All right. I have nothing further for this witness.
Thank you, dear Jesus.
Okay. Do we need the jury to step out or you've got,
I think I should be okay. Just give me just a second.
okay.
We really don't have.
Patient to verbalize or communicate with you in an accurate manner, correct?
Yes, we're looking at that. Yeah.
Okay, so it's in your experience, can somebody actually be experiencing auditory or visual hallucinations and not report that to you?
Yes, that can happen.
Okay. And that wouldn't be something that you would find inconsistent with treating a psychiatric patient?
Repeat that one more time.
So do you find it fairly common that a psychiatric patient may not accurately report the actual symptoms that they're experiencing?
When it comes down to specifically hallucinations or just in general?
In general.
Yes, that's possible.
Okay. So it's entirely possible that in any of your examinations of Ms. Driver, that you were relying on her to be accurate with you and that's how you proceeded, correct?
Yes.
So you don't have any independent way of knowing whether or not she's experiencing any type of delusions or auditory or visual hallucinations unless the patient verbalizes that to you, correct?
Well, we have nursing staff, other staff that are monitoring her. So oftentimes they may suggest a patient is responding to unseen stimuli, or they've been like talking to themselves in a corner to a direction where there's nobody there. And so they are usually being monitored. And they're often, there's sometimes cameras there if there's no individual monitoring them.
Okay, but what I'm asking you, and at least not noted in any of these records, you were not being told by any other staff members or anything that those things were something that they were reporting with respect to Ms. Driver.
That's correct.
So in this particular instance, the only thing you could rely on was what she was actually stating to you in these interviews, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And one of the first things you did when you assessed her initially, I think it was December the 8th, is you noted reviewed all of the other staff members' records, correct?
Yes.
And in those records, you were able to determine what the extent of her injuries were, correct?
Yes.
And those injuries were described as self-inflicted, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember how many stab wounds that she had in her neck? Okay. I'm on page 7. Okay. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
So 5 stab wounds.
Okay. Do you remember if there were any other additional wounds to her that you recall?
I do not recall.
If the medical records reflected that she also had a stab wound to the chest, you don't have any reason to dispute that, though, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you also noted in your initial assessment of her that she actually had scars or marks on her own wrists. Is that correct?
I would have to look at those notes. I don't recall.
Okay. You indicated once that a patient would be stable, that there would be somebody that would sign a 1013. Can you explain what a 1013 is?
So 1013 is an involuntary hold. So if somebody is, say for example, suicidal, that we would be holding them in the hospital so they don't have the right to leave.
Okay. This is page 1261. We're on 4. Okay. I'm marking this one as state or defense exhibit number 4. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that document is?
So it's a 1013.
Okay. And what is the process behind getting a 1013?
So any physician or psychologist or other staff can place an involuntary hold to hold the patient against their will and not be allowing them to discharge.
Okay. And that's kind of a process that involves a court, correct?
No, it doesn't require the court to step in unless we are escalating to different levels of involuntary holds.
Okay, but that is a procedure that you put in place typically when you see cases that are suicide or something else like that.
If there's acute safety concerns, imminent risk to harm for themselves or others, yes.
Okay. We would move to tender to defense for as evidence. Thank you. So your next contact with Ms. Driver was on December the 9th, correct?
I believe, I don't have my notes in front of me,
So
sorry.
the day she came in was December the 8th, and you were unable to assess her at that particular point in time, correct?
Yes.
And were you aware that at that time that she was being given medications by other doctors?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And at that particular point in time, the staff had determined that she was unable to medically make those kind of medical decisions about whether or not to take that kind of medication, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you also indicate that you prescribed, I think it was Haldol, PRN?
Yes,
Can you explain what PRN means?
as needed.
Okay. And do you know if any of in this particular case, if that was ever administered by any of the nursing staff?
I don't have that knowledge.
Okay. Would that be something that would have been taken orally or
And it's a medical record.
In her case, likely IV or intramuscular.
Okay. And who made the decision? Who would make a decision as to when it would be needed?
The treating staff at that time.
Okay. But there was a prescription or an order from you for the Haldol at that particular time?
I believe so.
Okay. And then Ativan as well?
Yes.
And Ativan is used for what?
It's to help in the setting of anxiety, so we often use Haldol and Ativan together.
Now, when you order something PRN and you've determined that a patient does not have the ability to make their own medical decisions, is that something that you or the staff can decide to administer? That you could have any staff member can administer without getting permission of the patient?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the purpose of Haldol? What does that treat?
So it's a first generation antipsychotic that we utilize in agitation. We use it in schizophrenia as well or other mental illnesses.
Okay. And you already said that Ativan is for like anxiety or anything else related to that. Okay. You again saw her on December the 10th, and that's when you did kind of a more thorough, I guess is the best way to put it, interaction with Ms. Driver. And in that particular point in time, she still had the trach, correct? I'm sorry, you have to answer out loud.
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
Okay. And then still was taking the pain, being administered the pain medications, and to your knowledge?
So other pain medication, I'm not aware of what she was getting.
Okay. One of the things you told us earlier was that she was not able to speak, but was able to mouth answers, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then part of the thing that because of her current condition, was it you or a nurse that gave her the paper and pen to write with? Do you recall?
I believe it was nursing staff.
Okay. Let me pull this up. That's not it. Is it 120? Okay. Do you have the handwritten notes still up
I
there?
do not.
Okay. Oh, and they're in order, okay. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
What's that? Yeah, I'm trying to. Tech is not my thing.
The screen is working now, by the way.
Oh, the screen's over there?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Just had to restart it.
All right, so I know that you said you don't recall the specifics with the order or what your specific questions are, correct?
That's correct.
All right, but some of the things that you were trying to assess, I think you indicated, was like her current mental status and, trying to develop some, background information as to how she got there that day.
That's correct.
Okay, and she told you, at least in these handwritten notes, she said, I hurt myself and my baby. I was stating for months I couldn't handle my husband's lifestyle anymore. He called people to live with us, and after we got through more people, I started perceiving them as ganging up on me and leaving me out, changing stories.
Yes.
And I guess in response to further questioning, she said, if I didn't listen to my husband to go sit or stop talking, he started hitting me after he had 4 individuals by his side. So when she disclosed to you that she had been at least physically abused, was that what prompted the next line of questioning about the nature of the relationship and whether or not she felt safe?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. One of the things she did relate to you on that particular day is that she did have some feelings of being scared, and that she had been taking that CBD and was becoming, I can't read part of it, but something paranoid is that correct?
That is correct. That's what's written there, yes.
Okay. And I think you told Ms. Gropper you didn't remember what this statement was in response to.
Which statement?
My daughter is dead. The next page. I'm sorry, I'm scrolling up.
Yes, I'm not sure what that is a response to.
Okay. And then if you could flip to the next page, I believe it's page 1264 in your packet.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the things that she continued to explain to you by writing in response to your questions were about the relationship was that he never allowed her to get a license, car, anything, or job until they were homeless at one point, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that she communicated to you that she was 17 when she met him and had the baby a few months after
8 a.m.
She was 19. She also reported to you that he would hit her or threaten her and keep her there even when she wanted
I'll be
to
here
drive
at 8. It may not go live until 9 because there's an hour delay.
And then you were talking, I guess, about part of your process in this is to try to, educate patients, experiencing psychiatric issues for the first time about the benefits and side effects of medication.
Yes, we often discuss all, treatment options.
Okay. Some of the things that she also talked to you about was a different belief system about how the world was and spiritually. She seemed to talk about that in the context of we, correct?
In the context of what?
Of a we instead of just me.
Yes.
She was referring to both her and her husband.
Yes.
Okay. If you could turn to page 1265, it should be the next one.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and she had previously, in questions leading up to this, had indicated to you that they just didn't believe in pharmaceuticals or doctors or anything else like that, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and then this next step in these notes,
it'll be done in about
she seemed
5
to be
10
kind
minutes.
of talking about some things, including that he had taught her that everybody was Satan, parents rape me,
Yeah, no, it's going to be an early.
CIA's after us, and entities controlling her unless she listened to him. And I guess this is again in response to questionings about the relationship.
I believe so.
And in these statements, it's a clear indication that she is communicating some concerns or things that she felt in this relationship with her husband, correct?
Yes, correct.
All right.
Looks like there's
And that
questions
she
left.
also kind of talked to you about some beliefs about
Don't think you're going to
what
miss
happens when
anything.
you die and all of those things. And those, would you agree with me that some of the things that she's talking about with the CIA and Satan and her belief systems about death are not necessarily consistent with that of somebody in a good mental state?
Well, that can be relative. They can be non-bizarre delusions as well too, where like the CA can be after us. So versus if somebody said that, hey, aliens are after me or something like that. So
Okay, but it also could be indicative of somebody having some of those paranoid type thoughts that
Yes.
she was referring to previously.
that is possible, yes.
And then she also talks about how her husband had tried to give her his own diagnosis.
Yes.
Okay. And that he also shared that something about are not necessarily consistent with that of somebody in a good mental state.
Well, that can be relative. They can be non-bizarre delusions as well too, where like the CA can be after us. So versus if somebody said that, hey, aliens are after me or something like that. So
Okay, but it also could be indicative of somebody having some of those paranoid type thoughts that
Yes.
she was referring to previously.
that is possible, yes.
Okay. And then she also talks about how her husband had tried to give her his own diagnosis.
Yes.
Okay. And that he also shared that something about beliefs regarding heaven and hell.
Yes.
Okay. And that, do you remember talking to her about how she described her marriage? Scroll down here in terms of it being a different document. Do you recall what that explanation was?
Yes, like in the sense of like if they were married. And so I believe that it was in reference of that they followed a different kind of document for marriage.
Okay.
And that is a sad thing.
All right.
She was very much religiously abused.
Part of your job as the resident there at Wellstar is not necessarily to.
So not a resident, attending.
I'm sorry,
yeah.
attending, sorry. Is not to necessarily diagnose somebody with a specific disorder, correct?
So as the council liaison, it's more addressing the underlying, the question that is asked by the primary team, but we do try to provide a preliminary diagnosis of what we believe the patient may have at that time.
Okay. And some of the things that you talked about in your notes or your records here is that you had concerns that there was an adjustment disorder with mixed disturbance. Can you explain what that means?
Yeah, so the adjustment disorder, meaning that there has been recent stressors that the patient has been exposed to. And so it was a diagnosis that we put down preliminary.
Okay. And you also noted the physical and emotional abuse victimization.
That's based off of the history that was presented.
Okay. And that some of the things that you wanted, that you felt needed further consideration were the PTSD, which is the post-traumatic stress disorder.
That's correct.
And then an unspecified depressive disorder, correct?
That's correct.
But you continued the Haldol, PRN, and Ativan as
yep.
needed throughout this process, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
I think we're done.
I lost it. Jeff, can you help me get it back? Or somebody? Sorry. Okay. You would agree with me, Dr. Chowdhury, that a person's psychiatric condition can vary across different points in time and intervals, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And if somebody is not being actively treated, i.e. refusing medication, that can still continue to happen even though you're seeing that patient consistently over the course of their hospitalization?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So the fact that if someone doesn't report auditory or hallucinations or delusional thoughts initially doesn't mean that that can't develop or progress as they continue to be hospitalized, correct?
That's correct.
All right. In this particular case, you went again and saw her, I believe it was on the 14th. Let's get to that. '25. Yeah. Okay, I'm on 124. May I put your witness? Yes. On this particular one is from December 14th, and at that point in time, you did another mental status exam, correct?
That's correct.
And at that particular point in time that you indicate she was denying any type of suicidal or homicidal ideation or the hallucinations, correct?
Correct.
Still didn't want to continue on any kind of medication.
That's correct.
And that, again, all of those things were something that needed to be self-reported, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Are you aware that there were other providers, at least notes, that she continued to express concerns about suicide?
Sorry, say that again.
Around that same time, were you aware that she had continued to express concerns about or desires to commit suicide?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. This is Katie Page. Let me just get it. I know Ms. Gropper asked you earlier, but you were talking about that she was delusional or appeared to have reported delusions for the first time on December the 18th of 2020. Do you recall that?
I do, as long as.
Let me come up there with that one. No, it's not 125. May I approach you witness? Yes. At this point in time, you don't have any recollection of whether or not she had been given any of the Haldol or anything that you had prescribed as PRN?
I do not.
Okay. And at that point in time, she did convey that she thought we were living in hell and that everybody around her was actors.
That's correct.
Right. And at that particular point in time was the first time she actually verbalized, at least to you, that she was having those visual hallucinations and delusions.
Yes.
All right. And continued to refuse any type of treatment or intervention. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Do you recall reviewing any notes in this particular case about her discussions with any of the other providers, like the speech language pathologist or anything else like that?
I do not recall.
Okay. This is page 205. I'm going to mark it as defense 5. I apologize. apologize. We had the same set of records, so I had to pull some out, so.
No worries.
All right. Yeah. Yes. Show you where I'd like to read into the record. Can you read to the jury and the members of the court what the patient's verbalization was at that particular point in time?
Patient verbalizing, let me die, please let me die. I want the world to start over. I want my baby. Everyone out there hates me and wants me to suffer. Patient alternating between intense crying and completely flat affect in an instant.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to hear what they say about what time they're going to start tomorrow. Because I think they made
I
it
could
very
just have
clear
1
that we
second.
have a 1 hour delay.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Dr. Chowdhury.
Redirect?
Oh, geez, make it quick. 2 o'clock in the morning.
Right order.
Kidding. 1:30.
I think I got that right. Thank you. D5? I'll move to admit D5 if I didn't do it already. I don't remember. Thank you.
You know what? 24 years old. I think she's holding up well.
Dr. Chowdhury, I just wanted to follow up on something Ms. Trethewey asked you. She was talking to you about delusions, and she asked you specifically about the notation of her thinking that the CIA was after them. And your response was something to the effect of like, not necessarily, it's not the same thing as if she said aliens were after them. Can you explain that a little bit for us?
So yes, we can have different kinds of delusions. So there could be non-bizarre or bizarre delusions. Like we could feel like, hey, my house is tapped, which it could possibly be, versus something that would be out of character, like, hey, there's another entity around the world or something that's spying on me or things like that. So delusions can be different kinds.
Okay, and what is a delusion?
A false fixed belief.
Okay, a false fixed belief. And if somebody has a untraditional worldview, is that necessarily a delusion?
No.
Are you familiar with the people that call themselves flat earthers?
Yes.
Okay, and they have whole conventions of like tens and hundreds of thousands of people that think the world is flat?
Yes.
Are all those people delusional?
No.
Okay. And in your field of study, is it difficult to assess what is a genuinely held worldview versus something that's a delusion of the mind?
Yes, it can be difficult.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any further cross-examination?
Short question. Dr. Chowdhury, you'd agree with me that the CIA generally doesn't follow the average person, correct?
I would agree with you, yes.
And so that could be some sort of false delusion, not necessarily a belief, correct?
Sure, it could be, yes.
Anything else in this witness?
No, Your Honor.
You can step down. Thank you.
That was a long day, y'all.
Counsel will come forward, please.
You would agree with me that actually that's a good way to put a question, because it's a simple yes or no. Should be a simple yes or no.
All right, members of the jury, given the anticipated length of the next witness's testimony, we are going to let you be adjourned for the day. You can leave us your notepads. As instructed earlier, there are media reports about this case. There is coverage about this case. Do not be tempted to view any of it or to gain any information about anybody involved in it, any subject matter of the case, anything at all. And we will see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Let's see what time they say court's going to be back tomorrow. Then I'll say my thank yous to you guys. I am so glad you stopped by, Lawyer Wannabe. I hope to start signing again their, was it Friday Night Frenzy? I hope to start signing that again and rebroadcasting it. They gave me permission to do so. But I appreciate you stopping by. But I want to hear. Are we not going to hear? Guess not. Okay. So I'll be here at 8. I'll be ready to go at 8. If it doesn't happen until 9, then we'll go at 9. Don't want to do that. That's not what I asked for. So I will be here. I don't anticipate a lot of people being on quite that early. Then again, I didn't anticipate having y'all on this late, but I'm glad we are now caught up. So we'll be seeing everything with everybody else tomorrow. You guys, if you find that y'all are a little triggered, please do what you have to do to take care of yourself. Feel free to step away from anything that you're watching with me that may be triggering. I all too well know what that is like. And I want to respect and take care of y'all. If you find that you are triggered and need to speak to somebody, please reach out to me through Discord. Tonight might be a problem, but take care of yourself. Your priority. Okay. And once again, thank you guys for sticking with me. I love and appreciate y'all. It's fun having y'all join us, Layabi. And Ronnie, thanks for hanging. ADHD, Dr. Bullbutter, I know you were exhausted. I can't begin to say everybody. There's a lot of you here that we haven't heard from. So thank you so very much. Okay, guys, with that, I'm going to bid you a farewell. Good night. Sweet dreams. May you be revived and wake up feeling refreshed. And I'll be here with coffee at 8 a.m. Central Standard Time. Good night. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.